Welcome one, welcome all. I call this meeting to order, and just want to say that right up front, if I can make an announcement, everybody please have a seat. If you are unable to find a designated seat, please adjourn out to the lobby area, per orders of the police department and fire occupancy rules. Okay, I hereby call this special meeting of the City Council and Planning Commission to order. Madam Clerk, I ask that my letter dated August 20th, 2020, calling for the special session be made part of the record. Okay, Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call for both City Council and the Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, Commissioner Alcarez. Commissioner Barnes. I'm sorry, so I'll need each of you to turn your microphone on before responding.
You got to cut your mic.
Yeah, hit the button.
Up on top. You're here. Thank you. Commissioner Cole-Costin.
Here.
Commissioner Graham.
Here.
Commissioner Horsley.
Here.
Commissioner Inman.
Here.
Commissioner Klein's absent. Commissioner Redmond.
Here.
Commissioner Wall.
Here.
Vice Chair Weiner.
Here.
Chair Oliver. Here. 9 present, Mayor.
Okay.
For City Council, Councilmember Abbott. Aye. Councilmember Lucci.
Present.
Councilmember Henley. Present. Councilmember Jones.
Present.
Councilmember Moss.
Present.
Councilmember Rouse.
Aye.
Councilmember Tower.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Here.
Mayor Dyer.
Here.
All 11 present, sir.
Okay, at this point, we'll rise for the invocation and pledge, and the invocation will be done by Council Lady Sabrina Wu.
Good evening. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we are very grateful and we are thankful for you. We thank you that as we come together, we're here today as a body and as a community. Help us to realize that there is strength in unity. There is strength in community. And as we come tonight, Lord, we're depending upon you. Thank you for being with us, the city of Virginia Beach, as we rebuild our economy, as we work through civil unrest. Thank you for being with us as we address citizen concerns. We're dependent upon your guidance and your leading. God, give us grace tonight as we come before the people with the agenda you set before us. We invite you in and commit this time into your hand, that your perfect will be done. And Heavenly Father, I pray, Lord, that as we discuss the concerns of the day, we know that we may not all agree, but Father, help us to disagree respectfully. And in our discourse, help us to be respectful. And we pray all of these things, that your perfect will be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. Okay, I now call for a motion of the approval of the special session minutes of August 18th, 2020.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott. Aye. Councilmember Lucci.
Aye.
Councilmember Henley. Aye. Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Moss.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse.
Aye.
Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you've approved the minutes as submitted.
Okay, I now call the meeting over to Chair Oliver to call for the motion of the Planning Commission to approve the joint special session minutes of August 18, 2020.
I call for the approval of our minutes. Do I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I'm sorry, one second.
They've got to abstain.
Oh, yes,
was-
and I need to find out which commissioners need to abstain from this vote. Mr. Redmond?
I do as well.
Abstain.
I abstain.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnes, too.
Yes.
Okay,
I'll
thank
do
you.
roll call vote. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Commissioner Barnes is abstaining.
Right.
Commissioner Costin? Commissioner Graham is abstaining. Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
I abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 7-0, you have approved the minutes as submitted.
Okay, thank you. I now call for a motion of City Council to approve the joint special session minutes of August 18, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson? Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've approved the minutes as submitted.
Thank you. At this point, I want to extend a special welcome and thank you to the members of the Planning Commission for being with us tonight and the next few meetings. At this time, I'm going to ask the City Attorney to explain why this joint meeting is necessary. Mr. Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Planning Commission plays an important statutory role in vetting and making recommendations to the Council regarding planning items. Part of the statutory process is a public hearing. By law, that public hearing must be advertised in the newspaper 2 times in the weeks leading up to the meeting. By statute, each advertisement is required to contain a brief description of each item being considered and then must advise the public where they can go to look at the proposed item, ordinance, or amendment. Unfortunately, when COVID hit us and city offices closed and meetings went virtual, the sentence in the advertisement telling people where they could see the item, ordinance, or amendment was accidentally omitted. This omission cast the validity of the public hearings and the resulting recommendations made by the Planning Commission into question. The only sure way to fix this is for the Planning Commission to hear those items again and make new recommendations. These joint meetings allow this to happen in a manner that minimizes the delay in the consideration of the affected applications. Again, we say thank you to the Planning Commission and apologize to the public and to them for this inconvenience that this situation has caused.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tonight we have several items on our agenda. At this time, I call on the City Clerk to outline the proposed process and procedures for this joint meeting. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will begin by taking up the non-planning related public hearing and the ordinances and resolutions on the agenda according to its usual process. Some items may be considered for approval on a consent agenda. Any non-consent ordinances and resolutions will be heard and decided by the Council after the consent agenda is adopted. There will be a separate consent agenda vote for planning items. The Mayor will then open the public hearing for planning items. The public hearing for the planning items will be a joint public hearing. Speakers will be addressing both the Planning Commission and the City Council, and members of either body may pose questions to speakers. Although the public hearing will be conducted jointly, each body's deliberation will be separate, with the Planning Commission going first. At the outset of the public hearing on the planning items, I will identify those items where there are no speakers or only one speaker registered other than the applicant. For any item where there is no speaker other than the applicant, that item may be placed on a consent agenda for both bodies unless a member of either body requests that the item be pulled for separate consideration. If there is a request for an item to be pulled, then the item will be heard by both bodies. Where only one speaker has signed up to speak on multiple items, we will call the speaker forward and allow the speaker to address each of the items. The speaker will have 3 minutes per item. These items may also be placed on the consent agendas unless a member of either body requests that one or more of them be pulled. The applicant will have an opportunity to speak to their item if there is a request to remove that item from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission will then consider its consent agenda, followed by the City Council. Thereafter, the public hearing on the remaining items will take place. After all speakers have been heard on an item, the Planning Commission will deliberate and vote on that item. After the Planning Commission adopts its recommendation, the Council will then deliberate and vote on that item, and the process will repeat until all items are heard.
Okay. Thank you. Does any member of the Council or Planning Commission have any questions or concerns regarding the process outlined by the clerk? Okay. All right, at this point, we will proceed to the public hearing for the resolution to establish a resort management office and address resort area initiatives. Are there any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, there are 2. B.J. Ballman. And after Ms. Ballman is Barbara Messner.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, members of City Council, members of the Planning Commission, and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Resort Area Advisory Commission resolution. Each of the items listed in this resolution are critically important to the overall revitalization of our resort and specifically Atlantic Avenue. It provides both short and long-term initiatives to return us to a welcoming, family-friendly, diverse, safe, and clean resort environment. As indicated in last week's presentation and support letters, you have an unprecedented and diverse number of organizations that has requested your assistance. The sheer number of these groups and the businesses and people that they represent highlights the urgency and the importance of this resolution. We're all united in our belief that we must act now, and RAC has already started coordinating with city staff to facilitate the completion of the task at hand. Thank you for your leadership and for your recognition that we are at a critical juncture in determining the future success of our resort, and we look forward to your unanimous vote of support. And I'm really going to make your evening happier because we initially had multitude speakers that were signed up to speak. And each of those speakers agreed to sit aside to put the meeting shorter for you guys today. But I would like to have them stand at this point and recognize the people that were in support of the resolution. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baumann. Thank you, Ms. Baumann. Appreciate it. Next.
And the next speaker is Barbara Messner.
Welcome, Ms. Messner.
Thank you. Okay, I think there were only 14 or 19 speakers last week, and there's quite a few here today. I disagree 100% with City Attorney Stiles. If something isn't publicly advertised, we should not have to suffer and sit here with 20 or 30 people from 2 separate groups. And planning is appointed by the city. Okay, the full agenda is 885 pages. B.J. Baumann has been on the RAC, City Council appointed commission, I believe since the 90s. She used to have Frankie's Place for ribs. The people that stood in support are probably part of the RAC and the resort. We subsidize, we advertise for the RAC. It's a private industry. A lot of people need help, but it shouldn't be select private businesses. Chick-fil-A has so many cars going around at Hilltop that people can't even get to the other stores. And yet, businesses, this pandemic is selective as far as who can operate, who can't, who can wear a mask, who can't. If the mayor and the city manager don't have to wear a mask in public, I don't think all of us should have to, and especially employees. But there's a major conflict because the people with the RAC and Special Interest Hotel, they have their own PAC, Political Action Group. They fund most of the candidates. The average person can't run for office. If you look at VPAP, you'll see who funds everyone. Yeah, I object to the meeting, and I held up pictures before. This special call for a special meeting is not signed by Robert M. Dyer. It's not witnessed by anyone. It doesn't have the city seal. Even the city clerk doesn't sign it. And most of the documents aren't legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mesner.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, we're going to do the consent items for the council with ordinances and resolutions. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Prior to doing that, I'd like to move, well, first off, I think we need to recognize Mr. Tower. He's got an item he wants to add on.
Yeah, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the adoption of a resolution that reads almost identically to the one that was passed last week, expanding the Convention and Visitors Bureau Task Force by one member. This would be an expansion of a person with sports marketing expertise. And I won't read the entire thing since we've done it once before. I'd like to move the adoption. I believe every council person's got a copy in front of them.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second to add on?
Second.
Okay, okay. Call the roll.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've added the resolution onto the agenda.
Okay.
And Mr. Wood, you have an add-on?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd like, and I'm going to read this one. This is a resolution renaming the Virginia Beach Emergency Medical Services Headquarters and Training Center as the Bruce W. Edwards Virginia Beach Emergency Medical Services Headquarters and Training Center. Whereas Bruce Edwards served as Chief of the Department of Emergency Medical Services for the City of Virginia Beach for 32 years, whereas he was the longest-serving member in the history of Virginia Beach Emergency Medical Services and was the longest tenured CPR instructor, paramedic, and administrator in the state. Whereas former Chief Edwards' 42-year career in emergency medical services in Virginia Beach began in 1967 when he joined the Ocean Park Volunteer Fire and Rescue Unit, where he rose to the rank of Assistant Fire and Rescue Chief. Whereas in 1973, he became Executive Director of the Emergency Coronary Care Program of Virginia Beach Incorporated, a federally funded program that produced the first advanced life support technicians in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Whereas as coordinator of the Office of Emergency Medical Services for the city from 1975 to 1984, he was responsible for pre-hospital emergency patient care and training programs, and in 1984 he was promoted to Chief of the Department of Emergency Medical Services. Whereas Chief Edwards led an EMS department with more than 1,500 career and volunteer rescue and fire personnel, and in addition to supervising all EMS operations in the city, he regulated private ambulance services and oceanfront lifeguard operations. Whereas the demand for EMS services grew from around 8,000 annual calls for assistance when Chief Edwards assumed leadership of the department to approximately 44,000 annual calls upon his retirement in 2016. Whereas in addition to serving our city, Chief Edwards served the state with distinction, receiving gubernatorial appointments to the State Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board in 2006 and to the Virginia Board of Health in 2009, for which he was selected as chair in 2011. whereas he earned bachelor's and master's degrees from Old Dominion University and served his nation as a member of the United States Navy Reserve, whereas his numerous accolades include the Governor's Award as the Outstanding EMS Administrator in the Commonwealth in 1996 and the 2012 Virginia Beach Rescue Squad Foundation Virginia Gilpin Distinguished Service Award, whereas in 2016, upon his retirement, the House of Delegates adopted a resolution commending his service to our city and the Commonwealth, and the city bestowed upon him the title of Chief Emeritus, in which capacity he continued to serve the city as a volunteer mentor and advisor to the department. And whereas the City Council wishes to express its deep appreciation for former Chief Edwards' decades of exemplary public service to our city by renaming the city's EMS headquarters and training center in his memory, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, 1, that the Virginia Beach Emergency Medical Services headquarters and training center located at 4160 Virginia Beach Boulevard is hereby renamed the Bruce W. Edwards Virginia Beach Emergency Medical Services headquarters and training center, and 2, that the city manager is hereby directed to take all steps necessary to revise all signage for the facility and all other references to the facility to include his new name. And it's not on this, but as most people know, Chief Edwards passed away last week, so this is in his memory. So moved, Mr. Mayor, to add to the agenda.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you've added the resolution regarding renaming the EMS headquarters to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. Okay, any speakers? Any speakers?
For
Oh,
ordinance
okay.
and for
Okay,
ordinance as a resolution?
yeah.
Yes, we have the first item, only one speaker, Barbara Messner.
I wish I had known about Mr. Edwards. I didn't see it on the agenda. He has a really nice family. Ordinance to accept and appropriate. You've been accepting and appropriating CARES Act, tragedy funds, all types of money for quite a few years now. $10,141,570 funding 20 for the budget that's already been approved, 2020-2021. Virginia Beach Public Schools support remote and extended learning. The school board and the school bureaucracy is one of the largest entities in the city. Shouldn't be spending millions on entertainment projects. You should be taking care of the kids in school. They should be in school. They don't have playgrounds. You have the aquarium open, which is too expensive for most people. The adventure park. I just think the priorities and the financing, you just changed from Alice Kelly, who took over from the other finance person. We have massive debt. I just, I oppose this, and you found funding for Public Works and then for EMS, but only when they speak out or go on strike. Okay, that's for one. Okay, is it B also, or does that, do you have other speakers for B?
1A and B, ma'am.
All right. $5,000 from Cox Communications, 2020-2021 finance operating budget. Provide outreach and engagement to small, women, and minority, SWAM. Does anyone have any idea how many businesses that the husband operates that's in the woman's name? We've spent money on these series to help select people. We just need to lower the taxes and make it affordable for everyone to live here and operate a business. So I oppose the program in general. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I neglected to read the speaker's policy. If it's okay, I can do that now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to remind everyone that the City Council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of groups to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually or on behalf of a group, will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal portion of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by the council at the time you are called. When speakers are called on each item, the clerk will call for those individuals who have signed up to speak. After those who have signed up to speak have spoken, the chair will ask if there are any other persons who wish to speak on the item at hand. Those speakers will be allowed to speak and will be asked to give their name, address, and telephone number for the clerk to record. We have several items with only one speaker signed up. As such, the city clerk will call the speaker and identify each item they have registered on. The speaker will receive 3 minutes to comment on each item. Again, the speaker must limit his or her comments to the subject matter of the items they have signed up to address. Finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil in their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you hold and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and ensure all viewpoints and all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for all of us to strive for civility and respect. Okay? Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move for approval on the consent agenda of the following items. Items H1, ordinance to accept and appropriate $10,141,570 in CARES Act funding to the FY 2020-2021 Virginia Beach City Public Schools operating budget rate, support remote and extended learning and continuity of operations and services. Item B, $5,000 from Cox Communications to the FY 2020-2021 finance operating budget rate, provide outreach and engagement to small women and minority SWAM businesses through the Ignite series. Item 4, which is the add-on additional member to the CVB Community Task Force. Item 5, resolution renaming Phoebe EMS headquarters after Bruce Edwards. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Aye. Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've approved the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wood.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 2, resolution for approval of the Ignite Series virtual boot camp in September 2020, requested by Council Member Wooten. Any speakers?
Yes, sir. The first speaker is Eric Ray. And after Mr. Ray will be Barbara Messner.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and city manager. I'm here tonight to say what should be pretty obvious. Council should not oppose granting a waiver allowing a sitting member of city council to host sponsored events during their re-election campaigns. Even if a waiver would not be required, the spirit of this policy you adopt would preclude any council member hosting an event within 90 days of election day when that member is on the ballot. This policy was passed last year, and is Councilmember Wooten seriously asking this council to sponsor her re-election campaign event disguised as outreach? Is she asking you to waive this policy the first chance she gets? If the private sector wants to sponsor and support her events, let the private businesses do so, either through a donation or through an in-kind contribution to her campaign. But to funnel donations through this taxpayer treasury is absolutely wrong and stains every member of council who approves it. The loophole the councilwoman is trying to use is the 90-day ban on sponsored events, specifically mentions the use of city-owned buildings and facilities. And if no city buildings are used, then the 90-day ban doesn't apply. But in my book, city funds are being used, and just because it was a corporate donation, once it's deposited, it belongs to the city and the taxpayers, and use of those dollars for what amounts to a re-election campaign event is wrong, no matter where it's being held, no matter who does it, whether you or I do it or not. Council should reject this proposal, close all of the loopholes, and keep a giant wall between sponsored events and re-election campaign. I yield the balance.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Barbara Messner.
Okay, I appreciate the comments by Eric Ray, but I wish he would show up a lot more and object during the year. 'Cause there are a lot of things that need to be objected to. Yeah, including the fact that at the last meeting, one of the last meetings, Ms. Wooten was stated as being absent when she was here for the entire meeting. And there were 3 votes that she didn't take. I absolutely oppose this for all the reasons that Mr. Ray cited, including the fact that it's at Town Center. How many people, can afford to go to any of the events, including Sandler? So I'm in opposition, and this affects everyone who runs. Everyone uses their platform to run, and I think it's unfair. Ms. Abbott just had an event, and when she ran on transparency, but she dropped everyone on her email list, and she votes for everything for the developers and short-term rentals. So I'm in opposition, and people should be abstaining, not using their positions to help select people who usually vote for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to just point a clarification. I have not had a city-sanctioned event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
Okay, at this point, Ms. Wooten.
Yes, thank you. Just want to make sure I clarify information to ensure that the public knows that, number one, this Ignite Business Series, this item was placed on the agenda because it is a matter of transparency. As I spoke with the city attorney's office, this was something that certainly we wanted to ensure that the public knew about and was aware of. Next, I want to point out concerning the assertion that I did not take votes on our last meeting. I actually stepped away. I was here and I stepped away, and it's not my understanding I missed 3 votes of anything. However, as it relates to the Ignite Business Series, this event is virtual. It's not going to be held in any city facility. It's not going to be supported by the city or marketed by the city. The funding that will be used and was donated by Cox because they want to support SWAM business owners. This is actually a continuation of a resolution that was submitted last year in an effort to address the disparity amongst small women, minority, also veteran disabled businesses as well. And this whole Ignite Business Series is presented in conjunction to address the disparity as it relates to the recommendations of the disparity study. So there is no favoritism for anyone. We're simply addressing an issue that our city study found that there was indeed a disparity and a substantial one. And so this business series is to educate, bring awareness, and make sure these opportunities are open for everyone within our city. As it relates to, any other assertion that I'm doing something to defraud the taxpayers, that's certainly incorrect. I would say that this measure is putting forth again in the effort of transparency. If council feels as though this is not the appropriate action to take, I certainly am happy to withstand by that. But again, it's not being held in any city facility, and it is a separate, I would say, session for citizens, as it relates to the Ignite Business Series, as it would be for any other community outreach or education or awareness purposes. So just wanted to ensure that I clarify that so there is no mistake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, before council discussion, do we have a motion?
Well, I motion or move to approve the item.
Okay, we have a motion and discussion. A second. Discussion. Anybody? No discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Tower, were you the second? Yes. Thank you. Mayor, are you ready for the vote?
We are ready to vote.
Councilmember Abbott?
Nay.
Councilmember Berlucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Nay.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Nay.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
That was no?
Nay.
Thank you. Mayor Dyer?
Nay.
By a vote of 2 to 9, so the ordinance is denied.
Okay, thank you.
the resolution.
Moving on to ordinance to transfer necessary funds from salary and vacancy savings within the fiscal year 2020-21 operating budget rate, one-time payments of $1,500 for emergency responders and $250 for eligible full-time employees. Do we have any speakers?
Mayor, yes, we have 3 speakers. The first one is Barbara Messner. After Ms. Messner, the next speaker will be Alfred McClenny. Ms. Messner?
First, all the Public Works people, thank you for your hard work all the time. You're greatly appreciated. And at the last meeting, I brought this up because when I'm up here and saying things, I don't get a chance. If Ms. Wooten would, question me while I'm here, it would be greatly appreciated. We don't get a rebuttal. This is transferring funds from 2020-2021 operating. It's just a one-time payment of $1,500 to EMS. EMS was at open mic. They weren't even on the live on the live meeting, which no one can see or hear unless they're here. And $250 to eligible full-time employees. That's not all full-time employees. That's just who's eligible. So police, fire, rescue, they've been asking for help since 2018. The alternative budget didn't address the problems, but it keeps funding the dome, the sports center, the arena, 78 million on the arena that's now the sports center. The city does not properly manage your money. So I wish the auditor would address the budgets and yeah, this is a one-time payment only, but we have no idea how long this pandemic is going to go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alfred McClenny, and after Mr. McClenny is Dante Strayberry.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and City Council. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to have a seat at the table. First and foremost, again, I want to say thank you. And I want to make known, because public perception, I'm with Waste Management. I've been there for 18 years. And public perception of what has taken place recently would seem as if we refuse to do our jobs, when in essence, we just wanted a seat at the table for someone to hear our pressing concerns. The truth is that our ability to perform our jobs has been hindered by the fact that we are grossly underfunded, which leads to a shortage in men and most of all, equipment. Other words, we simply just don't have what we need to do our jobs adequately. Under these adverse conditions, we continue to function with the professionalism and the commitment as we always have. We love what we do. We are committed to what we do. We love serving the homeowners, the customers. We have relationships with a lot of them. You know, the children, we really enjoy what we're doing, but the issue here now, even with the hazard pay, I think it kind of hurt us in a sense because we are so committed to what we do. And it just seems as if we were just overlooked. And the reality of it is that our jobs, apart from COVID, is hazardous. And I don't think a lot of you all have any idea what we encounter on a daily basis. And what we are asking for, I don't think is too far-fetched. I think it's something that we really deserve. And if you all see within yourselves to give us the hazardous pay, then we'd be so grateful for that. But in the process and going forward, we would like for you just to look into an increase in pay generally just across the board, because we deal in hazardous waste and hazardous material all the time, and it goes unnoticed. We've had down through the years many people that have retired from waste management that have come down suddenly ill. And I think it goes unnoticed. And for once, I'm glad to have a seat at the table, because our concerns, we have expressed them over the years. This is just not an overnight thing. This has been brewing and going on for a while. And really, we just need somebody to hear our concerns. And going forward, I would love for you all to be more involved with what we are doing so you can see what's going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Well articulated. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dante Strabera.
Welcome.
Welcome. Greetings, Council. I stand in complete support of the city workers. Every single city worker deserves to get paid for the essential work that they do to work in hazardous conditions. It was not a coincidence that the second person that died in the entire state of North Carolina from coronavirus was a brother named Adrian Grubbs. May Brother Adrian Grubbs rest in peace. He was a sanitation worker in the city of Raleigh. The work that these brothers and sisters do every day on the front lines in the middle of a public health pandemic, they are providing a public health service. Sanitation to keep our city clean, to keep the rats off our curbs, to keep all the refuse and the things that they talked about clean so that we can live in our homes while we are working from home. They deserve to be treated and paid with respect, and they deserve to be paid for the work that they do. You know, the fact that the city of Norfolk gave a $2,000 bonus, right? The fact that Chesapeake, that Suffolk, that Hampton, all these cities that are smaller than the city of Virginia Beach managed to find the will. Because it's not because you don't have money, it's a matter of political will, right? To provide the hazard pay that these workers are asking for. And it's interesting to me that you mentioned that you didn't have the money in the federal funds from the CARES Act, but it's interesting to me that you're talking about you're pulling it out of existing salary funds. This means these workers are already underpaid, already suffering from years and years of neglect of being underpaid. You know, workers in the public works and utilities and parks and rec and sanitation, when you talk about an emergency responder, when a water main explodes and water is rushing everywhere, who comes and fixes that? A worker in public utilities. You know, when a hurricane comes through our town, is it police and fire that clean up the trees that fall down? No, it's other essential workers. And the one thing I want to leave with you, which I think is the most disturbing of all these issues, is it is not a coincidence again. This is a 98% African American department. We cannot ignore that this is a racial justice issue and that these departments that are not largely African American, you find the funds for. You find for an annual wage increase. You find for hazard pay. You find for, material, PPE. Well, what about all the other essential workers and the largely African American workforce that keeps this city running? So if you want to keep this city running, I am 100% behind these workers. I hope you continue to meet with them, to listen with them, to listen carefully. And I challenge the mayor. In 2006, when the sanitation workers in Raleigh went on strike, Mayor Meeker, the next day was in the back of the sanitation truck and joined them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all. Mayor, that's all the speakers.
So all the speakers. At this point, do I have a motion? We have a motion. And Mr. Wood made the motion. Mr. Rouse made the second. We are now open for discussion. Mr. Rouse.
I don't know how you follow that up, Mr. Dante. I'm not even going to attempt to follow that up. I think everything you said was in line with how I see our essential workers and our city staff. I want to take the time to really thank all of our city staff for keeping our city going. I know it has been a bumpy road thus far, but I'm optimistic and I'm hopeful we will get it done. I'm here now, and I know it's been years your concerns have been overlooked, but I'm here now, and I want to make sure that we hear your concerns, but we not just only hear that, we solve it. I think we can't continuously talk about VB strong without really looking at what's going to make VB strong. It's going to take action, and so I thank you, gentlemen and women, for your work. I thank our entire city staff for what you do. And again, I will always be a strong supporter of you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Ms. Wilson and then Ms. Wooten.
Thank you for being here with us tonight. And please know you are appreciated, and we need to do more. We were going to have a market study done this year, but because of the COVID and having the budget cuts, we weren't able to do it. But we stand behind you because you are part of what makes our city great. You keep it so clean and wonderful, and people come to us and they are just amazed at how great. And I know all the different things I hear from people, if something gets forgotten, you come right back and get it up. And y'all have been working tirelessly for weeks on end because your equipment has been shutting down. You've not had enough equipment. And I've had discussions with our city manager, and he's going to be getting some additional equipment so your days are not quite as long. Mr. Councilman Bellucci and I visited some of you, in June, I think it was, and to let you know how much we really appreciate you. So thank you for being here. Your words, we hear them, and we're going to do something about it. Thank you.
Ms. Wooten.
I appreciate all of our citizens being here tonight, and I'm especially appreciative of our waste management staff members. One of the things that I talked to our city manager about when he first started, he asked me what my priorities were, and my main priority, and I stated to him, was our staff, because you are a priority. Everything else that may be a priority is in pale comparison as it relates to you as a staff, because the people, human resources, people are the most important thing in any organization and in our community. And so therefore, I believe it's important to not only just, tell you that we're here and we support you, but actively find ways to address areas where there's a pay disparity. I've asked our city manager to research the last time you've had a raise or an increase. I've asked him to research your compensation in comparison with the other cities to ensure that you're being fairly compensated and you're put on equal and a balance with all of your other colleagues who do the same thing that you do. I've also asked him to look into incentives and bonus programs that were alleviated and discontinued, to see what we can do to not only show you, that we care, but make sure you understand you are a vital part of this organization. And without you, we would not be able to accomplish what we have accomplished as a city. So let this be a red letter day to let you know, and make no mistake about it, that you are vital, that you are important to the organization, you are important to the community, and I stand behind you 100%, and you will see me out there with you to see what you do day to day, because I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Mr. Moss.
Well, I'm sure my remarks will be received with such applause, because I think another group of people who are very essential to our community are those most economically disadvantaged. And let me just share you some statistics, because they're not here this evening. They're probably either working 2 jobs or maybe they don't have a job at all. But most of you probably don't realize that since the pandemic started, the number of people that are on food stamps is up 22.3%. That's 14,340 households in Virginia Beach don't have enough food to eat, and they're living off food stamps. And if you look at those standards, you will know just how poor you would have to be. You may not know during that same time frame that 134,000 additional families have gone on to Medicaid. That's 7.9% or 2% per month. Then those who've gone on Medicaid expansion, that's up 13.8%. And even with the moratorium, 1,650 people have been evicted from their homes. Everybody in our community is essential. The private sector that generates the income that all of us spend and that this council confiscates are also very essential. There are many people in the private sector. You know what the average weekly wage is for someone who works in the retail and wholesale industry in our city is? $673 a week. Mind you, that's less than $35,000 a year. Do you think those people are financially stressed? Do you think those people have been exposed to high-risk code environments? The answer is yes. And should you have to go on unemployment, do you know how much money you would get if your weekly wage was $673 a week? You'd get 26% of that, about $122 a week unemployment. I think many of us really don't know just how difficult life is for people at the bottom of our own economic social structure in an otherwise very affluent community. They're a voice rarely heard. They rarely have even the means to know how to express what they want to get because even getting here, they're struggling to make do. And I believe if we have $2.4 million of more money, as great as it would be to give to these groups, until we have done the most for the least among us, we shouldn't be spending more money on people who have, and no one's going to like this, defined benefits, low risk to unemployment, good health insurance, liberal leave policies. There's many people in our community who are struggling. That $2.4 million would make a much bigger difference in their life. Now, if we don't have people properly equipped and trained to do the job that they do, who's the most senior person who knew that, who didn't come to council with a resolution asking us to change priorities, and why are they still working? Because when I was working in the Navy, people that are the most senior to know something and don't do something about it, and it causes these kind of problems, can't keep their jobs. So someone's accountable for not bringing that to our attention, and we should fix that first with this money before anything else. Why would we want to give someone a bonus and then they're not be properly equipped to do their job? Does that make sense to anybody? Shouldn't. So I'm not necessarily opposed to giving people money, but you got to think about what's the real priorities of the community, because this money, first and foremost, is not the managers. It's not the city councils. This $2.4 million belongs to the taxpayers. And we said we saved it. So we should be looking at, of all the unmet needs in our community, what we're telling the public tonight is that this is the highest priority for $2.4 million. And I don't think that it is. Now, I respect my peers coming to a different conclusion, but I have published a 5-page letter from the reasoning for my vote. It'll be in the record. I published it on Facebook. Each of us has to draw their own conclusions, but I just want the public in this room and listening to understand that my reason isn't lack of compassion, but it's compassion for the most needy among us over those who are more advantaged than those who are suffering. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Tower.
I'd just like to say that I think Mr. Moss makes very good points. I disagree with him in terms of the vote. I'm going to vote in favor of this because I think our employees have withstood a tremendous negative impact, not of their own making, and have acquitted themselves in a often dangerous and certainly unpleasant and unhealthy situation with COVID. But I do believe that those who are the neediest are not served by this. I do believe that this council should immediately turn its attention to finding a way to support those. I don't necessarily agree that this vote tonight stands for saying that this is our greatest priority. This matters before us tonight, and I think we can afford to do both, and I would intend to pursue that. I want to say a special thank you to the people in the Waste Management Group, and I'm voting for this, but I have been touched by the folks in your department with whom I've had contact. I've never once had a contact with any of you who have not immediately responded to what I was asking or suggesting that you do. You all are great credit to the city, and I extend my thanks, and I will vote for this, but I do want it said that this is not in any way the end of the story in terms of using the savings that we have achieved from the undertakings that we took to restrict purchases to restrict hiring. There is a larger fund than 2.4 million, I hope, and we'll find it, and we will try to give it to the neediest people in our city. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else at this point? Okay, if we can go forward, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower? Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, you have approved the ordinance.
And if I could say, I don't often like to say I speak for many people, but in this case, I think I can. Virginia Beach is a great city, 453,000 approximate people, a lot of services, about 7,500 employees. It takes a lot of work, hard work by many, many employees in this city to have the great city that we do. And I just want to thank you all personally. You know, for many years I've served at the Centerville District and had the landfill on Jake Sears. And what a wonderful, there has not been one time I went for there in an encounter and wasn't greeted by a friendly, cooperative professional that was helping so many people. And what you do for this city every day to help keep it clean and make it the great city. I think so many people, sometimes we take things for granted, but be assured you are not taken for granted. You are valued, you are respected. We are Virginia Beach. Thank you all, and God bless you. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 4 on the agenda, which is a request by Council Member Tower, a resolution adding an additional member to the CVB. Are we done that? Okay, that's all done? All right, that's on consent. On planning, okay. All right, now open a public hearing on planning. And before we get rolling, one of the first things I would like to do is bring up a consideration for the council regarding item number 27, Westminster Canterbury on Chesapeake Bay for modification of conditions, Ray Home of the Age Disabled and Handicapped for properties located 3100 Shore Drive in Lynn Haven. The applicant has requested, and the City Council by consensus shall defer the matter until September 22nd, 2020. So do we need a vote to remove this from? Okay, so we have a motion to
Mayor,
remove.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Ms. Messner did sign up on this item.
Okay.
Ms. Messner, would you like to speak on Westminster, the deferral?
The item is for deferral, Ms. Messner.
I'm aware. Of course. I listened to the argument on due process at the last meeting. Mr. Moss, when you speak, please don't yell. Okay, Westminster Canterbury, even though it's been withdrawn, it's not over. The private developers, Venture Realty, are working with a specific civic league. Developers should not be working with civic leagues, and neither should the planning people or city council. City council should work with all residents because all these projects affect everyone in the city. All these nonstop new projects and new short-term rentals. We have flooding, we have public safety, unbelievable traffic, flooding. It's nonstop conditional use permits and CIP taxpayer subsidies to private developers. It's discrimination and violation of our civil rights and rights to due process. Residents in one neighborhood are not the only people who drive on those streets, work in delivery to those homes, and are affected by increased traffic and servicing of cable, electric, water, sewer, storm drains, all these high-density projects. Our police and firemen have complained about lack of manpower and equipment for over 20 years. They cannot respond in a timely manner to protect and service all of these projects in the city. I appreciate, I held up a picture of storm drain at Eaglewood that was filled with sticks and all kinds of debris. That was cleaned. You have to come here and hold up a picture to get something done after years. Yeah. Mass flooding is a major problem, and this isn't the only project using that's taxpayer subsidized. So I appreciate being able to speak, and I want other people who are interested in this project, which has been deferred a few times, to know that if something is publicly advertised, you can show up and speak. Thank you.
Sir, that's all the speakers.
Okay, and I did neglect, I am opening a public hearing on, planning items. Okay, at this point, do we have a motion and a second? Okay, then we have to vote to
I don't have a
defer?
motion or a second yet.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second to defer? Okay, motion to defer, remove it, and Mr. Tower motioned and Mr. Rouse seconded, okay?
Mr.
And
Rouse,
the item is to
second.
remove it,
Thank you.
okay?
Councilmember Abbott?
This is to defer to
This is
September 22nd?
Defer to
Yes,
September
it's to defer
22nd.
to the 22nd.
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Aye. Councilmember Jones?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Abstain?
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Abstain.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-0 with 3 abstaining, you have deferred this item to September 22nd.
Okay, I guess at this point, we are now into planning items, and I asked the chair from the planning commissioner, Chair Oliver, for her consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We need to go over, we're going to discuss the items in advance of turning it over to Ms. Oliver.
Okay,
From the script.
okay. Okay, to provide information. Okay, once again, Madam Clerk, please identify those items where the applicant or only one speaker. Okay, is that, and
So at this-
then, and then we will do, okay, I'm a little confused here. This is a unique
Okay,
situation.
so we have multiple items where the applicant and one person has signed up. And
Okay.
so those items are,
Okay,
I just was going to identify
okay,
those.
at that point, yes,
Yes.
okay.
Planning item 2, planning item 3, 4. Actually, it may be easier to do the ones that aren't. We have multiple speakers on, how's that?
Okay.
Is that easier? 1, 5, 7, 8, and 11 have multiple speakers.
1,
All
5
other items have the applicant and one speaker opposed, and that's all. The same speaker.
1, 5, 7, and
1, 5, 7, 8, and 11 at this point.
okay, great. Okay, so we'll do the one speaker first going forward. Okay, Bobby?
We're going to do the one speaker only at this point, or Bobby, you want to come up first?
Yeah. I apologize for the confusion.
Thank you, members of council and mayor. I wanted to go over the planning items just so that the Planning Commission is aware of other concerns or issues that may come up where they may not be on the consent agenda. As far as the short-term rental requests, staff has addressed in the staff reports and changed the reports to reflect the new council recommendation condition that states that they will have no more than 2 per bedroom and 1 rental per week. The following applications do not agree with that change in the conditions. Those items are number 13, William J. Wright Jr. for short-term rental. Number 14, Carlin Creative Concepts LLC for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental. Number 15, Nathan Bowling for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental. As well as item number 25, Long Creek LLC for conditional use permits for short-term rentals for units 110, 111, 210, and 212. Because they do not, or they wish to either make their case and speak or do not agree with the condition, it is suggested to hear the items. Also, it is from the previous hearing that we must rehear, there was an item that was recommended for denial by the Planning Commission at the June 10th hearing, which is You Are Not Alone, which is item number 7. And it's up to the Commission if you would like to place that on your consent agenda, but just as situational awareness, that was an item that on a 4-4 vote that was recommended for denial at your previous meeting. As far as that, and for the Planning Commissioners, are there any other items that you would consider removing from the potential consent agenda? Yes.
Mr. Khan, item number 7 was on our consent, so now we're moving it to being heard, because that has multiple...
No, sir, I'm asking if the Commission, it's the will of the Commission, I'm just...
Mrs. Barnes said item number 7 was multiple speakers. 1, 5, 7, 8, and 11 had multiple speakers.
7 has just 1 speaker in opposition.
So we're going to hear that.
The council has a policy that if there's 1 speaker other than the applicant sign up to speak,
No.
it can be placed on the consent agenda and allow the speaker to come up and speak.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm so...
It's up to y'all.
Okay, Mr. Wood?
Ms. Barnes, I had 1, 5, 7, 8, and 11 as ones that had multiple speakers.
So let me go over this again. So multiple or the ones that have multiple speakers, 1, 5, 8, 11, 24, and that's all. Right? No. I'm sorry, 25. But 25 has only 1 speaker, so no. Don't.
Okay, so not 7.
Not 7, correct?
Not 7, no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Moss.
Good. But I think I heard Mr. Tahan saying that because items 7 and 13, 14, 15, and 25 have not agreed to the new conditions, that he was recommending that the Planning Commission pull those from consent and hear those. Did I get those numbers correct, Mr. Tahan?
Mr. Moss, that is 13, 14, 15, and 25 do not agree to the conditions. What I was bringing up for awareness for the commission, if they choose to hear it, is item number 7 at their previous hearing when they heard it, it was recommended for denial by the commission. So if it is up to the commission if they choose to place it on their consent agenda or to hear it.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Okay. Okay, at this point, do we have the 1 speaker?
So do you want me to call the speaker up? The 1
Okay.
speaker just...
All righty. At this time, the items will be pulled and be separately, and if anyone from either body would like to pull any item not previously identified from the consent agenda, If not, turn over to Commissioner Oliver to vote on the consent agenda.
We'll call
Okay.
the speaker first, though, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, Ms. Messner, if you'd come to the podium, the first item you'll be speaking, I'm sorry, Chair Oliver.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question here. Are we acting on both, part of both parties, the Planning Commission and the council, as far as pulling items?
Yes, if there are any other items that, that a member of either body would like to pull, they should be identified. They can be identified now.
All right.
Is there, yeah,
Yeah,
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 6, the Jacob Short application in the Bayside District.
Okay, add, item 6 will also be pulled. Ms. Henley?
I have some concern about item 2, and I'm thinking that it might be good if we defer it. What we are doing here is creating 2 lots, one that will be industrial, and these are on Holland Road, and the other will still be agriculturally zoned. It's going to be a flag lot with a 38-foot wide width flag, and then behind that will be agricultural land. Right now, it's got a use of paintball facility, and that makes sense maybe, but I'm worried about the future when we're going to be having an agricultural flag lot on Holland Road. I'm afraid we might be creating a nightmare for a future council, saying what in the world are we going to do with an agricultural flag lot on Holland Road? What are the proper uses? I'm thinking that we might want to make some type of restriction because most of it is wetland. Maybe it should be identified as not a buildable lot or something. But I really think this ought to be deferred and looked at to see just what we are creating before we create this lot on Holland Road that is going to be a problem for somebody in the future.
Okay.
Oh, if I could.
Okay.
I think Ms. Henley makes a good point. It reminds me of the property that we had over in SeaTac where they had the residential lot behind residential, and you may all, residential behind the industrial, and you may all remember how perplexing and difficult that was to deal with. So I think her point's on target.
Okay. So we'll pull that and then, put it on for deferral? Okay.
You'll need to get you'll need to pull it, have the public hearing, then the Planning Commission will make a recommendation, and they can and then after that, council can defer it if it chooses.
Okay. All right.
So can I call the speaker to the podium?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Ms. Messner?
Yeah, okay.
If you'll come to this.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think Vice Chair Wiener has one question for you.
Okay, so Ms. Barnes, I know we went through this earlier, but I'm kind of a little confused. So one speaker is going to talk on items that are going to be on our consent agenda, correct? That she has multiple items. Well, they have multiple items on the consent agenda, but they're still. So we'll go over that as they go through that item. We'll know what the consent agenda is going to be.
So at this point, the items I was going to ask Ms. Messner to come up and speak on are 3, 4, 7, unless you want that pulled.
That's
Ma'am?
no, leave it on there. Leave it on there. That's fine. Leave it on consent.
Thank you. 9, 10, 12.
12. That was on. We were going to hear 12. So we're moving that back to consent.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We were going to hear 12, or we're moving that back to consent.
I did not have 12 to be heard.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
Bobby, am I mistaken? Okay, 12. Okay, thank you. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
No, That's not planning. And that's all.
Okay.
So, Ms. Messner, if you come to the podium, please. The first item you're going to speak on is number 3. Kenneth Pruitt, King's Grant.
Yep. Mr. Wood.
I'm sorry.
Just don't chew into Ms. Messner's time just yet.
Yes.
Although they don't require planning commission consideration, is 26 also one speaker?
Yes. However, I was just going to ask that City Council move on that item separately so that we can keep the consent agendas the same.
Okay.
Ms. Messner, the first item you've signed up to speak on is item 3, Kenneth Pruitt, King's Grant, for modification of conditions.
Okay, before I even speak, this is a prime example of why planning should be separate. You spend so much time deciding. I mean, if you didn't have Ms. Barnes, she keeps it together and she knows who can speak when, and she gives you more help than anyone else. It's like, as I've said before, the director and his huge staff should have everything ready, and council should be reading this. Council should be aware of what's going on. You shouldn't be pulling and deferring. It's just absolutely convoluted mess, and I totally object to continually having these meetings joint. We have to deal with all of these people. They're 2 separate entities. Okay, and I'm not even sure who knows what's what, when we're coming back, you know, what's pulled. Okay, 3, Kenneth Pruitt, King's Grant Baptist Church. Modification, open air market, 873 Little Neck Road. Okay, all these open air markets are catchphrase for events. Started with Laura Haber, Crocs, and now it's an entire Vibe district. So why does a church need an open air market and a permit to have events? And I believe there's 30 some items today, and they're all sent for approval. So all of you should have read what, this should be just city council. Planning should not be here. They should give you the documents, and city council is responsible for deciding. But they all come with approval, and there's problems. You're deferring, and everything's come to you with an approval, and I don't know if any of you have reached out. You know, Mr. Jones has been to a few of these places. Okay, so I'm in opposition. Ms. Henley has brought up the fact that there are like 20 ordinances and we don't have staff. You don't find money for staff, and it's impossible for the health department or anyone else to have oversight over, you know, all the events that go on in the city and all the short-term rentals. Okay, that's item 3.
The next item is number 4, Seniors Unlimited Lifestyle for conditional use permit regarding housing for seniors and disabled persons.
Okay. Senior Unlimited Lifestyles, Inc., City of Virginia Beach, conditional use permit, housing for seniors and disabled persons. This is the Burton Station area, which I think Mr. Jones said he was concerned about that area. Yeah, this is the Bayside District. A lot of these disabled and senior housing, they've dropped it or raised it from 55 and up to 62 and up. And, you know, we really don't know, because of privacy concerns, how many people qualify. But I'm opposed because a lot of these projects are taxpayer subsidized by Economic Development Authority. Okay, that's 4.
The next item is number 7, You're Not Alone LLC for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental.
Right. 70th Street, we've gone over this a few times. Most of these are investment properties. We don't have very much left of affordable housing or 6-month or even yearly rentals because everyone is rushing for the gold rush to have short-term rentals. I oppose these. We're having a pandemic and shouldn't have 30-some items in a joint session to do all these things. Okay, is there anything else?
Yes, ma'am. Number 9, Atlantic Development Associates LLC for conditional use permit for short-term rental.
Okay, and I want to mention again that it was 885-page agenda. There's a meeting every single week. There's been a meeting almost every week. And very few people are aware of these meetings, that they're every week. You still have it on the city's page that it's like the first and third. So, okay. Conditional use permit, short-term rental, 56th Street, Lynn Haven District. That's Mr. Wood's district. You know, we're not saving the neighborhoods, and you know, there's been discussions about a limit to how many can even be considered for neighborhoods, because it shouldn't be an expansion of, you know, the hotel industry. There's just too many people coming into the city, and you've been without PPEs, and you know, it's the traffic and having strangers in a neighborhood. You know, it's just not a good thing, okay?
The next item is number 10, CEBT Properties for a conditional use permit regarding short-term rental on 64th Street.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
Number 10.
10. 64th Street. It's really weird the way that's divided, because most of the north end is Mr. Towers. I'm opposed for all of the reasons that Ms. Henley has stated, and I found it interesting that, you know, just 3 people, you know, abstained on one project, but many of y'all write letters and include them because you should abstain and you shouldn't be discussing these, but I'm opposed to all short-term rentals, and I'm opposed to having these combined meetings during a pandemic, because this is not COVID related, and we should not be having meetings every single week. Okay?
The next item is number 12, Ocean Rental Properties LLC for a short-term rental at 2216 Baltic Avenue.
Number 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ocean Rental Properties, another short-term rental. This has been going on for a long, long time. There's been a lot of meetings, and these have been approved, and there's, I think Mr. Tahan said there were 2,500 short-term rentals, and you cannot control the traffic, the crime in the city, the flooding, and a lot of these, you know, the owners are hiring people to manage the property. So I oppose all short-term rental approvals and consideration at this time.
Number 16, Don Wyatt for a short-term rental on Bayway Road.
Okay. Beach District, all of these are on approval, recommended by approval. It's pretty rare lately for anything to be denied by planning, who the city council appoints. You appoint planning, and you hire a director. All the stated reasons, we shouldn't be having these joint meetings. We shouldn't be approving these. Mr. Moss brought up, you know, how many people are losing their homes, and, you know, developers and realtors have been buying them up for years, but now they're buying them up to turn them into short-term rentals. Okay, I oppose. Okay, are there any more?
Yes, ma'am. The next one is number 17, New Jerusalem Church for short-term rental on Bishop Thorogood Avenue.
Yeah. This one's very, very interesting. New Jerusalem Church is part of SeaTac, and George Minns, when he was alive, tried to stop the commercialization of SeaTac. So this is a church, a very large church with a lot of property that wants to have short-term rentals. I oppose short-term rentals, and it's like, who isn't jumping on the bandwagon, the gold rush for these things? Okay, are there any more?
Yes, ma'am, several. The next item is 18, Austin Boils and Star Boils for a short-term rental on Baltic Avenue.
Okay. Yeah. I wish other people would show up and speak out. A lot of people post on Facebook, and a lot of people object and complain, but they don't show up. And okay, you said 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is Baltic Avenue, Beach District. There's a lot of flooding in that area. I brought this up before. Flooding, traffic, crime. It's amazing how, we still have crime, but there haven't been any protests lately. It just magically stopped. But yeah, I oppose all the short-term rentals, and I oppose the consideration at this time.
The next item is 19, McCleskey's and Associates, 19 A and B for short-term rental on 409 and 441 South Side Road.
Right. McCleskey and Associates, Cheryl McCleskey, they're one of the major landowners. Yeah, I oppose for all of the reasons stated.
Next item is number 20, McCleskey and Associates, Rudy Heights property for a short-term rental at 1405 Cypress Avenue, Unit A and B.
Right. Same, Cheryl McCleskey, I think we paid, what was it, $13 million for Pleasure House Point, which is all commercial now. Yeah, I oppose the landowners and select developers and property managers pretty much rule our oceanfront and keep the same council people in office. And I think it does apply because we haven't fixed crime, flooding, due process. We haven't fixed a lot of problems. Okay.
Next item is 21, Jade Vacations LLC, Joseph Clark for short-term rental at 329 25th Street.
Right. I vaguely remember that one. That's, been heard before, and it's a property manager. I think there should be somebody on site, and I don't think that all these residences and projects should be short-term rental, which I believe is, I believe Mr. Tahan said some people opposed the limit of 2 per bedroom because, depending on how many people you have, they're allowed so many cars, and it's traffic, it's strangers in everyone's neighborhood. I oppose it, and a lot of these things should just have been denied. Okay.
The next item is Andre Louise for a conditional use permit for short-term rental at 405 Atlantic Avenue.
Okay. And I assume that none of the people who are applying are here or speaking out electronically because they just assume that it'll be approved, which usually it is. 40th and Atlantic. Wow. Right near all the Cavalier projects and all the traffic and a lot of major crashes and problems at the north end now. Yes, I oppose. All right. 23?
The next item is 23, Prolific Properties for short-term rental at 1047 Coastway Drive.
Right. There are a lot of new projects. I'm not familiar with Coastaway Drive, but what's called, the beach used to be summer, winter rentals, and now all these huge projects and short-term rentals. It's just destroying the neighborhood. Some of the people who spoke out against some of these, including Ms. Parker, ex-council member, are part of the Beach Civic League. So I oppose. Okay, and 24 Terrace Avenue, that Shadow Lawn area, Beach District.
No, ma'am, that's going to be heard separately. Those are all the items that you're the only speaker signed up.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mesner. Okay, at this point, we will defer to, Chair Lady Oliver to, for your consent agenda. Okay, you were so.
I wasn't aware, Ms. Parker. Okay, so item 12, we have.
We'll be pulling item number 12.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you in favor, Ms. Parker? Okay. I apologize. I wasn't aware. So, Chair Oliver, would you like for me to recap the items for consent at this point?
That would be great.
3, 4, 7, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, A and B, 20, A and B, 21, 22, and 23.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wilson?
All right. So number 7, is it on consent for denial or approval?
There is no recommendation at this point. Planning Commission hasn't made a recommendation.
Okay.
Correct, Mr. Stiles?
Okay. Okay, Ms. Oliver?
Wait a second, that's right. So we have to make a recommendation, or y'all can't have on their consent. If we don't make a recommendation, they can't have on their consent.
Yeah, you have to move forward first, correct?
So if we didn't have a recommendation, if we don't act on it now, council has to make a recommendation. They just can't put on their consent.
I'm sorry, could you please turn your microphone on so we can...
So if we don't act on it now, and it stays on our consent, council can't keep it on their consent. They have to hear that one. Because there's no action on it. Or denial.
Yes, well, you're going to need to do something with it. Either you're going to be consent to approve, consent to deny, or you're going to pull it and hear it. And there'll be a recommendation before it gets to council. So we just don't know what we're putting it on consent for.
We should hear it then.
Okay.
We should hear it.
We'll just hear it.
We have to hear it.
It's,
So we're going to pull number 7.
Wait, hold a second. Or we just keep it on consent for denial.
Do that.
Yep, whatever your choice is.
Let's keep it on consent now and let council.
Okay. Okay, they can't hear it. Okay, no problem.
so we're going to go ahead.
Keep it on consent.
We're going to go ahead and keep it on consent as it was denied, and we'll go ahead and move it towards council.
So the consent agenda for number 7 is to deny.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just need a motion in a second.
But we need to do the consent agenda.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
I don't think the applicant's here.
I'm sorry, the applicant is here, so
Yeah,
we
you're
would
gonna
need to hear that one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
We need to hear it.
Which number?
Okay.
Sorry, so we'll pull number 7.
Number 7, okay.
So you want to move forward on the consent agenda
Yeah.
with all the numbers except for number 7?
Thank you.
I apologize.
Gotcha. All right. So the next order of business will be to address those that have been placed on the consent agenda, and the Vice Chair, Commissioner Weiner, will take this portion of our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for approval on the consent agenda items number 3, 4, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18, 19A, 19B, 20A and B, 21, 22, and 23.
Second.
Okay.
Dave,
Go ahead.
Are you ready for the vote?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Alcaraz is absent. Commissioner Barnes?
Aye.
Commissioner Costin? Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 9 to 0 to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, thank goodness for vice chairs and vice mayors. Mr. Wood.
Okay.
Bring rhyme and reason to chaos sometimes. Yeah.
All right, as I try to wade through the council consent agenda, I have one question, it's either for Mr. Tejan, who looks like he left. Oh, can't get away that quickly, or Mr. Stiles. So on the short-term rentals on the consent agenda, those items have the new conditions embedded in them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we don't need to make a modification. We don't have to, as part of the consent agenda, we don't have to do the modification. It's already embedded in here.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay.
That's how the commission voted on it.
That's what I need. So, Mr. Mayor, so I address council from items 3, 4, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Does anyone on council wish to vote nay on any of these? Ms. Henley?
Yes, I will be voting nay on the short-term rentals.
So every short-term rental is going to be a nay.
Right, as I have stated before, my reasons are the same.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move for approval under the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I've got to read it.
Oh, go ahead and read them first. I'm just jumping the gun a little bit here.
Everybody sit back and relax.
Long night up here, I tell you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move for approval on the consent agenda. Item 3, Kenneth R. Pruitt, Kings Grant Baptist Church, modification conditions, Ray Open Air Market at 873 Little Neck Road. Item 4, Seniors Unlimited Lifestyles Incorporated, City of Virginia Beach for conditional use permit, Ray Housing for Seniors and Disabled Persons at 1015 and 1020 Finney Circle and 5387 and 5841 Burton Station Road. Item 9, Atlantic Development Associates LLC, conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 112A 56th Street, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Item 10, CEBT Properties LLC for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 201 64th Street, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Item 16, Dawn Wyatt for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 609 Bayway Road, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Item 17, New Jerusalem Church for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 101 Bishop Thurgood Avenue, noting Ms. Henley voting nay. Item 18, Austin Boyles and Star Boyles conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 1804 Baltic Avenue, Unit E, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Item 19, McCleskey and Associates FWM, Residential Rental Properties LLC, conditional use permit, Ray short-term rentals at A 409 Southside Road, B 441 Southside Road, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Item 20, McCleskey and Associates Rudy Heights Properties LLC for conditional use permits, Ray short-term rentals at 1405 Cypress Avenue, Unit A, Unit B, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Item 21, Jade Vacations LLC, Joseph Clark, conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 329 25th Street, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Number 22, Andreas Lozo for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 102, noting that Ms. Henley is voting nay. Prolific Properties, number 23, LLC for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 1047 Coastaway Drive, Noting Ms. Henley's voting nay. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for...
Second.
And we have a second, Ms. Wilson. Okay. Could we, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Henley? Okay. Aye.
Ms. Henley,
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you approve the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wood, noting Ms. Henley's nay votes on short-term rentals.
Okay, at this point, we'll move on to the planning items. Okay, and the first one is item 1, McLaren Investments LLC for a variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations, raise subdivide parcel into 2 lots and construct 2 single-family dwellings at 1129 Flobert Drive, District 2, Kempsville.
Mayor, for the first item, one of the speakers is by WebEx, and we have had a technical issue where it's disconnected, so can we move to item
Okay, move on
2
to
first?
item 2 then, at this point.
Please?
Okay, and this is going to be, what Mrs. Henley talked about a deferral for Atrice Lee Richard Jr., trustee of Atrice Lee Richard Jr., revocable living trust for a conditional change of zoning from AG1 Agricultural District to 1-1 Light Industrial, raise subdivide into 2 lots and rezone Lot A, and a variance to Section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations, rate minimum lot area and lot width for Lot B at 2968 Holland Road, District 7, Princess Anne.
Mr. Burdon, will you identify yourself, please?
Madam Chair of the Planning Commission, honorable members of the Planning Commission, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, and honorable members of the City Council. For the record, I'm Eddie Burdon, I'm Virginia Beach attorney, and I'm here tonight representing the Richards family. They are here in attendance at this hearing that was deferred from back on August the 4th. And I'm prepared to make a presentation. The Planning Commission has unanimously recommended this application. Staff has as well. I'd like to have an opportunity to address Mrs. Henley's concerns. I think I may know what they are, but this came up as a bit of a surprise. So if you all want to hear it, I think that's the right thing to do, because I think given what Mrs. Henley said in her previous suggestion of a deferral, the subject property that she's speaking of, the flag lot, is encumbered by a Navy ACUS easement that precludes it being used for residential and anything essentially other than agriculture, open space, or industrial. And the properties around it, including what's proposed in front of it as far as zoning, are similarly zoned and similarly used. But the Fox Paintball has been there for 13, 14 years, a family business, very successful. They've been wanting to buy the property for some time. The front of the property, which is the subject of the rezoning to industrial, is not covered by the easement that the Navy has. They stopped at the line that we're using for the subdivision line. And therefore, so that will not be residential, staff has asked, and that's what we provided, a industrial rezoning on that it cannot be residential. But I understood that Ms. Henley was concerned about something to do with the flag lot, which can not be anything other than what it is, or something industrial that would require a rezoning to have to come before this body. So I'm not really sure what condition might be thought to be necessary. I would like to at least have that conversation before we agree to defer if it's necessary. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but
Okay.
It's just that anticipating that time in the future when perhaps it's not being used for paintball, what else could it be used for? When you say it can only be used for agricultural, that really has a lot of possibilities. It's not just open space. So perhaps if it were to be, you said the Navy would only allow it to be used for what uses?
it has a restrictive easement that was purchased on it, just like thousands of other acres the Navy has acquired restrictive easements over to protect NAS Oceana. And it is basically light industrial. It's same as exists all from that point in Holland Road up towards Dam Neck Road and on along the southern areas around the base, the Taylor Farm and all those other properties. They're all restricted by, or a substantial portion of them are restricted by specific in perpetuity easements that were acquired by condemnation. In this case, it was in the early 80s. The Richards have owned the property for over 70 years. The Navy acquired those restrictive easements or covenants on the portion of the property with the exception of the access that we're creating for the paintball or future use. So it cannot, I would suggest there is no possibility that property could be used for a use that's other than agricultural or light industrial per those restrictions. Most of that property is floodplain and wetlands. So you've got that layer of restrictions as well. So it's hard for me to conceive, and I'm certain your staff would concur, that there would be something in the future that would go on that property. I guess it couldn't go on there without getting a rezoning, again, unless it's something that's a permitted use in an agricultural district. And it's really not farmland. It's mostly, obviously, wooded. And that's why it's perfect for the paintball use.
Well, I don't think this indicated that it had the Navy restriction on it, but very likely the Navy restriction is going to take out those uses that would be allowed in agricultural, that would be objectionable. So I think that probably covers. I didn't know if there needed to be other restrictions because there's less than 3 acres of buildable land on this. And
right. But there's 3 acres of buildable land.
Is covering that.
Yes, ma'am. The buildable acreage on that flag lot can only be used, and again, it can only be used for, like you exactly correctly stated, those uses that are potentially permitted in the ag district would not, I think you would find objectionable or not going to be permitted under the ACU's easement that the Navy holds over that property.
Okay, well, if the Navy restriction is there, that is
yes,
what
ma'am.
was not clear here. So thank you very much for making that clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter.
Okay.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner.
Okay. Eddie Burdon is a regular. Okay. I don't know how many people, other than Ms. Henley and Mr. Jones and some residents, are familiar with the Green Line. We weren't supposed to have development past the Green Line. And Ms. Henley's the only one that's even objecting right now. There were 3 people before. It didn't matter, but, you know, at least 3 people, I think Mr. Moss and Mr. Jones were objecting before, because there's major problems with flooding, with car accidents. The city paid $11 million for Thompson Pumps for Asheville Park. I'm just waiting. Those 11 million pumps are used all over the city at the oceanfront for the sports center, sports facility. You're just moving the water in You know, between Owls Creek and all these other projects, everything's flooding. Anybody who's driven on these roads knows that they're falling apart. Virginia Beach Boulevard, and I think it's Eureka, I just saw the pumps over there pumping out sewage and the roads blocked. There's construction everywhere. Yeah, I oppose to these meetings. I oppose to everything being approved by planning, knowing, and everyone agreeing, knowing that you don't have staff to enforce any of the 20 ordinances. That's pretty incredible. You're all liable for any problems, but then, you know, hardly anything happens. And I don't know how many other items there are, but I'm asking you again, I've asked you before, do not have a meeting on election day. We have enough problems. You know, the city employees and people that want to work the polls, you know, should be able to vote, and you should not be having a meeting on election day. Thank you.
That's all the speakers.
Okay, Mrs. Henley?
Well, no, it needs
Oh,
to go to
rebuttal?
Planning Commission first. Unless Mr.
Oh,
Bedard.
planning, my apologies.
Again, members of the Planning Commission, members of the City Council, I'll be very brief. Just for the edification of everyone involved who may be watching, this property is nowhere near the Green Line. This property is just south of Dam Neck Road. The proposal does not involve the increase of impervious surface on this property by 1 square inch. Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's all the speakers.
okay, planning?
Thank you, Mr. Badon. All right, so we're going to close this and open it up for discussion and/or a motion. Yes, Mr. Redmond.
Madam Chairwoman, I move approval of the application.
I second.
Okay. Can you call
Sorry,
for the question?
who was the second? That was pretty, Mr. Horsley, thank you. Are you ready for the vote?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Commissioner Barnes?
Aye.
Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein's absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wiener?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 9-0, you've recommended approval.
Okay, at this point, Mrs. Henley?
I move approval for item 2.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. To have a second?
Second.
By Ms. Wilson. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten? Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've approved the item of Treese Lee Richard, Jr., trustee of the Revocable Living Trust.
Okay, thank you. I think we're moving on to item number 5 now, Wolf Brother Events.
Mayor, can we go back to number 1?
Oh, back to number 1?
Yes, our WebEx
Okay,
is back up.
we're reverting back to number 1. McLaren Investments LLC for a variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations, subdivide the parcel into 2 lots and construct 2 single-family dwellings at 1129 Floberg Drive, District 2, Kempsville.
Is the applicant or anyone representing the applicant in attendance? They did not register with us. Okay. Sir, if you come up, would you like to make a statement? And if you'll state your name for the record, please.
John McLaren. Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council, for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate it. I'm here today to seek approval to subdivide the property at 1129 Florbert Drive. The home has been severely damaged by fire. The previous owner did not have homeowner's insurance on the property, and so it is an eyesore for the neighborhood at the moment. I have received overwhelming support from the neighbors. I sent mailings to all of the nearby neighbors. I think 6 have replied in writing, consenting to the project, and many of them with gratitude and overwhelming support for tearing down that property and building 2 beautiful homes there. This property currently is only 2 square feet short of being able to be subdivided without approval of you guys today. And I really feel like this is a win-win, definitely for the neighborhood, the city of Virginia Beach, increased tax revenue, and for those reasons, I hope you will support the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one speaker who had registered via WebEx. I don't see her on the list, but Dora Fountain. Ms. Fountain, are you in attendance? I don't see her signed up in the WebEx either. The only other speaker we have is Barbara Messner. Ms. Messner?
In 2012, the city started form-based code, and since then, people apply, and then you have variance modifications, or you amend the code. Subdividing a parcel into 2 lots and constructing 2 single-family developments, that's high density. There's hardly any trees. Everything that you're approving to be built, there's hardly any land. All of this adds to traffic, flooding, and more work for public works. You just said you care about public works. Their workload has increased tenfold since 2015. So, yeah, this is Kempsville. Ms. Abbott is more concerned about the developers than the neighborhoods. She's been approving all of these. All of you are approving all of these. Anyway, I object to people modifying and building 2 single-family dwellings in neighborhoods. Thank you.
That's all the speakers.
Okay, Planning Commission?
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and close this for discussion and/or a motion, please. Do you have a motion?
Ms. Oliver, this was on our consent agenda, and as Mr. McLaren said, he's short 2 square feet. So this will be done by right, so I would like to move for approval of item number 1.
Do you have a second, please?
Second.
A call for the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Alvarez absent. Commissioner Barnes stepped out, so I'll note him absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wiener?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-0, you have recommendations for approval.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Abbott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to make a couple comments before I move for approval. I would agree with the applicant in his sentiment. I drive this street every day to work, and the house that exists there is in fact badly damaged. I think the design that they've submitted is in keeping with the overall look of the neighborhood. Many of those homes were ranch-style homes, but have slowly been either reconfigured or demoed and rebuilt on that street to begin with. So I think this is an interesting part of the neighborhood that's kind of in transition, and I'm sure that the neighbors would be appreciative of removing what is currently there. So I would move to approve.
Okay, have a second? Okay, Mr. Moss is the second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember
Or
Abbott?
discussion?
I'm
I'm sorry. Anybody else? Okay. Madam
Councilmember
Clerk?
Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones? Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, approve the application of McLaren Investments LLC.
Okay, thank you. Now I believe we're moving on to number 5, Wolf Brothers Events for a conditional use permit, Ray Assembly use at 1145 Princess Anne Road, District 7, Princess Anne.
R.J. Nutter representing the applicant. Mr. Nutter?
Excuse me. Thank you, Amanda. For the members of council, planning commission, for the record, my name is R.J. Nutter. It's a pleasure being here. First, let me say I apologize to members of the planning commission who heard this about 2 months ago, so forgive me for repeating much of what I would have otherwise said to you 2 months ago. So in addition to that, we have provided a booklet, I hope each of you have it on the council, of over 60 letters of support for this application from area residents, both in the Punga area and throughout the course of the city. But I'd like to begin by just telling you a little about the application and the applicant, because both are highly respectable and deserve your support. First, the applicants are Jeff and Dan Wolf. They're brothers. They're Virginia Beach residents long-term. They went to Kempsville High School. You'll find some of the letters in your package were from people they knew in high school and have grown up and lived here today, and support them. And frankly, have testified to their character as good people, honest, and good people to have in our city operating businesses. Now, what they propose to do is an assembly use. They filed this application in July of last year, and having met with staff, the Department of Agriculture and other departments, moved forward with the application. It's unique in many ways. It's the only application for an assembly use that has as many restrictions as this does. It is over 1,300 feet from Princess Anne Road, and there's a map in the back of your booklets, if you'd like, that shows the exact distances from the area homes. It is 1,300 feet from Princess Anne Road. The assembly use would be located behind an existing home and existing barn. It is not even visible from Princess Anne Road. It has sufficient parking for over 200 cars on site. In fact, it's a unique area where the paddock was for the horses that used to be born there. It allows for perfect parking situation and serves the stormwater purpose as well. They have 3 stormwater ponds on the property today, and the feature itself is located in the rear of the property, oriented toward a large wetland property in the back. In fact, of the 63 acres, about 40 acres of the site is in fact wetland area, wooded wetland area and estuary. So that's where this feature is oriented. The other part about this part is if you look at it, it really, while it's zoned agricultural, it is really a subdivided flag lot for residential. It has a long driveway, a long narrow driveway. It has woods in the front, woods in the back, a home in the middle, and only about 5 to 7 acres of this property could be used for agriculture, which means that this isn't going to be a parcel that has long-term agriculture use in any regard. It's going to, but not having said that, what they've done, they've reached a contract with, Bennett Creek Nurseries to plant lavender. And this will become a lavender farm where they're able to do that. And this will be the only farm like it in Virginia Beach. Bennett Creek will be supplying the product. They'll be refining it, treating it, and selling it. So in addition to this use, there'll be the agriculture use, and they will live on the property full time. The conditions that staff has recommended were 50 events, public events a year. We reduced that down to 30. Staff recommended not to exceed 250 people in an event. We lowered that down to 150. We did say that for 5 events, however, could be up to 250. And the reason is you're going to hear from people, many people in Pungo who live there, work there, and are born and raised there, wanted their events there. The first group that came to them wanted an event for 300 people. They were Pungo residents. We told them no, we could only allow up to 250, and they've agreed to restrict their wedding, if this is granted, to 250 people. But we've restricted ourselves in every instance beyond what staff originally recommended to you. Now, when this went to Planning Commission, we had 2 members of support. We were asked originally to defer it, which we did voluntarily at the request of the commission for 9 months, because the staff said, the commission members said, the agriculture committee said we wanted to have a consideration of a new ordinance. So we sat there for 9 months 9 months, and no ordinance. So finally, we went forward, even though we had voluntarily stopped our work on the project, went forward only to find that then there was still opposition from the ag group. In fact, we were told there'd be an ordinance in August. There was no ordinance in August. There will be no ordinance in August. So what you have an application before you that complied with the ordinance that's there today, complies with the ordinance that's been here for 20 years, and complies with the only ordinance in effect today. Nothing on the books. So, but what happened after the Planning Commission, and some of you, for those of you who don't know, 2 of the members of the Planning Commission who voted for us weren't here tonight. So it's regrettable for us, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. But at any rate, following the Planning Commission meeting, we were swamped with letters, emails, and phone calls in support. In fact, they were virtually angry at the way we were treated at the Planning Commission. Some of them have written letters, some of them are here today. But I wanted to let you know that that kind of response is unusual. I've only happened once over my career. But it'll let you know there's a lot of public support out there. In addition to that public support, I'll tell you we have 60 letters in your package, and I won't repeat all of them, but they remain from the Chamber of Commerce, needs to support public goods strong businesses. They're made from people who want to have weddings here, who are tired of driving out of this area for those weddings. They talk about people who, this was repeated several times, preserving the rural nature of Southern Virginia Beach while increasing tax revenue. That repeated over and over through these letters. And today, I'm happy to tell you, I'll ask them to stand briefly before I go to my conclusion. We have, I believe, a large number of people here, many of which will not testify, thankfully, but many here support this application. So I'd ask you to stand if you would. Thank you very much. So, yes, there's opposition, but not from everyone. This is a community event. This is a needed event. And it's an event, frankly, that celebrates one of the best days in people's lives, as I've said before. This is a time when families come together and bring up memories. They're married here, they're happy here, and that's something we should applaud without disturbing the land. Without disturbing the land. So, in conclusion, you have an application for assembly use, and you've granted these before, that has the greatest amount of parking on site. It has the greatest separation of distance from homes, over 1,000 feet and 1,200 feet to the closest homes. And it has the greatest distance from public right-of-way. All of that, a large amount of public support, and need not forget your staff report. Staff looked at this every way, 6 ways from Sunday, and they support this vigorously. We're happy to have their support, and when they support something, they're required to check in with various departments, make sure we comply with all the regulations, both building code and your zoning ordinance and comp plan. So it comes to you with a very strong recommendation, strong public support, including the Chamber of Commerce. And they're here tonight. They're not speaking. They've submitted the letter to you. So I'd ask you to grant this application to hometown people who are using local contractors, who have submitted an application that deserves your support. And that's about all I can say right now. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think Ms. Oliver, and I guess Mr. Mayor as well, I'm not sure how this works, so you'll bear with me. I'm new at this myself, Mr. Mayor.
So are we.
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Nutter?
I have a question.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Nutter, I drove down there
yes, sir.
Before the meeting this afternoon, and it appeared to me that it was kind of on a curve, the entrance to the property.
Not so much, sir. There's a curve up the way, but as you know, one of the nice parts about this, we have a very wide, in fact, it exceeds your current requirements for an access way to this type of use, driveway today. So it's really not on a curve. The other nice thing will help you, Mr. Jones, is that the people who come to these weddings are usually off-peak hour drivers. So and also the staff reports on page 4 that the traffic capacity of this road is less than half of what its current capacity is today.
Is there any provision being made for some way to get the cars off of the road there, off of the main drive, before they turn into the property itself?
We've talked to staff about the possibility of a turn lane at that location. We have a little room there on our property, not much. But frankly, because it's a long driveway, about 1,100 feet, we're able to bring cars in pretty easily and move them way back to the back very quickly. So unlike the Kellum application, which is right up there, right on the front, this one has an 1,100-foot driveway and parking for 200 in the back. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. My pleasure, Mr. Jones.
Anyone else? Any questions?
No. Mr. Wall.
Just the question is, the uses of horse, are they stabling horses there? Are they going to continue?
We were stabling, the previous owner did stable horses there, but as they moved forward with the application, they felt like that might not be the best use on the site, although there are horses next door and they don't seem to be bothered. I neglected to mention, we also have the support of both adjacent property owners, one of whom is here tonight. In fact, she drove from South Carolina today, Mrs. Darden, to be here to testify before you. The other property owner did not want to come to the long meeting, but did sign a list. Mr. and Ms. Henderson signed a letter of support for the application. So we have the support of both adjacent property owners and a large amount of support, as you can see, throughout the community, many of which are Pungo longtime residents. Some of whom will speak to you tonight. We have 5 additional speakers in support of the application in addition to myself. Mr. Wall, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if we can, Mr. Barnes, and then. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Barnes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Nutter, do you know the Dudley family?
I'm sorry?
The Dudley family, they're adjoining property owner. Do you know, did you contact them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Sir?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. They sent me a text today. They're opposing it. You
Well-
said the adjoining property owners, so did you mean them?
I only know we reached out to them. I can ask my client for a little bit more detail. But
Well, I mean, they sent me a text today.
Yeah.
And told
Well,
me.
they didn't reach out to us.
Are there any animals on the farm?
No, sir, we have no animals. I said we do
Yeah,
have we're growing lavender.
But yet it's a farm.
Yes, sir, we're growing, in this case, the crop is lavender. It's not your traditional farm, as I've indicated to you.
Well, there's all kinds of farms.
I agree with you.
But in order to qualify as a farm, you have to be making money at it, or at least attempting.
Right. Well, this
At
is
at that activity.
Yes, sir.
You understand it.
Yeah.
You just say I'm a farm, you know. And
They'll be making money from the lavender operation.
what, sir?
They'll be making money from the lavender operation. They already have
Will be.
they have a
Well,
contract with Bennett's Creek.
You can't bet on will be. You know, I could say, I'm going to make money on corn this year, and we get a storm, and we don't.
Well, except
You
Mr.
know,
Barnes,
so it can't be that. It has to be established. You know, you have to.
actually, Mr. Barnes, not to argue with you, but there's no requirement that they do anything like that.
No,
There's-
sir. I said in order for it to be a farm, it can be zoned as agriculture,
Yes, sir.
but that doesn't make it a farm.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right.
So I mean, there's some questions about it. I'll ask them later, maybe.
I understand. Mr. Rouse?
Okay, can we, yeah, Mr. Ralph, yeah.
Just had a question. In your application, you just mentioned about a lavender farm. Can you expand on that?
Yes, sir. There's not a lot of room to grow things on the property right now because of if that's hard to see with that behind the blue area back there. But the mostly the good part of the farm is where the home is located, where the driveway is located. But we have contracted with Bennett's Creek to grow lavender there, and we're very excited about it because that's a product that's needed in this market, and we're very excited about introducing it to the market.
You say you have a contract with them?
Yes, sir. With Bennett's Creek, it's actually written a letter in your package indicating that as well.
Thank you.
So we're not bluffing, if you will, sir.
Okay, planning?
I think Mr. Redmond?
Yes, sir.
I know you feel strongly about this. We've talked about it 100 times.
Yes, sir.
But I take issue with something you said. You said that there was a groundswell of support after the Planning Commission based on how they were treated at Planning Commission. I was there, and I remember it was a very cordial meeting, and I believe that the applicant was treated very fairly. So I don't know what that would be, but I mean, I know you didn't prevail, and you would like to have prevailed, but
Sure. Mr. Redmond,
I felt like I thought that we
fully
were very
understand.
fair and cordial in our conversation, so we'll take it back.
I understand. I have no regret. I took for the vote with the Planning Commission. I have no regret. You're always very cordial. I think they just felt like, I shouldn't speak for all the people who called. They've written letters. I'll let them speak for themselves. But they're not used to this process, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just trying to suggest maybe the rationale for the reasoning, for their thoughts. But I can tell you, we got a lot of support from people who never come forward, who I'd never met, and who've never met the Wolf Brothers. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Wilson.
So, Mr. Nutter,
Yes,
where's
ma'am.
the letter from the neighbor that couldn't be here, that wasn't here tonight but lives next door?
Yes, sir. There are 5 speakers here in addition to myself, one of whom is the neighbor who drove from South Carolina.
Right. But you
yes,
said
Miss-
the other neighbor was in.
Oh, she wrote a letter. That's the Hendersons. Mr. and Miss Henderson, I think it's toward the beginning of your package. I'll try to look for it real quickly. But yeah, they wrote a letter in support. They did come to the first Planning Commission member meeting as well, Miss Wilson, excuse me. I don't want to take your time looking for it. I'll look while the other speakers, but they have written a letter in support, and they're the home right in front of it.
Thank you. Is it the back?
Oh, I'm advised, Ms. Wilson, that it's the last letter. Forgive me. And
Okay, Mr. Tower, do you have a question? No. Okay. Okay,
Oh,
Mr.
thank you.
Bellucci.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nutter, I'm glad the graphic is on the screen. So based on the photographs, I see there's a very large field, and that's where the parking lot will be installed?
Yes,
is that
sir.
correct?
That's correct.
And so I assume there'll also be there will be a barn on that space and potentially maybe tents during the events. Would that be correct?
No, they're not wouldn't be using tents.
Okay.
This would be about a $2.5 million building, fully insulated, air conditioned. It's quite an investment on their part.
And then it appears to be a number of trees on the
Yes, sir.
property as well. So where will the lavender farming occur?
Sorry, it would run along the length of the driveway from Princess Anne Road all the way back to where the driveway is to the home.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And by the way, we've had several people come out and talk about the lavender and how nice they think that would look and smell.
Yeah.
Those purple flowers during the course of the year. Yes, I'm sorry.
Planning and then Ms. Emily.
Mr. Barnes? Did you have a question, Mr. Barnes?
Me?
Yes.
Mr. Nutter, you're talking about lavender. What type of lavender is that? There's several kinds.
There are, and it's a kind that Bennett's Creek recommended that says grows especially well in these soil types.
To do what with? What are you going to do with the lavender?
They're going to take that and take it down into the oils and sell it for oils.
You're
Lavender scents and oils.
Do you know where the nearest processing facility is for that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Where?
It's going to be in the first barn that's right there.
No, I mean for the oil extraction.
Yes, sir. I think that's the location.
I can't hear what this. Mr. Barnes, could you get closer to your phone? Some of us down at the other end can't hear you.
Mr. Barnes, if
we're
you'll
having trouble
speak into
hearing.
the mic.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I think you were asking about the lavender extraction process.
I said, where's the near? Are you going to do it there, or are you going to send it off
No, sir. It's being done there on the property.
on the property?
There's the first barn has been converted into area for that to occur.
I don't think that's going to be very profitable for you, because there's a lot of it grown in North Carolina, and they grow it on very large acreage. Well, good luck.
Yes, well, thank you, sir.
In fact,
Yes.
We hope you'll buy some.
I doubt it. I don't know what I'd do with it, actually.
Mr. Horsley?
I'm sorry, Mr. Horsley.
Mr. Nutter,
Yes,
I
sir.
think, I think the idea of what these people want to do is very fine. It's just the fact that there's a piece of agricultural property, zoned agriculture,
Yes, sir.
that people want to come in and put a pretty extensive commercial operation in, right in the heart of the agricultural community. And, you know, I think that's a wonderful thing to do, but I just don't think it's the right location for it because, I mean, it's a beautiful piece of property, but it's a small piece of property. I mean, you got 60-some acres, but you admitted it's 40-some of it. It's in marsh and swamp that you can't do anything with.
Right.
But look at it and swat the mosquitoes or hope they can stay in the woods. But, you know, that's the main problem that the agriculture community sees is that we've got agriculture operations going on down there, and we got an agricultural zone property, which is less expensive, even though all land is expensive. It's less expensive than commercial or industrial property. So they feel like people coming down buying agricultural land and then putting in a commercial business is probably not the best interest of the industry of agriculture. And, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion on that. And, you know, just like you and I just talked about this many times. But I think that's the whole thing is that, you know, and the roads, I mean, people say the roads are fine. They're half capacity and all that. Well, the people that travel that road every day, that run the farm equipment up and down it every day, find out it's not very much under capacity because when they were running farm equipment down there, and I'm sure some of these people that are here, if they live down there, I'm not sure all of them live down there, but some of them do, I'm sure.
Sure, yes, sir.
You know, they're going to get in these long lines of traffic behind tractors that go up and down Princess Anne Road, or combines, or grain trucks, or whatever. And there's a lot of that goes up and down that road.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's just, I mean, you know, I haven't heard anybody say that they don't like the idea of what it is. It's just think that the location that they want to put it in is not in the best interest of the industry of agriculture. Now, that's what we hear from farmers. I mean, Steve and I have been criticized. How do y'all know what farmers say? Because we listen to them. That's the reason we hear from farmers down there. And you know, and you can have weddings down there. A Saturday afternoon wedding is beautiful with the lavender and all that stuff. But if a crop duster goes over top of the head, the mother of the bride is not very happy. And or if the neighbor next door happens to be combining soybeans when they're doing it and the dust is flying, they're not very happy. So it's those things that just don't gel with the industry of agriculture.
May I respond, Mr. Horsley? I think that these type uses have been set all around the state in circumstances just like this, very successfully. In fact, you're going to hear from some people tonight who know about a couple of those. But these have been proven very successful in those situations. And I'd also point out, as I indicated quite honestly, this is zoned agricultural, but it's very limited agricultural capability on the site. The properties on the properties to the right of Ms. Darden's property is used as a horse farm. So we don't, I mean, if a plane flies over, I can't help that. A plane can fly over from the Aviation Commission as well. But this is a nice event. It's indoors. It's designed for that way. And frankly, you don't want to have a barn wedding in the middle of an intersection that might not have those features. You want to be out in the rural area, be in nature. That's what the brides and the families are looking for. So I think I would suggest to you that it's a perfect site for it because it's not in the middle of the big fields. It's back in the back of where the wetlands are, which you're not going to be flying planes over that anyway. So it's got a lot of the perfect criteria for it in this process. So, but I understand that, and I just
well,
wish...
you're building a conference center is what it amounts to, you know.
Well, it's a 5,000 square foot barn that you can have events in. Yes,
well,
sir.
not many barns are air conditioned and heated either.
Yeah, well,
not many. There are a few, but not many.
Yes, sir.
But you know, and like I say, you know, to cut to the chase, that's the main thing. And I'm sure I see people taking notes out there, what Don said or whatever. It's fine, you know, but I'm just telling you, to cut to the chase, this is the biggest thing. And then when if this one gets approved, then I know that there's several more people out there with the same idea that want to do it on these little small roads that are in the southern end of the city. Prince Anne's one of the bigger ones. And then you got some other smaller roads out there. And it's just not conducive to putting a lot of event traffic on.
That's why, Mr. Horsley, we agreed to voluntarily defer this to let you all write an ordinance so you could if that was your concern, you wouldn't have that long-term effect. But at some point, you have to go forward when no ordinance was coming forward.
Well, the ordinance, you know, there was a group that met and tried to come up with an ordinance.
Yes, sir.
And the idea about this is it first originated from farmers.
Right.
Who had ideas of trying to have a little added income because farming is not the most lucrative business out here. But some of them had said people would come to their produce stands pretty much and said that we'd like to come up, will you have a wedding out here? And so they approached us. And they went all the way to Richmond to get it passed by the state to do it under the agritourism ordinance.
Right.
But the state said, no, we don't want any parts of it. And they had said some areas they had tried to do this. It wasn't very successful, and they had problems arise. So they said, no, you all handle it locally. Sure. So when we came back in the ag community and the ag department set up meetings, and we started trying to come up with ideas of what we thought would work. And, you know, a number. Give us a number. Somebody said, give us a number. Well, one day we had a meeting in the ag department with the planning staff and the ag staff and Steve and I, and we sat there and talked for an hour and a half, and we said, best thing to do is forget it. We eliminate it because there's no number that we can put. You can do 4. I mean, everybody can do 4 events. I think it's 4. It's either 3 or 4. 4. Zoning administrator said, you can do 4. You can apply for 4. Anybody can. Right. You know, apply for 4. It said, if they want to do that, let them have 4 a year and see how they get along with that. So that was what we'd end up with. But since then, it wasn't the ag people that delayed this whole thing. It was the pandemic that we've been in. It affected so much. When they met, the Ag Advisory Commission couldn't meet. So this thing got shoved down the road. And last Ag Advisory Commission, they had a lengthy discussion on it. And they decided that by October, they're trying to have something that they really want to put forward because they realize that maybe eliminating it all may not be the best interest.
Right.
So that's the reason they're reworking and Ms. Wilson, she's not here tonight, but she was at the meeting when we talked about that. So, I mean, we're not trying to create animosities.
No, sir.
We're trying to come up with something that the community can live with. And the farming community just, you know, says 1 may be fine, but how about the next 1, 2, or 3 that are going to come next? And they're going to come.
And that's why we defer.
And then at the end of 10 years, when the trend of wanting to get married in the country or in a barn gets over with, you're going to have these big barns that we're going to have to find another use for.
Well,
so that's just my 2 cents worth, and I'm sure some people are going to want to say something about that too.
I understand. I respect your opinion, Mr. Horsley, but I do know that not all the farmers were opposed to it. Some of them have written letters. Some are going to speak tonight. Many think this is a perfect use for property that highlights the agricultural rural area of the city without jeopardizing it and turning it some taxable property as well. So, because this property is not in the ARP program, I wanted to point that out. It's not in the ACUS area. There's a big restrictions down there. And in fact, the request at the General Assembly was to put it in the ARP program. That's what failed by 2-to-1 margin. And there was 102 farms down there that could have put it in the ARP program. And over 10,000 acres, just at 10,000 acres, I should say. So that's what failed. But there was actually an attempt by the farming community or somebody in the community to do this as agritourism in the ARP program. That's why it failed, I think, in the General Assembly. This is not in the ARP program. We're too small for that, and we have not in the ACUS area as well. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mrs. Henley.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll have more to say later on, but I just want to clarify a couple of points. But I think you're kind of off base on the General Assembly doesn't have anything to do with our ARP program. But I was going back to the questions about adjoining property owners and the letters.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
do have a letter attached in our agenda from another property owner there, the McLaughlins, who are very close by, who object. And we had an email from Mr. Rooney, who lives just across the field on Stowe Road, who objects. And I also had the phone calls from others in the area. They tend to not like to object a lot, but the Dudleys is Mr. So these adjoining property owners, we do have these agendas, these letters in our agenda.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. It's a lot harder to get people to come out in favor. I'll tell you that. So we're very happy with the turnout tonight. And perhaps I should let some of the other speakers speak, if you like. All right?
Thank you.
Are we ready for additional speakers?
Yes, we are.
Okay. The next speaker is Christine Bapkins, and after Ms. Bapkins is Emily Van Halen.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christine Batkins. I currently reside in Lagomar. However, just 1 year ago, I lived on Vaughan Road in Pungo for just shy of 7 years. I'm here tonight to speak about the traffic concerns that may come up later due to the proposed Wolf Brothers event venue. I'm not a traffic engineer, nor do I have specific numbers to quote. I'm just a regular citizen who lived near and traveled the same roads in question. Traffic, by definition, is vehicles moving on a road or a public highway. The proposed venue will add vehicles to the road, otherwise how would they get there? But currently there are other properties within 1 mile to 4 miles from the proposed venue that bring in larger numbers of traffic. Brookdale Farm, just 1.4 miles from the venue on Vaughan Road, and my previous neighbor, causes increased traffic during the fall and the spring when many schools come for field trips. At any given time, 5 to 7 school buses, followed by cars of excited parents, use the same roads the proposed venue will use. This has not caused an issue or a cause for concern. The Aviation Museum, which was my backdoor neighbor, just over a mile away from the proposed venue, has increased traffic during their events. Some of these include fun runs, wine festivals, Boy Scout retreats, proms, air shows, and weddings. To my knowledge, none of these events, traffic, have caused any issues. The final event I would like you to think about happens just under 5 miles away from the proposed venue, our annual Pungo Strawberry Festival. The last festival held was reported to have over 100,000 visitors over 3 days. Didn't this add traffic to the same roads? Has there ever been consideration to cancel the festival due to traffic? To compare just a couple numbers will show how traffic for this venue will not be a concern. If 100,000 visitors to the Strawberry Festival came in cars, each containing 4 passengers, 25,000 cars would travel the same roads as the proposed venue. The average size of invitees to a wedding is 150. Normally people ride together, so it's fair to say 75 cars would be the additional traffic added on an event weekend. Based on these numbers, I feel comfortable saying if this venue is denied due to added traffic concerns or other events along the same roads should be a topic of discussion at a date in the future. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope you'll approve this venue. And I know I went really fast, so I have a couple extra seconds to add something. My son recently got engaged. His fiance is for a beach wedding, so this isn't a venue that they would use.
Thank you very much.
But they would love to.
Thank you.
Emily Van Halen. And after Ms. Van Halen is Luke Lisinski.
Welcome.
We were actually prepared to speak together, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Good evening. We are Emily Van Halen and Luke Lisinski, and we are hoping to have our reception at the Wolf Brothers Farm this coming spring on May 1st, 2021. Emily and I were both born and raised in Pungo, myself just 2 miles from the venue's location on Nanny's Creek Road, where my parents still live. Growing up in Pungo, we valued the scenery, tranquility, and way of life in a rural community. And we actually decided together that we wanted that tradition to be, the tradition of our upbringing to be represented on our wedding day. So we wanted to hold our reception in Southern Virginia Beach, specifically either Pungo or Sandbridge, which is less than 20 minutes away from our the church we're actually getting married in. For us, the most stressful part of wedding planning process has been finding a reception venue, and it turns out most of the venues in Virginia Beach, let alone Southern Virginia Beach, are limited to around 200 guests or fewer in most cases. We found out about the Wolf Brothers Farm through word of mouth from a family friend, and after meeting with them, their passion and vision for their venue is exactly what we wanted in our wedding reception.
Hello. We feel it would be to the city's advantage to allow for the creation of a much-needed event space for receptions, class reunions, charity events, conferences, retreats, etc. in Southern Virginia Beach. For those with fear of potential traffic or loss of rural integrity, neither should be of concerning. Traffic shouldn't be considered an issue as majority of weddings, including ours, offer shuttle services for their guests, creating less cars on the road. Most of our guests driving themselves already live south of the Green Line. Quoting a recent article from the Princess Anne Independent News, preserving the land and conserving our rural area and agricultural heritage for the future truly must be our primary objective. That's exactly what the Wolf Brothers are trying to do. Their farm will ultimately not be developed, but rather preserved. Their plan to use some of their property to farm lavender while hosting events in their barn will not be harmful to the integrity of the Pungo community. They value Pungo as we do and want to share it with others in a positive way, just as other local businesses in Pungo already do. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Hang on.
I'm just wondering if you all have explored other possible venues in the area down there for a wedding.
Yes, sir. We've explored a lot. We feel that this would be the best space because it's the only one that would hold our size, our group, without having to rent a tent. Weather in May in Virginia Beach is super unpredictable, and it's really nice knowing that we would have a space that would accommodate everyone that we'd like to have there, family and friends, and not have to worry about traveling 45 plus minutes to get there from our church.
Okay. So distance is an issue. Where are the others deeper into the agricultural area than this particular venue?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Okay, this venue, I think, is about 5 miles south of Pungo intersection. Are the other venues nearby, or are they less convenient? What's the issue with the other venues?
You're asking the other venues that we've looked at?
Yeah.
We've looked at several. We looked at Culpeper Barn. We've looked at the Military Aviation Museum. We've heard of a few others. There's one off Westneck, I think, but we didn't explore that one because it couldn't hold the capacity that we wish to hold.
Baja and Sandbridge, we also looked at.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. It really came down to, we would reach out to them. Shifting Sands and Dam Neck was one of them. We'd reach out to them and they just couldn't hold what we're trying to hold. And it came down to anything else in that area past that would be more of a drive for our guests, majority of which are coming from out of town. We don't want a chunk of our wedding day to be spent driving to the next place.
Which is also why we're offering the shuttle service.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No problem.
Madam Chair, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
As a father, I share, I guess, the frustration you guys feel. My daughter is getting married in September at the Culpeper Farm. Thank you. When my daughter said she wanted to get married in a barn, I immediately thought, well, can't you find one locally? And she had a very difficult time. We looked on the Eastern Shore, we looked in Charlottesville, and I was thinking how expensive it would be for us to go to Charlottesville when we could do it here, and my family members could stay at our house, extended family could stay at a hotel at the beach, and the wedding ended up getting canceled in May because of COVID. So scrambled and scrambled to try to stay at Culpeper. Looked at other places, couldn't find anything. I mean, these places are booked up way out into the future.
Yes, sir.
So there aren't very many options for places to get married, and I mean, I think your idea of getting married in a barn down there is a really cool idea, and I think your guests will enjoy it. Hopefully, it happens for you. So anyway, I just wanted to comment on it.
Great, thank you. The question I have for you is, you keep referring to the number of people that you couldn't find a venue to hold. How many people do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. Originally, when we met with the Wolf Brothers, we were thinking 350. We both have very, very large families. The Wolf Brothers made it very clear that they could not accommodate that much, and not many other places could. So we decided to definitely take down our guest list by a lot. Our hope is 250. And even with that, and with COVID being a concern of recent, we don't think everyone will show. And we just don't know at this point what the exact number will end up being. It originally was 350 to answer your question. We brought it down to accommodate with the Wolf Brothers because they were the most accommodating with us.
Yeah, because I think in their application, RJ, correct me if I'm wrong, is that 250? Is that right? Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'm sure that your father's very happy. I have a bride this fall, and I would be happy if she could cut the number down.
Yep. Less stress.
You're right. Thank you, guys. It's actually, we've limited to 150, except for 5 events a year, we would do it 250.
250.
They were the reason, largely the reason for that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. But otherwise, it's 150 for the rest of the 30.
Thank you.
Sorry for that confusion.
No, it's all good.
And any other questions for this couple? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Beth Hubbard, and after Ms. Hubbard is Mark Summerall.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Beth Hubbard, and I'm 8th generation Princess Anne County resident. I was born and raised in Back Bay and have lived on family land my entire life. While my home is surrounded by crops, I myself am not a farmer. I am a recently retired high school business teacher with Virginia Beach City Public Schools and 32 years of service. My father, Floyd E. Waterfield Jr., was a member of City Council representing the Pungo Borough. He was also appointed to Board of Zoning Appeals for many years. I am in support of the new venue by Wolf Brothers Events, LLC. The Planning Commission seems to have an issue with, quote, potential traffic issues with drivers heading to Sandbridge on summer weekends and with farm equipment during the growing season, end quote. To be clear, Back Bay, where this venue is located, is nowhere near Sandbridge. The traffic would be 7 miles north at the intersections of Princess Anne and Sandbridge Roads. Farm equipment during growing season has nothing to do with potential traffic issues. This could be an everyday occurrence in Back Bay, and the volume of farm equipment does not dictate traffic issues in our community. Locals understand that agriculture is an essential part of our region. They also say, quote, the venue doesn't fit the agricultural theme of Southern Virginia Beach, end quote. What does that even mean? Because the Wolf Brothers aren't farmers like they are, or don't lease their land to grow corn, soybeans, and wheat, They don't fit the theme. A farm can be many things: property, livestock, and even lavender fields. Have you seen the Wolf property? It's a beautiful 62-acre piece of land. Their closest neighbor is 1,100 feet. They're 1,500 feet off the road. You can't even see their house or barn from the road. They're surrounded by woods, horses, and crops. Their venue will be more tasteful and more upscale than the typical venues in our community. How is this venue any different than the Creed's Rueton Barn that rents its building out for weddings and events? It's less than 1 mile south of the Wolf property, sits 300 feet off Princess Anne Road, and is surrounded by homes. How about the Culpeper Barn, less than 5 miles north in downtown Pungo? It's 470 feet off Indian River Road, 630 feet off Princess Anne Road, and homes are lined up in front of the barn down Indian River Road. There are 3 other locations that rent their property out for weddings from Pungo to Knott's Island. Doesn't it seem hypocritical to vote against the Wolf Brothers' new exciting venue, yet allow others to use their property for similar profit-making ventures?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And I went to school with the boys. I've known them for 43 years at Kellum High School.
The next speaker is Mark Summerall. And then after Mr. Summerall will be Carol Webb Darden.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Welcome. Greeting Mayor Dyer, council members, planning commission. Special welcome to our new city manager. Hopefully you enjoy working for the city like I did for many years. My name is Mark Summerall. I'm here today to share my support for the Wolf Brothers event venue. I am a proud lifelong resident of the city of Virginia Beach and a 29-year public safety employee. Just as important, I am a lifelong friend of Jeff and Dan. Excuse me. As I stated in the letter from my wife and I, there are many reasons to support this venue. There's things you can look at and do everything else. Mine is very personal. Jeff, Lynn, and Dan are good people, have been for years. They are the kind of people we need starting businesses and investing in our city. When Jeff showed me the property, and please note that he's slightly a computer geek, one of the things he was most proud of is he's going to make sure there is Wi-Fi available for these guests so they could broadcast this wedding or event, whatever, to their family members who could not be here. So their emphasis is not on how many people they can pack in, but enhancing the experiences of our citizens and our visitors to this city. And I bring this up personally because, as I stated in my letter, my daughter-in-law wanted to have a wedding in the city of Virginia Beach. My son and her were the only 2 who lived in Raleigh. We ended up in Raleigh for the wedding at a little church that used to be something. Raleigh greeted us. They treated us well. I have nothing but fond memories, and we'll go back to Raleigh many times because of that. This could do the same thing, enhancing the experiences of our citizens and our visitors. They're also the kind of people who will work with their neighbors and stuff. For example, as I stated, 29 years of public safety service here, the majority of them in traffic safety. First thing Jeff asked me, can you help us with traffic when we need it to? Yes, sir. I've either worked, supervised, coordinated the largest events that this city ever had traffic-wise. Jim knows. So we've done it. They care about this city, they care about this project, and they're going to put their best foot forward and help their neighbors as much as possible. So I thank you all opportunities to speak here today, and I hope you support this project as much as I do for the citizens. Any questions of me?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carol Webb Darden, and after Ms. Darden is Barbara Messner.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Dyer, council members, commission members,
I'm Carol Webb Darden, and I live next door in that little house up on the right-hand side. And I think a wedding venue sounds rather charming. In a world of dump trucks, in a sand train where most of the farmers seem to be in the sand and gravel business, as well as farming, and it's all out there on the highway. The Strawberry Festival ending life as we know it for days on end. Horse shows making dust, noise, and traffic, and I am guilty of that myself. Antique plane production flyovers filling the sky. A wedding venue sounds almost desirable. I have had several family weddings in my own yard, and I can't believe my neighbors even noticed. I am in favor of people being able to run their own lives, take care of their own decisions in their own land. They pay taxes on it and have paid for it, and I think it is their privilege. I am sure that all of us outsiders in the farming community are a pain in the neck for the farmers, but I have a feeling that it is not the farmers that object to a wedding venue, but other newcomers. Thank you for your help. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Messner, and after Ms. Messner is Mike Collifer.
It's almost 9 o'clock. This is another reason why you shouldn't have joint meetings. Everybody chimes in. It's probably 20 or 30 people counting Mr. Tahan. Interesting, you know, the opposition by planning in the city. Why didn't you do your homework before? Why weren't all these questions asked before? It's on for approval. Is the city worried about competition for Sandbridge event houses? Farmers market that the city gets money on? The Pungo Strawberry Fest, which has grown into a monstrosity. You can't go to other businesses. Everything's commercial now. All events, hotels, restaurants should have park and shuttles. It shouldn't be all these cars. Okay. Why aren't these concerns by y'all brought up about the short-term rentals? All these things apply. Okay. I used to go to a lot of events for 4 years at the Military Aviation Museum. The city required the Aviation Museum to install a turn lane. They had to pay for the turn lane. And they, you know, the Military Aviation Museum, Premier Events, which has been on TV, a lot of businesses are struggling right now, and why add to their competition? Premier Events was on the local TV. They're in an existing industrial location. They have a wonderful place. It doesn't affect anyone else. It's truly industrial. And, you know, they're having to fire employees and possibly go out of business after, I think, nearly 30 years. So why add to the competition? Yeah, I just think this event sounds, you know, I mean, some of the people that asked me, you know, were concerned about voting. I don't understand because they have their own venues. So, like I said, I hope the days of having these joint meetings will end because you advertise 6 to 7 or 6, you know, till 8 p.m. and it's after 9 now. Thank you.
sorry, the next speaker is Mike Culliford. And then after Mr. Culliford is Karen Claus. Mr. Culliford is not here. Karen Quasney. After Ms. Quasney is Ryan Horsley.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And I wanted to mention that I appreciate the quotes from my article a few minutes ago when the young lady spoke about her wedding. But I wanted to add that that's a prime example of taking someone's words out of context, because the words referenced applied to a previous comment in the article that I made, emphasizing the need for this ordinance update you've been talking about prior to approval of this application. And so I'm going to truncate the rest of what I wanted to say to you tonight to get to the primary point. As we all know, in Virginia Beach, precedent for area development and use is unfortunately set by the first one. We must tread lightly with this one. Large event venues, this is not only a wedding venue, this is an assembly use. In the rural area, if not ancillary to agricultural use of the property, necessitate an ordinance review and an update to address scale and type prior to the approval of an application like this. Once that ball is rolling, you won't be able to stop it. That ordinance update process must involve diverse stakeholders and be intensely focused on that precedent I just mentioned. The potential cumulative impact cannot be underestimated. It will negatively affect this precious and priceless area of our city. Because our agricultural industry is key to our economic vitality and our rural area is crucial to our environmental sustainability, when considering applications such as this, our discussions must always prioritize and our decisions always reflect careful consideration of the aforementioned cumulative impact on the intent of our rural area, its limited infrastructure, and our plans and hopes for future funding for flood mitigation. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ryan Horsley.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, members of City Council, and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ryan Horsley. I'm a fourth generation farmer that farms in partnership with my family at Land of Promise Farms in the Blackwater section of Virginia Beach. We farm 6,500 acres of corn, soybeans, and wheat. We have a show pig, swine operation, a U-pick pecan operation, and a summertime sweet corn operation. I come before you tonight to speak in opposition of the Wolf Brothers Events venue. I ask each of you to continue the support of preserving the rural end of the city from commercialization, thus allowing row crop farming, livestock and horse production, and produce production to remain sustainable, viable industries in our diverse city. Allowing a commercial event venue in the heart of rural Virginia Beach of this magnitude would be burdensome to those making a living in the southern end of the city, in addition to creating a hectic atmosphere to anyone residing in the area. The narrow rural roads in this area simply cannot handle the additional traffic that would come with a commercial venue such as this. The transportation of large farm equipment would become increasingly dangerous, nearly impossible in certain areas, as roads would become more and more congested every day with people excited to see what the city of Virginia Beach has worked so hard to preserve over the years. Quite simply, a venue such as this needs to be in an area with appropriate infrastructure and adequate sources of sewer and water. Approving this application only sets a precedent for others eager to commercialize the rural end of Virginia Beach at the expense of the agriculture industry, the residents, and the environment. Commercialization of the southern end of Virginia Beach seriously jeopardizes the sustainability of agriculture that the city has worked so hard to preserve through programs such as the Ag Reserve Program. Moreover, it jeopardizes the safety of the citizens in the rural end and the environment in which they live. Commercialization not only would increase traffic concerns exponentially, but would cause an increased disruption in drainage in an area that simply cannot handle any more drainage issues. In conclusion, I graduated from Virginia Tech in 2004 and made the decision to return to my family's farm in southern Virginia Beach to fulfill my lifelong dream, making farming a sustainable way of life for me and my family. It has always been my goal to provide food and fiber for ever-increasing population of our world using our most precious yet most limited resource, our land. Denying this application, which is simply going to be a commercial event venue on ag zone land, would simply solidify the city's longtime goal of preserving the southern end of the city. Preserving the southern end of the city preserves the quality of life and the environment that cities down here have invested in and fought to keep for many years. Additionally, it allows the agriculture industry, which is one of the top 3 industries in the city, to remain a viable, sustainable industry through the preservation of our most precious yet most limited resource, our land. Thank you.
We have one additional speaker, Randy Vogel.
Welcome.
Hi, my name, I'm a little nervous, sorry. Mayor Dwyer, members of planning and members of council. My name is Randy Vogel, and my husband and I own Hunt Club Farm on London Bridge Road. I'm speaking tonight in favor of allowing conditionally approved assembly uses on ag zone land in Virginia Beach. I understand, however, that there is a lot of controversy over the commercial development in the southern agricultural area of our city, which has been frequently described as the use of cheap ag land for commercial purposes. I believe that agriculture is a very important part of our local economy. The Ag Advisory Committee is currently trying to determine how to preserve our area's rich agricultural heritage and way of life. Virginia Beach has set up an ARP program to try to limit development and help support our local farmers. I totally agree that we must be very careful of the impact that allowing ag zone properties that are not working farms or horse farms to become event venues, especially in the southern part of our city. With this said, Virginia Beach needs to resolve the gap between more traditional forms of agriculture and make strides to embrace agritourism. I support this creation of a special ag overlay district south of Indian River Road in the areas targeted by the ARP. I have heard talks of there being a new urban agricultural advisory committee to address things such as pigs and chickens in our neighborhoods. I am extremely hopeful that the citizens of Virginia Beach will have the opportunity to get married on more farms in the future. Tonight's decision is a very difficult one. The applicant seems to have worked with planning, city council, and the Department of Agriculture. It appears if they have made accommodations to their application to try to limit the impact the event has on their neighbors and the community. They've also made an effort to try to ensure an ongoing ag use of the property or a new ag use of the property. It is my hope that our city can set better guidelines for this type of development in the future. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nutter.
Another staff person, you can't thank enough. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll be very brief. I simply can't believe that the ag community, as big as it is, the hundreds of thousands of acres down there, can't live in conjunction with a wedding venue. Every other, Charlottesville, western part of the state, have all been through this. Culpeper, without a problem. We're the biggest city in the state. I just can't believe this can't work, Don. I'm not saying what can happen in the future. That's up to you all. And I urge you to write an ordinance if you wish. But these people have applied, they've played with the system, they've worked with their neighbors, they've adjusted their conditions, everything this last speaker just said. Now I know I'm not going to change a lot of votes on the Planning Commission, and I appreciate that. I know how you feel about changing your votes. But I would reach out to you on the council. This is a publicly supported, needed, citywide event. You want to have these kind of things where there's a rural area. That's why it's there. And it's so far back not to impact anybody. So, Ms. Jones, I hope we answered some of the questions about your roadways. If not, we'll deal with it at site plan, because there's plenty of room here to make this work. If they can have combines on the road, we can have some wedding guests on the road as well. And like the speaker said, most of these people come in vans and that kind of traditional type of shuttle support system to keep traffic minimal. We need this facility. It can coexist. And I just don't believe all the farmers down there feel the same way. And more importantly, I know we have to find a way to coexist. If we can find a way to coexist with housing SROs, for people who can't afford housing in residential areas, we can find a way to coexist with a wedding venue in the agricultural district. These people wouldn't have come out here in support tonight. They had a lot of other nice events, opportunities they could have gone to tonight other than this one. They wouldn't have come out unless they felt that strongly. That's the public back there. I urge you to listen to them. I urge you them to support them. And more importantly, I urge you to support these two nice people. And I believe character is a good part of any application. I believe the applicant's quality and character are part of anything, because that's who run it and that's who have to answer to the people. So I'd ask for your vote. I appreciate your time tonight, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Any questions?
Do we have questions?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, planning.
All right, I am. All right, I'm going to close it and open it up for discussion. I don't get a green light. I don't get a green light. That's all right, I'll just talk loud.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're going to close it and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Yes, Mr. Redmond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. My opinion has not changed since we did this first, and it's very simple. This is a conference center on, 60 acres in the midst of the agricultural community. I grew up in very suburban Virginia Beach and still live in very suburban Virginia Beach. My knowledge of our agriculture community is through Mr. Horsley, through Mr. Barnes, through Ms. Hanley, and a number of friends that I've met over the years and had the privilege to be around. And it is one of our most precious community resources. We have three legs to our economic stool: tourism, military, agriculture. Nobody suggests we mess with either tourism or the military, nor should we mess with this, in my view, not simply by the economic part, but what it means to us culturally as a community. That, I think, is precious, and I don't want to risk. I have not heard from a single farmer tonight who's in support of this application. I didn't hear from a single farmer when we heard it at Planning Commission. So it's clear to me anyway that this is a fundamental concern of our agriculture community, and in the area I think it's extremely important, remains agricultural. And a 60-acre conference center does not fit in that model. So I just cannot come around to support it. Didn't the first time,
and don't tonight. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mike?
I find this to be a very difficult application, but we certainly have heard a lot more speakers this time, far more than we had at the last Planning Commission hearing on this, and it has had an impact on my thinking about this project. And I take Mr. Nutter's words when he says, can this coexist with the agricultural community? It would be easier if this was the last one that could be decided, because it wouldn't be that difficult, and it does concern me to think about a additional, if this is setting a precedent. It doesn't need to set a precedent for those who are concerned about that. This is a land use decision. It's a conditional use permit, and we get to decide whether this proposed operation can coexist in the agricultural community. What has this applicant done to try to make that work? Done a lot. You think about, it's 30 events per year. Most of those will occur in about an 8-month period, probably. So it's only a little over once a month, restricted to 150 people, except for 5 of the events, which can be 250. The impact of that on the agricultural community is, I think, minimal. And in face of the tremendous public support that has come out here tonight, including some in the agricultural community. So I just think this is an application that can be supported, and I would support it.
Yes, John.
I'm the new kid on the block, and I want to respect Mr. Barnes and Mr. Horsley. I've heard their names a lot because I work down the county with the fire department. Now, I've seen combines pass fire trucks in an emergency situation, so I think we can handle a little traffic. I actually went to visit the site today, and I actually pulled up in and drove all the way back. It's a beautiful piece of property that cannot be farmed, not on a large scale, not on a financial scale. And I think it's ideally set far enough off the road that you won't even know it's there if you're at the road. And while I was back there, I couldn't hear any traffic on Princess Anne Road. The horses next door are becoming a part of this wedding venue. They've already started hanging over the fence, looking for a picture to be taken. I think it's just, and if we're thinking about the future, when we write an ordinance, that might lead to a proliferation of something like this, because right now, the council has the say-so, yes or no. Does the property fit? Is it be a nuisance to its neighbors? This property is so ideally located that it does not seem to be a hindrance on neighbors. The back of it is, and when someone said 60 acres, it's probably about 20 acres actually that you're going to use. And like I said, it's far enough off the road that I supported it last time, and I continue to support it.
Anybody else? Whitney?
Thank you. At the risk of upsetting my colleagues from Pungo, I supported this last time, and I support it again. I'm not a farmer. I grew up in Virginia Beach. I grew up spending as much time at my cousin's farm, the Malvin Brothers Pig Farm, which is now a neighborhood. Do I want to see Pungo turn into one giant neighborhood like my cousin's pig farm? Absolutely not. I have some great memories as a kid there. This is a great use for a piece of property down there. It preserves the rural farm nature of the area. It's an amenity to the families of Virginia Beach, not just the families up here, but even folks down in Pungo. I mean, this is going to create revenue for the city. There's caterers that are going to be able to operate. And it's not a lot of operating, but I mean, it is a place where people can get married. They can enjoy the amenity that we have down there in Pungo. I don't think it's going to impact farming at all. I think that to say that it's going to impact farming is, I mean, it's just not even realistic. I can't even believe people are saying that. I'm in support of it, and I hope that my fellow commissioners will be as well.
I have a question. Mr. Horza, I think I asked you more questions last time than anybody else, but how many other wedding venues are in the Pungo area right now?
How many other wedding venues are there?
Yes, sir.
I know the Culpeper Barn has been mentioned. I think they do some weddings at the Aviation Museum, and occasionally the Rueton Barn does some. I don't know if any of the rest of them, if they are, they're probably illegal because they probably don't have a use permit to do those things. I'm not sure unless they do the 4 per year, like is legal. But I know those three potential.
Okay.
But and I might mention the Rueton Barn, that was mentioned earlier. The Rueton Barn is a community building. The Ruetons provide that for city functions, ag functions. They go there for no charge. And the 4-H kids have benefited from that immensely since that was put there. And the reason the Farm Bureau is there, we took over a use permit that was in existence when a nursery that was approved there went under, and the property stayed for sale for several years, and the Ruetons decided they needed a clubhouse, and they went and bought the old barn for a clubhouse. So that's how that took place. But that's not a main event character. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll just continue on since I have the mic right now. Everybody in this room probably knows how I feel about it, but I've been in the agriculture business all my life, and like I told my wife not long ago, there hasn't been a time that anything has been smooth, that the agricultural industry hasn't had to fight for its existence. And I guess that's what we're doing now, trying to fight for our existence with this, in the Virginia Beach, because, say this little wedding venue won't mount to a whole lot. It won't affect it. No, probably won't. But the next one will, the next one will, and the next one will. And you say what you want, and RJ, we can't make an ordinance that tells the next person you can't do it because we're going to make an ordinance saying you can't do it. These are going to be the last ones that get the opportunity. I mean, once you approve these things, we've approved a couple. The one in Pungo, that was in a commercial area, really, the little village of Pungo. And there was a study done way back, and some of you probably remember the urban land study that was done. And things like that were in that study that you could have things like that. That's the reason. And that one is limited to 20 events per year, weddings per year or whatever. And the other thing I noticed, and it brought to my attention, sometimes we're focusing on weddings, but that's not even mentioned in the application. The word wedding, I have not found that mentioned in the application yet. But that's all we're talking about is wedding. It's events. So I guess wedding is an event. But 30 of those is one thing, but the other events that are going to occur, we don't know anything about the size of those. I mean, that are unlimited in number. I mean, you can have 2 or 3 of them a week, and they could maybe have 100 people. I don't know. No figures, no numbers have been put out about how they would be held. So, I mean, it's just and it's going to be a very nice facility, I'm sure. It's going to be hard to tell me that it's going to be a barn, but, you can call a barn anything you want, I guess. But you can call this a big barn, I guess, if you wanted to. But it's going to be a large commercial activity taking place down there in the middle of the ag community. And that's what the city is, much to my DeGrin back in the mid-90s when they put the agricultural preserve program together. The city's invested a lot of money in preserving the industry of agriculture in the city. And, and it wasn't brought up by farmers. This program wasn't brought to the city by farmers. It was brought by a group of other interested people. Some of them I didn't trust very much at the time. I went to meet, somebody told me you need to go to meetings and listen to these people. And I did, and it seemed after a while I developed a trust in them. And it was the best thing that could have happened to the agriculture industry in Virginia Beach. And City Council bought into it, and it's been a very successful program. We've met halfway the goal that was established back then, a little over halfway, I think now. So just farmers can't preserve their land by themselves without getting some way of getting some equity out of it, and that was the best way to do it. And it was a win-win for the city and the citizens of Virginia Beach because the amount of money spent is far less than it would have cost to develop the southern end of the city. So that's my spiel tonight. I'm not going to say anything else. Everybody knows how I feel, and that's just the way it is. I'm for the industry of agriculture. I don't have a problem with what they want to do, but I think it's in the wrong location, and that's my story. So I'm sticking to it.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes, ma'am. Don's exactly right. It's simply let's say it's not the right time. It's nothing in the world but a commercial operation. It will not be the last if you allow this. There will be another one and you can't say no, and then there'll be another one and you can't say no. And sooner or later, the whole atmosphere of the farming community in the southern end of Virginia Beach will not be the same. And the southern end of Virginia Beach adds a lot to the character of Virginia Beach itself. It adds to a quality of life that a lot of other cities don't have. So the preservation of agriculture is very important to the city. It's, basically what these people are doing, and probably anybody else would have an opportunity, to do it, would. You go dig a goldfish pond and buy 2 emus and call it a farm. That's basically what this is. I mean, he has no intent to farm. What he's talking about, the sage, is, well, let's just say I don't think I'd do it. So, I would say it's just not the time. Maybe 25 years when we get pressed. It's like the Green Line, or the transition area. It's all a joke. All I've seen is just more of the same. It's just bigger pieces. So, you got to stop it at some point, and I think this is only commencing the problem.
Anybody else? Jack?
I think it appears to be a good application. It's a beautiful venue. However, I do think it does set a standard of commercialization, which I'm opposed to in the agricultural area. If we're anything, we're fair as a body. And I think preserving and protecting the agriculture area is it's inherent in the comprehensive plan, and I think that's what our standard is. So that's so I'm opposed to the application.
Mr. Weiner?
I, like Mr. Inman, have heard some very different tunes tonight than we did from Planning Commission. I don't think we had this many speakers. There was a lot of different decisions or different ideas and opportunities from people that were not in planning. I supported it, or I didn't support it then, but I'm stuck here. I don't know what to do. I just blame it on 2020. But I think I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. Yeah, this has been an interesting application in the fact that we didn't quite have this many speakers during our planning meeting. And the one thing about this piece of property, and I'm a huge supporter of the ag community, and want to preserve that as much as possible as we possibly can. The only thing that concerns me is that these young people have bought this piece of property. Am I doing something wrong? Just trying to bring your microphone on. Okay, thanks. Is that it is not a farmable piece of property. As Mr. Nutter said, there's a lot of wetlands, there's not much use for it. The Wolf brothers got caught in sort of waiting for an ordinance to be written and kept postponing their application. Like Mr. Inman said, they've sort of done everything they possibly can with a piece of property, with the exception of, and they can't even use it for what would be nice to be used for, as in farming. So they're trying to put some events on it, and I do think it is limited. I believe we saw to 30. It was 50. It's now 30 a calendar year, with 150 people, with the exception of 5 per year that they get 250. For those 5, I have to say I don't think it's going to impact the ag area as much as any other large piece of property that could be farmed. So I am going to support this application. So with that, if there is no more comment from the Planning Commission, I'm going to call for a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I motion that we approve Wolf Brother events.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Costin, and I'll call for the question, please.
The motion is to approve. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Commissioner Barnes?
I couldn't hear the motion.
The motion is to approve.
No.
Commissioner Costin?
Yay.
Commissioner Graham?
Yes.
Commissioner Horsley?
No.
Commissioner Inman?
Yes.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
No.
Commissioner Wall?
No.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Yes.
Chair Oliver?
Yes.
5 to 4, you have approved. You have recommended approval. It was for approval. Recommendation was for approval. 5 to 4.
Okay, Mrs. Henley.
I'm very distressed. First of all, I think we have to put everything in perspective. Mr. Horsley was absolutely right. Wedding is not even mentioned in this application. It's an assembly use, and this is a commercial convention center. It just talks about events. It allows 30 outdoor events a year, and those outdoor events can be 25 with 150 attendees and 5 with 250 attendees, and they can have amplified music until 10 p.m. It doesn't say when they can start, so conceivably they could have amplified music all day long. And let me tell you, in open areas, that amplified music will travel pretty far. But then there's going to be this barn built. It's not a barn. It's a building designed to look like a barn. It's a conference center. And in this conference center, which is going to be 5,565 square feet, with the potential for another additional 1,365 square feet, there can be an unlimited number of indoor events during the year, which can last until 11 p.m. with amplified music every time, every event. If we're going to say that this piece of property can't be farmed, I think something's wrong, because I think probably something's growing on it now. If we're saying that a 15 or 20 acre parcel can't be farmed, we're in big trouble, because we got a lot of them down there. I think we better have an education in agriculture. One thing we can all agree on, I think, is that the applicants are very fine people. I hear that, and we're very welcoming to folks, and I hear a lot of folks say that they're wonderful people. I have gotten to know Ms. Wolf, and I know that's right, and we welcome you there. Another sure thing is that the folks in this area are very neighborly, because people all around say, I can't go down and speak against my neighbor, but this isn't a good idea. I have not had one single person, except for the people who have been writing these emails this week, tell me they think it's a good thing. They talk about the fear that they're going to have with all of those cars trying to get off of Princess Anne Road up this lane. Another thing that we know for sure is that we realized with COVID that farmers are an essential occupation. Empty grocery shelves do not work. Virginia Beach has done an excellent job of trying to preserve our agricultural industry. Yes, we have the first Purchase of Development Rights program in the state of Virginia, the ARP, and we have reached a little over half of our goal. We don't really have hundreds of thousands of acres of agricultural land. I think we were hoping that we would be able to preserve 20,000 acres. We're about halfway there. But we do have 10,000 acres that are committed to staying in agriculture. And I think we owe it to those people to make sure that they can make a living in agriculture. And we're not going to do it if we let it be taken over by commercial uses. So we have done our part in Virginia Beach to try to preserve agriculture, because we recognize that agriculture is an industry, and it has operations which sometimes conflict with residential and with other people around it. Noise and dust and things that just have to be done as a part of agriculture. Farmers don't get a chance to say when they're going to work. They have to do things when they have to do them according to seasons, and much of what they can do and when they have to do it is regulated by the weather. They can't make an appointment for when they're going to spray that crop, or when they're going to cultivate, or when they're going to harvest, or when they're going to plant. It has to be done when it has to be done, and they have to do it at that time. We just keep making it much more difficult for farmers to do their work, and sometimes it gets so difficult they just have to quit. And I'm afraid that if we continue to make it difficult, that that's what's going to happen in Virginia Beach. This particular lot was created, I think, in around 2005 as a residential lot. It was subdivided with that first front lot subdivided off. And so it was left here for a house to be built and a couple of barns. And since that time, it's been an agricultural parcel, probably leased out to somebody else to farm. But this is a commercial building that's going to be built on that lot. And I wonder if it's even legal for us to have two uses on that parcel. Now, if this were truly a barn, truly a farm operation, then that barn could be built absolutely. But this isn't a barn. This is a conference center that's designed to look like a barn. I don't know of any $2.5 million barns being built in Virginia Beach. So Ag Advisory Commission looked at this, and they looked at it hard, because I can tell you farmers are also property rights people, and they want people to be able to use their property in a good fashion. And they looked at it long, and they looked at it hard, and they tried to figure out, was there a number? Could this work that it would not be a threat to the area? And after all of that time and deliberation, they've just come to the conclusion, no, it can't, because it's a commercial operation, it's a conference center. It's not a wedding venue. It doesn't say wedding anywhere. It's a conference center. It's an events center. If it were an agricultural operation, it could have up to 3 or maybe it's 4 events a year with a special event permit. So yes, there are farms that you could have a wedding there. If you approach the farmer right and talk to him right, he might be able to decide that he would let you have a wedding on there, because you can have 3 or 4 special events a year with a special events permit. And that allows each one to be looked at individually to make sure it covers all the things that might be problems if there were going to be. Well, this is not the kind of use that area is intended to be, because the primary use in those cases, in an agricultural operation, the primary use is agriculture, a use that is agriculture, and therefore it's the use to go on agricultural land. The primary use is a conference center, a convention center, an event center. And because that's the primary use, that's why it has to have this conditional use permit. And it's looking for an ancillary use so it can claim to be farming. This is not compatible. It's going to be having amplified music until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. It's going to be having a lot of traffic, and for those people who say traffic is not going to be a problem, you don't know Princess Anne Road too well after all. Remember when the airport first started, how congested it was, and people couldn't find the entrance to it, and they went up to Fawn Road and turned around and came back until finally they put in a turn lane. But that's close enough to the road that people know where they're going. You're right. This is so far off the road that people who are unfamiliar with that area, and that's the way most of them are going to be. They're going to be people coming, looking to how to get in there. They're looking for that lane to turn in. Princess Anne Road is 45 miles per hour at that place. Most people are going 55. You're going to have to come almost to a complete stop to make that turn into that lane. And if you've got 50 or 75 cars that are trying to do that, it's definitely going to be a problem for Princess Anne Road. And when they leave there at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, Princess Anne Road is very dark, and it's an unforgiving road. And I knew too many people who have lost their lives in that stretch, because when there are accidents on that road, they aren't fender benders. They're very, very, very serious accidents. And that road, I'm sorry to say, there's no foreseeable future time when it's going to be widened or straightened. It's going to be like it is now for a long time, which is a narrow road with a lot of curves and a very unforgiving road if you happen to look away or not know where you're going and you go off the side of the road. Yes, these are nice people. Yes, it's a beautiful property. This piece of property can be farmed. It's not a piece of property that cannot be farmed. That is simply not the fact. This is an incompatible use. It's not an agricultural use. It's not what we intend for the area. And I just think that so much has been said that needed to be rebutted and couldn't be rebutted at the right time. But farmers are very important to our economy, not only here, but all over. And maybe it works in Charlottesville to have these kinds of things. Maybe they have wineries, they have topography, but it just isn't going to work here without being a problem. A problem for the adjoining property owners, a problem for the people who use Princess Anne Road, and it's going to set a very bad precedent for the future. I really don't know what to say to our farmers because this is not showing good understanding for what is required for what they have to do every single day. But I think so that we can move forward, I move that we deny this application.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, I'll second Mrs. Henley's motion. I'd like to also have some discussion if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. I thought, Mr. Redmond, your remarks were pretty spot on. I almost thought for a moment I was back in 1986, Mrs. Henley, before we had the transition area, some of these discussions about precedent. I think Mr. Barnes, Mr. Horsley did talk about the economics of farming. I think it's hard to appreciate when you make a conditional use that changes the economic value of land. You don't really think about the secondary and tertiary consequences that happens. That I have never been, as people know on this board, I've never been a big supporter of the Agricultural Reserve Program. I thought that we can control land use by zoning, so why pay for what you can vote to prevent? And I still believe that. And that's why I'm not voting for this particular use, because it's doing the very thing we're paying money to try to prevent. And my peers have all spent tens of millions, over $50 million, trying to preserve agriculture. In a single vote here tonight, we can be unreeling all of that, which makes no sense for those who do vote for that. But my point has always been we can prevent. This reminds me of two other applications we've had in our city that are pushed down the road. One is Westminster, and one is Thalia Wayside. And what do they have in common? People buy a piece of property, nice people, good people, knowing what its entitled uses are, and then they come back and tell us for the price they paid or want to pay, they can't pay that unless you let them change the use of the property. Well, then you should pay different value for the money, but shouldn't expect to be able to come here and make the argument that because you bought a piece of property, knowing what its rights were when you purchased it, and then ask us to give you another use when it's contradictory and deleterious to the larger community. You know, we're not an insurance company. You know, if you buy a stock at a high price, you can't get some of the market prices. You can't go to someone else and say, can you make up the difference? I made a mistake because I need the money. Well, that's, you know, we should be looking at the fundamental land use decisions. And I think that discussion didn't take place previously. I think Mrs. Henley did outline very detailed. You know, I appreciate Mr. Nutter. He always puts the best spin on anything he can, but he didn't say commercial use. He didn't talk about assembly. He didn't talk about the unlimited uses. And I think Mr. Redmond was on target when he said, this is a fundamental change. And as we've learned from short-term rentals, once you grant these conditional uses and other people can meet those conditions, you can't deny them their request. It becomes just another thing you got to say yes to. And I know all my peers on this body have heard that advice from the city attorney. I think Ms. Kwasny's point was well taken, that, you know, what we might do, but once you make this decision, what you might do is off the table because you have given that away. You have set the precedent that our lawyer can't defend this against denying further commercialization. You know, I realize all the letters that we have, but guess what? All those letters aren't the farmers. And the people that should have 51% of the vote are the people that who are going to be impacted by a conditional use that's not entitled, that they're telling us has a deleterious impact on their industry, that we have spent over $50 million, my peers, to defend. I just don't see the logic behind that. And to say that there's a need, well, there's no shortage of venues in the city, and to say that because someone wants, there could be needs for lots of things that people might want to do that we could put in the southern part of the city, but the larger need, and that's an illusion because we just know some people that say it, doesn't create a justification for a land use decision. If one of our goals is to preserve agriculture, which we all in this body have said at many of retreats, Mr. Mayor, and the people who are doing the industry that we say we want to preserve are telling us this puts that in danger and undermines the investments we have been making, I think we should listen to that. That doesn't mean these aren't good people, doesn't mean this isn't a great proposal on its surface, but because the fact it's a good proposal and the fact that they think they can't farm on the property when it has previously been used in their is not a justification for granting their request. It has to be addressed on the larger context of the comp plan, the larger thing of our goals. And everything I've heard from the people who are doing the work and who live and are trying to farm are telling us this isn't the precedent that we want to set, and Ms. Clausen was right, and I'll close out here. If we set this, and we've learned this from short-term rentals, we are going to have a very tough time saying no, and we basically are setting a new standard for commercialization in the southern part of our city, and I think we should give a lot more deference to Mr. Barnes, Mr. Horsley, than we do to the Chamber of Commerce when we vote on this issue, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else at this point? Mr. Tower.
This has been one of the most difficult issues, I think, that's come on council since I've been here. I have a great respect for our farmers, our agricultural community, and I want to support them in any way I can. But and as much as I love being in the southern part of Virginia Beach and the people that live there, it is not Brigadoon. It is not immune from change. And I believe that this kind of change, where it supports other goals, Mr. Moss talks about Mr. Nutter spinning. Mr. Moss is the original master of spin, and he made some good points. I admire his spin, but you know, there are other issues other than simply preserving agriculture. There is economic development, for example, and I believe that we can preserve agricultural prosperity and also have some economic development activity. I've been to the Aviation Museum, I've been to the Creed's Ruritan Barn, I've been to the Strawberry Festival, and I simply cannot accept that one, call it what you will, event venue, convention center. I think it's obviously its highest and best use is as a wedding venue because of it's a beautiful piece of property, and there's nothing like it anywhere around. It will really be, I think, a great asset to Virginia Beach. It will bring people here. It may bring people to see and more of the southern part of of Virginia Beach that benefits agriculture community. I hope it does. But I don't want to extend my remarks. It's been a long night already. So I will make a substitute motion, if I may, to approve this application.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Okay, Mr. Wood.
And I certainly appreciate what Ms. Henley is saying and what Mr. Barnes and Mr. Horsley were saying. But like Mr. Tower, I've been down in the southern part of the city quite a bit, and I can assure you I've been to events at the Aviation Museum that have far more than 250 people there. And you know, and I have to think back. You know, I hear the traffic issue, and Mark Summerall brought it up. I think the best. You know, Mark is an expert in traffic. You know what he used to do. He's an expert in that. And then John Costin, you know, he knows a little bit about moving fire trucks down busy streets and down rural roads and things like that. So I have to take them with their expertise on this. You know, I don't think this is about supporting versus not supporting the agricultural community. As Mr. Moss says, the majority of us do support the ARP program, which is saved some 10,000 acres from development for the foreseeable future. And I understand that it says assembly use in here, but I think the issue with that is that's a legal term generated by the building code, and you know it can certainly be called a convention center, but it's a 5,500 square foot building, so it's not like this, and it's not going to generate conventions and things like that. It's going to be primarily a bridal venue. Or a wedding venue. I think we all know that. You know, Mr. Whitney was talking about, you know, his daughter getting married. My daughter a few years ago got married, and I know we took the grand tour of venues all around, and you know, despite what you say, Mr. Moss, there are not a whole lot of venues in the area, and we looked in a lot of different places. So there's certainly a business for this, and I have to believe that their brides are significantly more difficult to deal with than any animal or crop that you will raise down there. But that's the business that they're choosing to get into. So I mean, I certainly have the greatest respect for the folks that work down there, but I kind of go back to something that Mr. Nutter said, where he said, you know, there's room for this, and I really think there is. So. You know, I'm going to support Mr. Tower's substitute.
Okay. Ms. Abbott and then Mr. Bellucci.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's not often that I find myself sitting next to Councilman Moss and not share his opinion on these types of things, but I almost think that this is an aid to the ARP program. We talk a lot about wanting to preserve green space and building a culture past the green line that's really fruitful and rich in this culture and history that's so important to our city. And I think if you asked any preservation group what their number one goal is, it's to get people to see what we're working to preserve. And to me, this is the perfect marriage, so to speak, of how you empower a program like the ARP to say, we want to preserve this beauty, this part of our city that doesn't have a lot of things that we can do with it other than just appreciate it and hold it close to us. So I think it's also realistic for us to acknowledge that the city has limits to the resources we're able to dedicate to preserving this type of land. And so when we have opportunities to take a piece of land that has something special to offer to our community that's seen as an asset, we should take it. It's revenue generating, it is preservation, and I don't think it undermines the ARP at all. I think it empowers it. And I think the more people we show what the southern part of our city looks like, the more people we invite, the more opportunities we have to expand that program and to see it come to the best possible version of itself. So I also support Mr. Towers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bellucci.
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is certainly a very impressive application and strategy, and one that originates from and is supported by very fine people from Virginia Beach, who undoubtedly love our community and want to do business here, conduct commerce, and strengthen our connections, and I respect that. And if this application is approved, I have every confidence it will be a first-class operation and one that Virginia Beach would be proud of. And I planned to support the application until recently. In Virginia Beach, there is a rich agricultural heritage. It's part of our culture, it's part of our traditions, and we all know that it's a very important part of our economy. As a candidate for City Council, I pledged that I would do what I could to support that heritage and to support that economy. And tonight we heard from major stakeholders from that culture and from that economy who told us that this application is problematic. We heard from the district representative of one of our colleagues. We heard from the Farm Bureau. We heard from the Agricultural Advisory Commission. We heard from members of our Planning Commission who represent that part of our community. And in fact, until a few minutes ago, we heard from our Planning Commission that they viewed this application as problematic, and I respect their right to change their position. And all of that opposition caused me to take notice and to reconsider my position. And I believe we do have to proceed with caution and consider precedent. We could be opening Pandora's box on our agricultural community and economy without a policy. And what will we see next if we approve this application? What will the impacts be on our agricultural community and economy? I don't think those considerations have been enumerated here. So having said that, I can't support the application tonight, although, of course, I respect everyone who's here and the applicants. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else at this point? Okay, we have a substitute motion for approval. Do we have a second on that?
Mr. Wood seconded, I believe.
Okay, Mr. Wood, okay. Mr. Wood, okay. Okay, so now we're going to be voting on the
Mr. Mayor?
substitute. Yes, Ms. Henley.
If I could just make one comment. You know, it's very hard to go forward and ask people to permanently give up their right to develop their property and trust that the city is going to retain an agricultural industry when something like this is approved. I don't know how we'll get one more person to come into the ARP because this is going to send the message that we really don't understand the industry and we really are not committed to the future. Why would anybody put that restriction on their property with this action? There is no way in the world that this action is going to make our ARP stronger. It's going to be the thing that is going to cause everybody to say, whoops, what have I done? I trusted the city, and now they're turning their backs on us. I just really feel that something pretty has come along and it looks good, and we're going to reach over for that and not listen to, as Mr. Bellucci said, the Farm Bureau, the Agricultural Advisory Commission, every farmer you talk to, every real farmer you talk to, they live it, they know. And I'm very, very much concerned. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a substitute motion for approval. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk.
The motion is to approve, the substitute motion to approve. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-3, you've approved the application of Wolf Brothers.
Could you repeat that again?
By a vote of 8-3, Wolf Brothers' application has been approved.
Well, you approved the substitute motion.
We have to
sorry,
vote.
that's
That
right.
is now the primary motion.
That is now the primary motion.
Okay, we have a primary motion to approve. Okay, so, Madam Clerk,
Do we need another motion?
do we need another motion and second? Or
Okay.
just-
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berlucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-3, the application's been approved.
Okay. Moving on to the next item would be item number 6, Jacob Short for conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 4905 Mandam Road, District 4, Bayside.
Is the applicant Jacob Short in attendance? He did not register with my office or with the folks out front. Jacob Short. The only speaker registered then is Barbara Messner. Miss Messner, if you come to the podium, please. Come to the podium, please.
City Manager Haney, I asked you at the council meeting if you would consider doing something about these long meetings in the due process. I would appreciate some consideration there. And I think it's extremely rude of our mayor to call the next item when there's people still talking and leaving the room. I really don't appreciate it. And these items up here, you keep the items up. And the other thing, we can't see your names. We have to say our names. Our names are called. Y'all are so far away that we can't see who you are. I think we need to be able to have your faces up there and your names up there so people viewing can actually see you when you speak and know who you are. Why put us through this entire evening when you know what you're going to do and it's the 8-3 vote? And why not have a vote when Ms. Henley has a motion and a second to vote? Why do you have an alternative vote and vote that? Why? I mean, the whole due process is ridiculous. Yeah. So Jacob Short is not here, correct?
That is correct.
Another short-term rental, Bayside District. I guess it's election season, I don't know what, but Mr. Jones was, going to all these properties and objecting. Like I said, it's ridiculous. Every single thing on here has been for approval, so why is planning here? Why do we have to be subjected to this? This is ridiculous. I oppose to all short-term rentals. You don't have the staff. You don't, all you want is revenue. That's your only thing, revenue. If you manage the city properly, there would be revenue for everything that's needed. Okay, I oppose. Okay, are there any more, or is that it for now?
Ms. Messer, that's
We're
the only
just
item
doing
on the
item
floor
by
at the
item now.
moment.
All right.
Mayor, there are no other speakers.
No other speakers?
No,
Okay,
sir.
Mr. Jones? No, we got some, oh, I'm sorry, Planning Commission. My ADHD grabs me sometimes, thank you.
We are going to close this and open it for discussion amongst the commissioners or a motion. Do you have a motion or discussion? Mr. Redmond?
I move approval of the application.
Do I have a second, please? I have a second by Commissioner Weiner. We'll call for the question, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Commissioner Barnes is now absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley? Commissioner Inman? Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner? Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-0, you recommended approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tahan?
Yes, sir.
I have not found where there's a single other short-term rental in this neighborhood. Is there any?
Sorry, sir. I thought the map was on that slide. I apologize. There is one other property located a couple blocks down that's also registered as a short-term rental.
I'm sorry, say that again.
There's only one other property that's registered as a short-term rental.
There is?
There is one that is on Conestoga Road, about 1 block over.
I went out to the, thank you, Mr. Tom. I went out to the, look at the property. It's in a very nice, middle-class, single-family neighborhood on a quiet street with, as far as I can tell, nothing else commercial anywhere close to it. I talked to a couple of the neighbors and asked them what their position was, what they thought about having a short-term rental there in the neighborhood. Two of the neighbors expressed to me that they'd prefer not to have it, that they didn't realize that's really what was being advertised or the essence of what was being proposed in their same block. This is a classic example of breaking up a neighborhood. Approving a short-term rental like this in this single-family neighborhood, a quiet neighborhood that's far from, is quite a bit of distance from any commercialization, and is just spot zoning. That's all it is. And I can't conceive that I would want it next door to me or in my neighborhood, and so I'm going to move for denial.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a motion for denial.
I'll second that, but I do have a question, and I have a slight discussion I'd like to make. Mr. Tahan, if you would, please. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moss, could you turn your microphone on, please?
It is on.
Oh.
The green light says it's on. I just need to push my face towards it. But then I can't look at that person who I'm talking to, which is kind of odd, but I'll adapt. You did mention that there wasn't a registered short-term rental, but you didn't say approved. Does that mean it's a grandfathered registered or a registered rental that's operating without approval? I know that's a distinction, but I'm just trying to understand what the distinction between two types of registered.
I do not have, I can pull that up right now and have that available for you in about 2 minutes, sir.
All right, it would just be nice to know sometimes what the status is between registered grandfathered and registered not operating with approval. I would like to know that.
Yes,
but, but while I'm supporting this, because I look at each issue on its own merits, but it does remind me of the issue we just had, because I think that was the case with conditional use for something that there wasn't any yet, any commercialization of in an area, but now it was acceptable. But but I don't carry things over from one issue to the other. But I think there is an analogy there for the viewing public. But I do believe Mr. Jones is right on. But it does show you the troublesomeness of conditional use permits as we try to protect neighborhoods, whether it be farming neighborhoods or residential neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Mr. Rouse.
I've stepped out to use the restroom. Mr. Tan, is this the applicant's primary residence? I didn't see.
The applicant has not shared if this is his primary residence or not.
All right, thank you. I would like to know that, but if we don't have the information, then what can we do? Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and second for denial. No other comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott? She stepped out. I'm sorry, absent. Councilmember Berlucci?
Just circle back.
The motion is to deny?
The motion is to deny.
Motion is for denial.
I apologize. I should have
Yes.
clarified. Councilmember Henley? Aye. Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye. Council Lady Abbott is back.
Councilmember Abbott, the motion is to deny.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, the application of Jacob Short denied.
Okay, the next item is number 7. You're Not Alone LLC, Donald and Deborah Walker, a revocable trust for conditional use permit for a short-term rental, 207 79th Street, Unit C, District 5, Windhaven. Okay, planning?
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a speaker on this?
Barbara Messner, did you sign up for this one? Ms. Messner?
And we have another
Oh,
gentleman?
I'm sorry. I don't have your name, sir. If you'll come on up and just state your name at the podium.
Okay, my name is Ray Knopfsinger, and I'm representing You're Not Alone LLC, Michael Hunt's residence. This, to just get you caught up real quick, this was approved by Planning and Zoning. It went to City Council, and it did not pass. It went 4-4. The objection was a 4-inch encroachment into to an artificial sidewalk or virtual sidewalk. The reason why I'm here tonight is that unlike the previous one you just voted on, this is a heavily populated area of short-term rentals. It's not really, you're not breaking any new ground here at all. This is just one more short-term rental in a street that's on the north end. The City Council's restrictions pretty much solved this whole problem.
We applied originally for a 9 persons, 3 bedrooms, 3 automobiles. With the new 2 persons per bedroom restriction, it is now 6 persons, 3 bedrooms, and 2 cars. Because 6 people typically will never use more than 2 cars. We also have an agreement with the walkers who share the same building and share the same parking pad, that they can share parking if there's any need to share parking. So we've pretty much eliminated, you guys have pretty much eliminated the problem here. Mr. Hunt lived here for 32 years. He was a resident for 10 years. He knows all the neighbors. All the neighbors love him. He loves all the neighbors. For the last 22 years, he's rented this unit on a long-term rental basis. And so he's not some developer that's kind of flipping in here and trying to make a quick buck. The objection for the sidewalk, the virtual sidewalk, we went out and drove the north end on the land side of Atlantic Avenue, and there's 13 streets and only 2 partial sidewalks and 13 whole streets. The 79th and 78th Street are the 2 streets that have partial sidewalks. There is no one that has a complete sidewalk for 1 block. It's only a 1-block street. So they start and they stop, and they start and they stop, and so it's inconceivable that you would go over one, down to the road, over, back to the one, down to the one. It's just inconceivable and just doesn't make any sense. So planning was very helpful in getting 3 parking spaces out of it. We got 3 parking spaces with only like a 3-inch encroachment into the pretend sidewalk. But I think with the new restrictions, Mr. Hunt would like to limit it to 2 cars to give you the extra space. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Mr. Wood?
So, yeah, I've gone out and looked at this twice now, and I did read the original planning write-up on it, and it took me 2 trips out there to see exactly that whole sidewalk situation there. I'm concerned with that. I don't think the no blocking sidewalk sign is going to be useful at all. The only way I see around this, because you've only got 2 parking spaces, ordinarily I wouldn't have an issue with parking unimproved right of way, because there's a lot of that at the north end. But in this case, you're parking, you've got a sidewalk right through the middle of it, whether it's virtual or not. It's something the city could put in. So, and while I understand that Mr. Hunt says he's willing to do 2 cars, really the only way to do that is to limit the rental to 2 bedrooms. So is he willing to advertise it as a 2-bedroom unit?
If it's necessary, he'll drop it back to 2 bedrooms if that's necessary.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Anybody in planning? Mr. Cosmo, do you have a question?
Was this the one where the sidewalk is part of the driveway?
Yes, sir. This was at,
It's in the driveway.
right.
Yeah, but it's part of the driveway. It's his driveway that you're driving across. It's not a sidewalk that's just for people. It's his driveway.
That's correct.
He drives up into his driveway. He drives across what we say is a sidewalk. It's part of the driveway.
I have a question. Is
Yes.
the
It is
his driveway.
sidewalk is it in the right of way?
If you
or
look
is
at the
it on
picture right
city?
there, you can see
It's
it's,
a little
It's in the right of way.
it's his
It's in the right of
driveway.
way.
There's no
Okay, all
sidewalk.
right. It's in the right of way, okay.
Do we have any more questions?
Good.
Yes.
And this is really for planning staff. So can the applicant actually reduce the number of bedrooms? Just say I'm only going to rent out 2 bedrooms? I don't remember that being something that is.
The city council has imposed conditions where it has limited, on certain occasions, limited what they can list it for, sir.
So, Mr. DeHaan, how is that enforceable? When you, I'm just asking, because this is,
Utilizing the system that we currently have pre-curb, we're able to see what the listings are and see what they put on the websites, and we can track to see how many bedrooms they're listing and if they are in compliance.
Mr. Wood.
If you, and I don't know how your agenda is, but if you look on the site layout, it says it's a city sidewalk on that document. So it's a city sidewalk.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't think anybody has any more questions, but thank you.
No other questions? Okay.
Do we have another speaker?
No, ma'am. Huh? She already spoke. Mr. Tahan, I would greatly appreciate it if you would have everything prepared instead of telling them you don't know when you'll get back to them. And I would appreciate it if council and all the planning people would ask their questions before. And as far as due process, for somebody to show up at 10:30 at night and not be signed up ahead of time so we know how many speakers there are, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't like being here this late. I don't like these joint meetings. And most of this stuff was deferred from August 4th. It was supposed to be to reschedule. First it was canceled. Then the next notice says rescheduled. You're just piling these things on. They have nothing to do with the pandemic. And you're just, planning needs to do their job and be prepared, and they shouldn't be here. These should not be joint meetings. I oppose to all these short-term rentals and all of the changes after the fact. It's advertised one way, and then you amend it and ask the applicant or the planning person if they're willing to change it. You know, you talked about it with the other project that you put through anyway. You have rules for some people, not rules for other people. You can't enforce the code that you have. And all of this adds to the problems for the public works and people who clean up trash and flooding and everything else. You know, this is ridiculous. It's all ridiculous, and it's obvious that all you care about is commercial. I don't know who the new person is. Anyway, I oppose.
That's all the speakers.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we're going to go ahead and close this for the discussion among the commissioners. This obviously was a conversation amongst us at one point. Yes, Mr. Whitney.
So if I'm clear, the applicant is willing to reduce it to 2 bedrooms, that condition? Yes. Okay. And then there would not be parking?
2 bedrooms would only be 4 people.
So I mean, but
Sir,
Wait, whoa,
can
whoa,
I
whoa,
go to
whoa,
the
whoa,
podium,
sir.
please? Can you go to the podium?
Yes, sir. The applicant is willing to reduce it to 2 bedrooms, and according to the city council conditions, that reduces it to 4 people. So 4 people would probably not have 3 cars. I mean, that's just, you know, if you're going to go for a week's vacation, you're not going to be using 3 parking spaces if it's only 4 people.
so you'd be fine with the condition for 2 parking spaces?
We'd be amenable to 2 parking spaces. We'll advertise it as 2 parking spaces and 2 bedrooms.
Okay. Mr. Weiner.
This is for staff. Can that be done? How does that, in advertising or with the city assessment assesses it for 3 bedrooms, can that be done for advertising for 2?
Yes, sir, Mr. Weiner. What we have been doing is it's twofold. So we can track it utilizing the system, and also for the ones that have had questions, we have required them to go to the real estate assessor to show that they've changed the layout of the building and have it changed, removing that as being a bedroom. And so it's usually a pretty high hurdle, which is why some of the ones that have been discussed by council have not come back yet, because they're unsure of what they plan on doing. But that is, and I apologize for not clarifying that, but that is a two-step process that we do. We have the system available to us where we can look at it, and then two, the only other way that we can check it is to make sure that the real estate record reflects what they're proposing.
Thank you. Anybody else? Jack?
I think Mr. Knopfsinger's very sincere, and I think that the intent will be to limit it to 2 bedrooms, but I don't see how that would be enforceable, or it would be something that seems like it'd be difficult to track. I mean, I understand that there are a couple methods to do it, but so that'd bring it back to if it were considered 3 bedrooms that.
Jack.
That
Can you turn your microphone
okay, yeah,
on,
I'll
please?
talk into the microphone, sorry.
Thanks.
That our standard's a 9x8 space, and this even, that's our standard for the parking, and that has been our standard, and in this case there are 2 spaces side by side. One is deficient in that width, and the 8-foot width. I'm not necessarily opposed to the sidewalk aspect. I think that's the current parking strategy, but our standard, to my knowledge, has been, 9x8 space, and it lacks that.
Okay. Anyone else? I think I remember the conversation on this particular piece of property was on the parking, and that it didn't have 3 spaces. And with Mr. Wall's, that's really the only thing that we ever have that we can enforce as far as the Planning Commission is, as far as that we've been able to use is their parking. And so this one, I don't know how you're going to enforce. You're going to go from a 3-bedroom house to a 2-bedroom house. To me, it's very difficult. And so, Mr. Edmond. Mike.
I need him to turn his microphone on, please.
Yeah, turn your mic on, Mike. We're here too long.
You got 2 microphones.
I think they call this a equipment malfunction.
No, he did not.
Can we do that, make a motion for approval for 2 bedrooms, or do we need to because the sidewalk is, that's where we're at right now, doesn't go all the way? Mr. Chairman, I'm going to leave it up to you.
A motion to approve, condition on 2 bedrooms and 2 parking spaces.
Second.
We have
I
a
have an
second by
unreadiness.
Mr. Grant.
I have an unreadiness on that.
I'm sorry, Mr.
So
President.
I've got an unreadiness on this. Is there not 27 feet from the edge of the sidewalk to the street?
I know.
So why are we short of a parking space? there's 27 feet behind the sidewalk. The sidewalk actually crosses the driveway, and in that case, is part of the driveway. The first cars drive across it to park. Cars 1 and 2 drive across what is a labeled sidewalk to park, and when you go towards the street, there's still 27 feet to park a car. So how are we losing a parking space? It's not where the street is.
No, it's not where the street is, and it looks like from the photos, Mr. Kemp, is the mailbox where the sidewalk is as well?
Yep. But it's still not on the street. I thought the intent was that the car didn't park in the street. Did you approve a parking plan with 3 cars before? So I'm saying, why do we lose a parking space? Again.
We did. We've gone down to 2 parking spaces.
Okay.
So it's 2 bedrooms, 2 parking spaces.
Okay.
That's where we are. And the applicant is agreeable to those new conditions.
Did we have
And
a
we have a
second?
motion by Mr. Inman and seconded by
Mr. Graham?
Whitney.
Thank you.
And we'll call for the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Commissioner Barnes absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
It's you.
Commissioner Klein's absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
No.
No? Thank you. Just to make sure. Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
No.
By a vote of 6 to 2, we recommend approval as modified with 2 bedrooms and 2 parking spaces.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move approval based on 2 bedrooms as the applicant agreed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second from Ms. Wilson. Any other discussion?
I only have one, if I could.
Yep.
And it's for later, but the city manager go back to the real estate assessor. I don't think the short-term rental implications and restrictions have anything to do with how the property is assessed. But I'd like the real estate assessor to tell us about that.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
I'm sorry I stepped out of it. The motion was to approve.
The motion is to approve, yes.
My vote is no.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten? Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, you've approved the application as amended.
Okay, moving on to item number 8 under planning. Lisa C. Ure and Rita Bianchi and Michael Burns for a conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental, 2312 Red Tide Road, Unit A, District 5, Lynn Haven.
Eddie Burdon, representing the applicant.
Chairperson Oliver, honorable and patient members of the Planning Commission, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, and honorable and patient members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Eddie Burdon, I'm a Virginia Beach attorney, and I'm coming before you this evening representing Ms. Lisa Ure. Lisa owns 1 of 3 units in a 3-unit condominium on a B4 zoned piece of property 2 blocks from Lynn Haven Beach at 2312 Red Tide Road on the east side of Red Tide Road. The other 2 people who are listed on the application are the owners of the other 2 units. They do not own this unit, but both of those other 2 unit owners are in approval, support of consent to this application and this use. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-story bungalow for all intents and purposes. It's a part of a 3-story, a 3-unit, not 3-story building. I suspect that the eastern part of the building was added later, but it was built somewhere, this one was built somewhere in the late 70s, early 80s. The application meets it's 2 bedrooms. We have 2 on-site parking spaces that have been put in place. As your staff has appropriately noted, Red Tide Road is an 80-foot wide right-of-way. This is on the beach side of Shore Drive, and only 30 feet of that right-of-way is paved. There is at least 25 feet, I think a little bit more because I don't think that right-of-way is actually centered, more than 25 feet of the driveway, which is the entire width of the 50-foot lot, is in the right-of-way, but this application will have 2 parking spaces on site. That's in addition to all the parking that exists in that excess right-of-way and this road. There's parking all up and down the street. I grew up 2.5 blocks to the west of here, walked down the street to go to the beach when I was a kid almost every day in the summertime. It's a beautiful street with a lot of live oak trees that have remained, and because of the nature of the development on this property being small, not as large as a lot of the new stuff you see, it's very nice street, and it helps to preserve those trees. Ms. Ure all this was approved unanimously with no opposition when it was heard by the Planning Commission back end of May. She has agreed to the new conditions, the limitation to 1 a week and the 2 persons per bedroom. Lisa is a licensed property manager. She actually manages some short-term rentals for Mr. Chris Edel. She and her husband live just on the other side of the Lesnar Bridge, very close by, and she will be a good manager for this piece of property. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions any of you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Burdon? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we had 1 person signed up via WebEx. However, we don't see him online now. Steve Patterson. And the only other speaker is Barbara Messner.
Yeah, I object to all of these. You're destroying every neighborhood. Traffic is a nightmare in the entire city. We don't have any, you're twiddling, don't have any evacuation routes. It's on the city's page, you know your evacuation routes. How are you going to evacuate when our roads are gridlocked and you have high-density projects everywhere? I object to the lack of due process. You have all these things listed, and then you pull them, and then you vote. You have it listed 1 through 25. Why can't you follow due process and do them in order? Why should we have to figure out which one's next, which one's pulled? It's ridiculous. Obviously, there aren't many people with common sense, and most people, vote for all the uncontrolled growth, even though they seem to be concerned, after the fact. If you're concerned about people, low-income people, and how people are struggling, certain members should not have voted for the arena project, the sports center, crazy alternative budgets, etc. I think it's ridiculous that you have meetings this late, that you should not have this many items on one agenda. Thank you.
That's all the speakers. Mr. Burdon, would you like to rebut?
Okay.
No? Okay. That's all the speakers.
Okay, planning?
Thank you. I'm going to close it for discussion amongst the commissioners, or a motion, please. Yes.
I motion that we approve.
Do I have a second? second by Commissioner Weiner. We'll call for the question, please.
Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Commissioner Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman? Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Is that aye? Thank you. Commissioner Wool?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
5 vote, 8 to 0. The recommendation is for approval. Can't think.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wood,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I move approval.
do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? No. Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you approve the application of Lisa Yor. I'm sorry, 10 to 1. It's late. 10 to 1, you've approved the application of Lisa Yor.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, moving on to item number 11 under planning, La Plaza LLC for conditional use permits, raise short-term rental at 2565 Shore Drive, Unit A, Unit B, District 5, Lynn Haven. Yes.
I've got an abstention letter on file for this one, so I won't be participating.
Okay, it won't be participating, okay. Do we have speakers?
Are you the applicant? So I didn't have you registered. If you can just state your name for the...
Yeah, I can, yes.
State your name for the record, please.
Hey, I'm
Good
Chris.
evening.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm a little punchy. I'm Chris Wood. I'm the applicant, and I appreciate y'all's time. And I also want to thank Mr. DeHaan and his staff, and they've been really great to work with. And I know they kind of get criticized sometimes, but I got calls from them Friday night. I've got emails from them on Sunday morning. Will Miller, especially, has done a lot to help, so I appreciate that. Mayor Dyer, Chairperson Oliver, members of Council and Planning Commission, my name is Chris Wood, and I'm a lifelong resident of Virginia Beach, and I've lived in the Cape Story, Cape Henry area for more than 20 years. This property in question was built in the late 50s and was in really bad shape when I bought it in 2008. The main reason I bought the property was that there was a parking situation along Shore Drive that made it very dangerous for the cars pulling out of Cape Henry Shores on Kendall Street. As soon as I bought the property, I immediately brought in a backhoe and removed tons of dirt to allow the cars to park further off of Shore Drive. And I also removed decades of bamboo growth, which allowed the cars to park behind the property. The current plan for this short-term rental would further improve the parking situation by putting a landscape berm, or not really a berm, but a landscape buffer along Shore Drive, which would force the cars to park parallel with Shore Drive as opposed to perpendicular. I've been in the property management business for more than 3 decades, and I also live 5 houses down from the property. I know all my neighbors very well. I've got a great relationship with all of them, and I've reached out to the Civic League and the immediate adjacent neighbors. I have a letter of support from my immediate adjacent neighbor, Mr. Bruner. I also have letters of support from several other neighbors. All of my neighbors have my cell phone number. I'm available 24/7, and I have a 24/7 maintenance phone number as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate y'all's time.
Any questions for Mr. Wood? Okay, don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you all.
There was one speaker, Joseph Avalon, that had signed up by WebEx. However, he's not on WebEx now. And the only other speaker is Barbara Messner.
Okay. I'm very familiar with the Shore Drive area. I lived over there. I watched all the expansions for Westminster. There's a lot of beach erosion. There hasn't been parking over there for residents for a long time. Parking is a huge, huge issue. If you don't own or lease property there or stay at a hotel, the average person can't go to the beach. And as far as WebEx not working, it's almost 11 o'clock at night. How many people want to spend their whole evening waiting to be called? Or we don't know if the system's not working. We don't really know what's going on. This whole system of WebEx has many problems. So does the ability for Facebook to work. Anyway, I oppose for all the above reasons. Most of those places are really small. People are just, it doesn't matter who you are or why you want it. There's too many of them. There's no way to regulate them. And I oppose, but obviously, Mr. Tower, sorry to interrupt your conversation. Good evening.
Mayor, that's all the speakers. However, for the record, WebEx is working, just the participant is not on any longer, just
not a
so
problem.
council's aware.
Okay. All right, planning.
Thank you, Mayor. This isn't working. I think my battery's gone. There it is. Okay, so we will close it and open it for discussion or a motion. Mr. Graham.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
I have a second. The second by Commissioner Weiner. We will call for the question, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman? Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-0, this recommendation is for approval.
Okay, Mr. Wood has recused himself on this. Would somebody make a motion for Mr. Bellucci?
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Can I ask what the basis for the recusal is? I'd like it to be entered into the record later. Maybe, Mr., you could state it for the record. I'd like to know why.
I'm pretty sure I have a letter.
Generally speaking, I know I always state why I'm recusing myself.
I can tell you what it is.
I believe there's a letter.
We have a letter on file. It'll be made part of the minutes.
Could you please, will that be included in the minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
Into
you.
the record next week.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten? She said aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Vice Mayor Wood has stepped out, so I'm going to mark him absent. And then, well, he stepped out, so he's not here. So, Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 9-1 with Mr., Wood abstaining, you have approved the application.
Okay, moving on to item number 12 under planning, Ocean Rental Properties, LLC for a conditional use permit, for a short-term rental at 2216 Baltic Avenue, Unit B, District 6, Beach.
Mr.
Madam
Dyer?
Chairperson, members of the commission, Mayor Dyer, and members of the City Council, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach Attorney representing Ocean Rental Properties on this application. This subject property at the corner of Baltic Avenue and 22nd and a half Street was subject of a public hearing before Planning Commission, and this application without opposition was recommended for approval at that point in time. I know about the advertising situation. The property is a part of a 2-unit condominium. The other unit is a standalone single family on two of them on one lot, which is allowed in the Old Beach District. The owner of that property is in support of, no opposition to this application. The request meets the requirements for the on-site parking. There was a requirement to take a little piece of the deck off and make sure everything worked. That's all been done. The property directly across the alley this property is zoned RT4. The property directly across the alley to the south is a commercial use zoned RT3. On the east side of Baltic is property multifamily zoned A12 and A36. And Caddy Corner on the corner of 22nd and Baltic is a two-story multifamily. At one point was a hotel. Baltic Avenue is a very heavily traveled thoroughfare in this part of the city of Virginia Beach. And we've had, as you can see on the staff report on page 2 of agenda item 24, there are multiple short-term rentals that have been approved by council on the other side of the alley, along facing 22nd Street, as well as to the east and along Baltic. Arctic is an area that has had a renaissance with redevelopment in large measure, not in total, but in large measure because of short-term rentals. This is not a single-family property, not in a single-family section of Old Beach as exists further to the west. And again, it is on the corner of Baltic Avenue and 22nd and a half Street, a half a block off of 22nd Street. All the conditions are acceptable. Again, my clients have agreed to the modifications in the conditions that were requested by council subsequent to this having been heard by the Planning Commission previously. Those new conditions are acceptable to my clients. The property meets all the criteria set forth in the ordinance. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you.
We have two speakers, Barbara Messner, and after Ms. Messner will be Nancy Parker.
Okay, lawyers are paid a lot of money per hour. I think it's like $200, $400 an hour. We pay for outside law firms, so I know it's over $450 per hour that we have been paying for. Kaufman and Knowles, Wilcox Savage, on and on and on. I'm just mentioning this because it's like Eddie Bernard lives here. Bouchard, they usually, I believe Ocean Rentals is Bouchard. They, finance with Town Bank. A lot more people should be abstaining. And I doubt if all these people were, staying out of all the private closed-door meetings. Traffic, crime, flooding is an issue at the oceanfront. I lived there well over 10 years, and there was crime and problems with people after hours. You don't have a curfew. People, leave bars at 2 a.m. And as far as the WebEx, I know there were problems. Ms. Henley sat in a separate room. She needed help. In the beginning, a lot of you needed help using the WebEx. It wasn't working that well. There are problems. I don't know whether the person, called to say they couldn't get through or what the problem is. But, that's why we should have smaller meetings and allow people to show up in person. And it says right here, which Mr. Dyer's read a few times. He called for the special meeting, August 20th for today. It's not a lot of advance notice, but it says right here, WebEx, you have to call and register prior to 5 p.m. I think everyone who wants to speak should have the same requirements, to sign up. You shouldn't just show up. For a while, Mr. Dyer was saying, is there anyone else that wants to speak? Then you stopped. My issues are due process and how many items you put on the agenda and how many people we have to deal with talking about it when planning is supposed to be a separate entity. And as far as, only 4 people, you don't know that they aren't teenagers and that they don't have company. You can't assume
Thank you.
anything. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Nancy Parker.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. And I want to say thank you to Ann, who's been so kind to make sure we all stay safe on this side of the podium. Council members, city council members, and the new city manager, thank you all for being here tonight and to listen to us. I'm here only by accident. For some reason, I had the inclination to look at the agenda because I've been watching this site for quite some time. It showed up actually as a sign in front of the house in the very front. That's 2 houses on there. In fact, the back one, which you're looking at now, actually got rezoned back in the 80s to an office. It was a drink water property. And they ended up with a lawyer's office. And at the time I was on the planning commission, I said, this is spot zoning. This is out of character. But because who it was one of those things that passed through. In the meantime, it's now turned into 2 units in the back house. There's a front house, of which is where the first sign showed up, which caught my attention. I went, whoa, what's going on here? And I knew the people. I said, are you going short-term rental? They said, no. I said, have you looked at the sign in your front yard? She said, no, I came in the back door. I said, you need to go look. So she ended up calling and found out that it needed to be moved over to the back side. So I've been watching this piece of property for some time. Then, of course, we had COVID. And apparently it was done with some kind of videoing in May, and everybody was like, how does that work? So the next sign that I saw was for August the 4th. But it had this big white sign over it that said the videoing conferencing, and you had to kind of look real close. It was not user-friendly, and it looked like it was written almost in a gray. So I called down to the city staff, and I said, wait a minute, what's going on? Who's supposed to keep up with this? What's happening? They said, well, actually, the client is supposed to go in and make sure that the dates are correct. I said, so staff doesn't? He said, no. So I sent this also to Guy Tower and showed him pictures of this, that this date was still showing, even today, August the 4th was when the hearing was to be. So I'm questioning if advertisement is important to let the general public know what happened here. Who's in charge? And I'd like to also make a comment because I know Mr. Burdon is, he's a good lawyer. He's a darn good lawyer. But that area there where they are right now, 22nd and a half Street has been the dividing line for the OR district. Everything north of that is the Old Beach district. And you are now facing the consequences of spot zoning, spot uses. You're taking away the integrity of what this neighborhood is being.
Thank you very much.
All right, I have, and if y'all might, I don't know if this is allowed or not, but the lady who's in front.
Thank you very much.
I have a question I'd like to ask her.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I'll yield to the district member first.
Okay.
Ms. Parker, first of all, I'd just like to recognize for those watching that Mrs. Parker served on City Council for a number of terms. And
You're very gracious to do that every time.
Thank you for your service. But could you just expand a little bit on the argument, that, well, the point you were making about the spot zoning and the impact?
Well, because what that did, it set it up so that for some reason after that was over with, they were able to put in 2 apartment units there in that single house. So now actually the whole lot there, because most of those, when you, in the Old Beach district, in order to keep from having a bunch of major big duplex looking items, they allowed this as part of the design guidelines in the Beach District. So you would have a small cottage on the back with a larger house in the front. So in essence, this one now has 3 livable units because of the front house and then the 2 in the back, which would not have, is not allowed or not done anywhere else except in this particular area because of what happened to that zoning. But we need to look at this whole district from a 1,000-foot level versus what we're doing right now in this area. I mean, you're going to lose us. You're going to lose us. And again, the lady in front, she sent me a text saying that she was adamantly opposed to it. You can't begin to get a sense of how close that area is between those houses. So, thank you very much.
So if I'm reading correctly into what you're saying is that then you are opposed to the request because of the encroachment on the Beach District, Old Beach District? Is that what?
I'm opposed to it, yes, absolutely, because in this particular area where I live, we have not got any of them there. 22nd Half Street to the south, that's, yes, that's where all those long white section is. They came in. Those are all short-term rentals. I see them happening down to 17th Street. We're trying to do the best, I can try to do the best I can to hold on to some kind of sense of neighborhood in the Old Beach District. And in the Planning Commission just recently, and I apologize because I wasn't there, but there was a movement that was made to divide us in half at Baltic. And anything north on the east side of Baltic was going to be short-term rentals by right. And then to the west was going to be, I think it was, that it would be the property owner principal. So we'll lose, we're going to lose.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker.
Thank you.
Mr. Tower?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Parker, thank you for being here. You sent me a photo. I just want to kind of verify that the last photo that I see that you sent me has May 27th date on it. Did you send me one after that?
Yes, the May 27th is for the Planning Commission hearing that was done by video, I think, or some kind of electronic thing. And then the next one was on August the 7th.
4th?
Was the next date, but see, you can't even really see. You have to get on top of it because it's
So-
kind of on the side.
So it's your statement that the sign is defective and could, for the advertising of this, could you just repeat as your recollection what the problem with the sign was?
Yeah, it doesn't give the correct date. The only reason I'm here is because I just had a premonition to go online and look, because I walk that area. I go by it every day when I take my walks. And that date of August the 4th has been there since beforehand.
Okay, thank you.
And I've checked on it to see what was going on, and staff said that the owner, was supposed to be responsible for putting the correct date up there, and it's not there, even today. And, and as soon as I saw it up there on the agenda on the website, I walked over to take a look to see if something had changed, and had not. So, I mean, if advertising dates is important, which is why you're here today, I would think this should be important even today, as well as the idea of it's jumping again into an area that does not have any short-term rentals on the Old Beach District area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ann.
Mr. Burdon, would you like to read that?
Appreciate Mrs. Parker's comments and certainly her service to the city. The first thing I want to address is this notion that there are 2 units in the building we're speaking about. When my clients bought this property, there were in fact 2 units in that building. Those units I determined when he bought it, they didn't know. When they bought it and they asked us to look at this. We did the research. They were not legally non-conforming. And there are not 2 units in that building today and haven't been for some time. But at one point, before my clients owned it, and possibly for a while afterwards before they brought this to us and we did the research, it was not legally non-conforming, and there's not 2 units in that building. The owner of the other unit in this condominium has signed the application and has told us told my clients unequivocally they have no objection to it. So I can't speak to the comment or who Ms. Parker spoke with. And this property will be professionally managed, as all of their other properties are, by Frank Ramekers, who lives in Old Beach. If you look on page 2 of the agenda item, there's a nice map that shows all of the short-term rentals that exist in this section. And that does include short-term rentals between Arctic and Baltic, a good number of them. Also, another one on Baltic, a block and a half, or maybe a block and a quarter to the north. And then other short-term rentals back in what I would characterize as the single-family portion of Old Beach, which is back from Mediterranean west or Baltic west, for that matter. There's a world of difference if you look at the zoning map for the part of the beach that's called Old Beach. And frankly, when it comes to this short-term rental, I think the whole beach should be looked at. And there's a section of the oceanfront that is close to the resort, part of the resort, large measure. And then as you get further to the west, it's more of a residential area. Baltic Avenue is a major thoroughfare. And there's no getting around the fact that we've done a lot to traffic calm, but there's a ton of traffic that goes up and down Baltic Avenue. It's a lot different than once you get to the west of Baltic Avenue. Now, as far as the sign is concerned, this application was heard by the Planning Commission on May the 27th. It was scheduled for City Council consideration on July the 28th. I had to go out of town, and we moved that from July the 8th to August the 4th. The sign was changed to August the 4th. I'm not sure why the sign wasn't changed again. That was the hurricane meeting, but it's
Okay,
never...
thank you, Ed.
Well, this is rebuttal, and I need to rebut the fact that we did change the sign.
Okay.
And in the past, until maybe 6 months ago, what was on the sign after Planning Commission didn't even matter. So I don't think legally there's an insufficiency here, but that's the history of the sign.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Planning?
Anybody have any questions? No? All right, I'm going to close it. Yes, Mr. Edmund? The second?
Second.
Who gave the second? Oh, Jack. Okay, we'll call for the question.
Was the motion to approve? I couldn't hear.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. And who made the second?
I'm sorry?
Who made the second?
Mr. Wall.
It was David, actually. Mr. Weiner.
Mr. Weiner?
Thank you. I apologize. Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Not here.
You gone. Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
No.
By a vote of 6-1, you recommended approval. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Okay, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move for denial of this.
Have a motion for denial. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Tower made the motion. Second. Councilmember Abbott, the motion is to deny.
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower? Aye. Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, this application has been denied.
Next item is William J. Wright Jr., conditional use permit, short-term rental, 909 Pacific Avenue. Now, the reason this one is not on consent, Mr. Tejan, the next three of these are because they just disagreed with the,
Yes, sir, that is correct.
okay. So we call the speakers, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, the applicant, William Wright. And then after Mr. Wright, it'll be Barbara Messner.
Hi, good evening. Mr. Wright here. Do you have a picture of the location of this property? I think that I object to the new conditions. I think there's 3 of them, and there's only really one that I disagree with. The first one was no events should take place. We don't really have a problem with that. The other one is there's two people per room is the other one. And I'm not sure if that includes children or not. It wasn't really clarified. A lot of times we have guests in that have 2 per room, but a small child. So I don't know if that was addressed in those new conditions or not. I'm not aware of it. But the third one is the 1 rental contract per week.
Do you mind speaking into the mic a little
I'm sorry.
closer? That's okay.
The one that the condition that I'm having a problem with is the 1 rental contract per week. This particular area that it's located in is in a non-residential area, and I think a lot of these provisions were meant to be for neighborhood areas. And looking around at some of the other ordinances around the country, I think a lot of cities are making a distinction between residential areas and non-residential areas. And you can clearly see that this particular condominium is located on the east side of Pacific Avenue, where there are no residential areas around it. So, and this particular property has had a history of short-term rentals for the last 20 years or so. So, I think that's all I wanted to say. That just a lot of people these days are using short-term rentals because they're more comfortable in a condominium or an enclosed place versus going to hotels. And there's a lot of 3-night minimum type of thing. So there are several contracts per week currently in these properties right now. Okay.
Any questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Barbara Messner.
These chemicals are a bit much. I feel sorry for the person that's having to do this because those are pretty harsh chemicals. Okay, one thing I'd like to note is Ms. Parker, she was able to have Mr. Moss rescue her so she could go overtime. I certainly don't get rescued. And Mr. Tower, who, she supports, you haven't replied to anything. And as far as the sign she's talking about, I brought the signs, y'all all saw them. I've emailed them to you with the white pieces of paper covering the bottom part of the ordinance sign. That is ridiculous. You're covering up part of the sign. And Prime Storage, I've sent you pictures. Their sign was crooked, then it's torn down, it's still torn down. This is how the public knows about these things. And as far as short-term rentals going on at the oceanfront for a long time, we didn't have the population, we didn't have the crime, we didn't have the flooding. And it used to be summer, winter. Even Atkinson was summer, winter. But you want year-round tourism, and you want everything at the oceanfront to support tourism. So I'm in opposition, and I think it's ridiculous that we're all here at this hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, sir. No other speakers.
Okay, Ms. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Yes, go ahead. You want to ask the applicant?
Mr. Wright, can you come back up here real quick, please? This ain't gonna get done until we talk about it. So these are our new conditions, and it's not gonna get approved until this is the way it's gonna get approved, these new conditions. I know you don't like it and you don't agree with it, but we're probably gonna deny it if you don't accept the new conditions.
Okay, what was your question then?
The new conditions that are out, if you don't accept them, then we're probably gonna deny it.
Even though it's in a non-residential area?
I agree, it's an OR district, yes, sir. This is our new conditions, and that's the way I'm pretty much see everybody here looking at this.
Okay, so what are my choices then?
Your choices are to accept the new conditions or
Get
not.
denied. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to accept the new conditions then.
Okay, so you're agreeable to the 1 week rental and 2 per person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve with those new conditions.
Okay, do I have a second, please? Mr. Horsley will second that.
Thank you.
We'll call for the question.
Commissioner Alvarez is absent. Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin? Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley? Commissioner Inman? Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 8-0, the recommendation is for approval.
Okay, Mr. Tower?
I move for approval, Mr. Mayor, with the conditions that the Planning Commission just imposed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Mr. Moss?
It would be preferable for me, and maybe even for the city attorney, if and Mr. Tower, in the reasoning for his motion, could state a reason that we've previously been advised is more sustainable, should it be appealed, would make me feel better. Either that or defer this till we can have a discussion with the city attorney.
I'm moving for approval of this because there are no neighbors in the immediate vicinity to complain about this, and none have. It's in I think what was formerly a motel and surrounded by a parking garage and hotels. Seems to me to be entirely appropriate for short-term rental use.
Thank you, Mr. Tower. I appreciate that.
And has a history of being so as well. Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Okay, motion and discussion. Any other discussion? Okay. A motion to approve. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye, for the reasons Mr. Tower stated.
Thank you. Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10-1, you have approved the application of William J. Wright.
Okay, moving on to item 14. Carlin Creative Concepts LLC for conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 901 Pacific Avenue, Unit B, District 6, Beach.
The applicant is Oliver Carlin, and they are participating via WebEx. Mr. Carlin, if you could give us 3 seconds before you begin your comments. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Oliver Carlin. I'm representing Carlin Creative Concepts LLC. And I wish I could be there today, but I'm very grateful to be able to attend because I am in the Navy deployed in the Middle East right now. So I just would like to say that I appreciate the ability to attend virtually. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to speak. Firstly, I just wanted to, I pretty much was going to say the same thing Mr. Wright was going to say, and I understand what council is going to decide, but I would just restate that we do understand that residential areas, why you would restrict it to 1 per 7-day period for the neighbors in residential areas. However, as we've discussed with the different land and agricultural different areas of Virginia Beach, I just feel that instead of a blanket statement that all should be 7 days, I think it should be reviewed based on the area, since like our area is primarily rental based, short term, and it's been that way for ever almost. This place was a hotel before and then moved to condos, and now everyone there is short term rental based. And been doing it that way, and it wouldn't affect anybody to keep doing it that way. The other thing I'd like to mention is there's also maids and stuff that are employed, a living wage that live there, that they get multiple cleanings a week. And they've been doing that for years and years. And when you switch them to 1 rental contract a week, you're cutting their income down by like 75%. And I don't think that's been really looked at as well for areas like this. That is another concern, I think, as well. And from a lot of the people that purchased these places initially as investment properties, you're definitely hurting their revenue when you say that they can't fill the gaps anymore in between stays, because that's a huge cut to their income when we do that. But again, I do understand that what was already mentioned, that if I don't agree, that it be denied, and I definitely want to be approved, and so I would agree to switch the terms as needed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And then the next speaker is Mo Carlin, and they are also participating via WebEx. If you would just pause for 3 seconds before beginning your comments, you may go ahead.
Hi, I'm not speaking. My husband already called. Thank you.
You had signed up. The only other speaker is Barbara Messner. Sir, can you turn your mic? Somebody has their microphone on up there.
It's this one.
Okay. Unmute it then.
Okay, sorry. We're getting back to how much time it's taking and the fact that most of us can't even hear what these people are saying. It's all muffled. You're changing the rules as you go, and people are complaining. But who is going to enforce the new rules? How many times does Ms. Henley have to say that you don't have anyone? You're still twiddling, Mr. Wood. That's very rude. If you could stop when I'm trying to speak. You have no one to enforce these. Of course they're going to agree to it. Who's going to, the neighbors have to call 311. Nice going. Y'all are so rude and arrogant, it's unbelievable. You don't care about the quality of life, public safety, anything. I oppose these, and are you going to keep people here and do the appointments without letting us speak again? Thank you.
That's all the speakers.
Planning?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. If I am correct, the applicant agreed to the new conditions. Is that what I heard?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I heard as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll close it for discussion or a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move for approval with the conditions of 1 per 7 nights and 2 per room, the conditions that are in the write-up.
Wait, do you have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Call for the question.
Commissioner Alvarez and Barnes both were absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley? Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 8 to 0, the recommendation is for approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tower.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of the application with the
Second.
conditions imposed by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just to clarify, the motion is to approve based on what was in the printed agenda, correct? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Bellucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, you have approved the application.
Okay, now on to number 15. Nathan Bowling for a conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 423 21st and Half Street, District 6, Beach.
The applicant is Nathan Bowling. And then after Mr. Bowling, the only other speaker is Barbara Messner.
Welcome.
Hi. I think after the last two, I'll have my answer, but I'd be remiss if I didn't plead my case a little bit here. But thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Planning, and City staff for the opportunity to speak regarding the amendments for the weekly rental regulations. Before getting started, I wanted to clarify that we're not necessarily opposed to the new regulations, but wanted an opportunity to be considered for approval under the previous guidelines. Of course, with any denial, would be amenable to the new regulations in order to have the opportunity to rent the home. My wife, Jade Bowling, and I purchased the property located at 423 21st and a Half Street last year in June. We've operated the home as a weekly rental for over a year, and in this time, we've received 0 complaints. And as an upstanding host, we would like to request special considerations to operate the home under the previous guidelines. We strategically purchased the home in the OR zoning district, which allows commercial use by right. The home is only a block from 2 hotels, including the Sundial Inn and Atrium, so it would not affect the neighborhood. We were also previously approved by City Planning without any concerns. In addition, within our duplex, our direct neighbor, Nick Trebon, was approved on the previous conditions, as well as the 4 other units directly next door. A denial to operate under the previous guidelines would make us the only unit of the entire development operating with the new guidelines. This would solely be the result of delays due to the advertising, as many of our neighbors were approved just before the city's attorney's announcement. My wife and I are teachers, and we invest in this property in order to fund our retirement. These new weekly rental requirements would be detrimental to our income, especially with no inability to recoup the losses of this year's pandemic. I know there have been concerns with builders and investors buying up properties in order to operate weekly renters, and I assure you that's not who we are. It'd be a shame to be denied, it'd be a shame if we were denied operating under the previous provisions due to a technicality. Thank you very much for your time, your consideration, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Any
that you may have.
questions?
I have one. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say you have been renting this?
Yes, ma'am.
For how long?
We did it last summer. And then this year when the pandemic hit, we turned it into a to an annual renter to try to just salvage whatever we could.
And so last summer you were using it as a twice weekly rental?
Yes, twice a week. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Weiner.
You are good with the change of conditions?
Yes, sir. I mean, obviously, I kind of see the writing on the wall. We want to recoup any income that we can, so
Okay.
we'd be amenable to whatever you see fit.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions for him? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Barbara Messner.
Ms. Barnes, how many are left after this one? How many more are left?
Several.
Because it's all, several? Yeah, like I said, this is absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, all these people are objecting and they're agreeing partially, and they've been renting. The one at Croatan, that one's been rented. When you drive over there in Croatan, there's several. And there's cars parking in the grass. I've seen as many as 7 or 8 cars overflowing everywhere. Parking is a huge, huge issue. And you don't know if these people are gonna have company, what hours. I mean, it's ridiculous. Just because there's hotels close by, there's been hotels at the ocean front for decades. But people weren't renting short-term rentals next to them. Just because there's a hotel doesn't mean it's commercial. Other people live close by, and the traffic and people get drunk. Now you have delivery alcohol during a pandemic. Everything in the city is upside down. I'd like to use another word, but I won't. I oppose.
That's all the speakers.
Oh,
Yes, thank you. All right, I'm going to close it for discussion or motion. Yes, Mr.
Madam
Weiner.
Chair, I move for approval of this item with the applicant agreeing to the one rental per 7 nights and 2 per bedroom.
Do I have a second? Mr. Horsley gave the second. We'll call for the question, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Alcaraz and Barnes both are absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham? Commissioner Horsley? Commissioner Inman?
aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
5 vote, 8 to 0. This application has been recommended for approval.
Okay, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move for approval with the conditions imposed by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
All right, Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse. Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, you approve the application of Nathan Bowling.
Okay, moving to home stretch. Item number 24, John Keenan for a conditional use permit, raise short-term rental, 410 Terrace Avenue, District 6 Beach.
Lisa Murphy is representing the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, our new City Manager, City Attorney, our Planning Commission Chairwoman, Vice Chair, and the members of Planning Commission. I'm so happy to be able to say good evening because in just a short while it will actually be morning. But as I often tell people, my family knows where I am because they can watch me on television. So there's no question about that. For the record, my name is Lisa Murphy, local zoning attorney and a resident of the city of Virginia Beach. I'm here today on behalf of Mr. Keenan, who could not physically be here today. He was at the Planning Commission hearing. Mr. Keenan is retired from the U.S. Navy after 20 years as a lieutenant commander. He and his wife built this home 3 years ago, and this is meant to be their retirement home. It is a beautiful home. They spent quite a bit of money on it. They live in San Diego now, but they fly back and forth, so they're actually in town 8 to 10 times a year. They've been here just about once a month the last 7 months. So this is very much their primary residence when they're here in Virginia Beach. It is filled with their furniture and furnishings, and I know as most of you would agree, when you have a home that's filled with your things, you're very careful and very protective of that home, as they are as well. The house does have 24-hour security. It's got a security and a monitoring system. It is managed by Atkinson Realty, and they also have a 24-hour caretaker and a landscaper that landscapes the home. So they're very particular about the home. You can see in the staff report, it's noted actually, it's 0.3 of a mile from the beach, but it is walking distance to the marina and the fishing center. And there is currently a short-term rental that's been approved with a CUP at 418 Terrace Avenue. This is 410 Terrace Avenue. There is a home share at 411 Terrace Avenue. And then if you look, I don't know if, Bobby, if you have that, but there's also a picture that shows the current applications that are in and the registered applications as well. Yeah, it's in your packet. So there are 2 other registered on Terrace Avenue, and there are a few up and down Winston-Salem and others in the surrounding area. It is, as I mentioned, close to the fishing center, the marina, and you've got obviously the restaurants up and down Winston-Salem. As the staff report indicates, the request is for a 4-bedroom short-term rental. They do have the 4 required parking spaces with 2 in the dedicated garage and then 2 in their driveway. The applicants have agreed to the 2 new additional conditions, which I think are important. They limit the number of overnight guests to 2 individuals per room, which again, they agree with that, and it would obviously help keep this a high, really high clientele rental for families. They want this to be a nice place for families and friends to come to enjoy Virginia Beach the way they do. The second condition, limiting the number of rentals to 1 per 7-day period, is also acceptable to the applicant. Planning Commission, when you heard this originally, voted unanimously for approval. After the Planning Commission hearing, because the Keenans were in attendance, there were some issues that were brought up by the neighbors. They actually reached out to neighbors, and they found something interesting, and I've emailed it to Planning Commission. Unfortunately, I don't have additional copies. I'm going to give it to Bobby, but it's a letter from a lady named Joyce Ansell, who lives at 404 Terrace Avenue, and Joyce simply indicates that she did not give permission for her name to be used in the letter from Jeffrey and Sheila Stratton. and she's listed as Joyce, 82, does not want the traffic or the trouble. So I'm going to submit this for the record. And then our client, who's spent a lot of time in Virginia Beach, has lived in Virginia Beach, obviously being in the Navy. They also have letters of support that I'll submit as well. And again, I apologize, there's only one letter from Joyce Ansell. Again, the issues that were identified were the noise and having this be a party house. I think the conditions that you all have worked on over the last several months are really meant to address that. There can be no special events. There also is a limit to any event to the number of overnight guests, which again in this case would be limited to 2 per bedroom for a total of 8. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Again, I was not there, but the first time Planning Commission considered this, they did recommend it for approval. We hope that they recommend it for approval again, and we look for your support.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
So is this Joyce Ansell, that's the same person that you emailed?
Yeah.
So I'm missing, say that again now.
So in the Planning Commission packet, or I think in your packet, is a letter from Jeffrey and Sheila Stratton, and they list the neighbors that have issues with the application, and they list Joyce as 82 as being one of the neighbors. And so the letter that I'm glad it worked. I was able to take a copy of it with my phone and email it to the City Council general email address. But that is from Joyce Ansell, who lives at 404 Terrace Avenue.
So then the Joyce who is listed in here, Joyce is 82, does not want the traffic or the trouble. That's the same Joyce who said.
That is the same Joyce. And
she never said that, okay.
She did not give her authorization to have her name included. And they did hear that from some of the other neighbors as well, who just didn't want to get in the middle of a contest between neighbors, but that was something that they heard from others.
Okay.
They're residents of Virginia Beach and friends of the applicant. Yeah, I think the first one is from a couple that they know that would like to stay in the property. They've actually gotten feedback from several folks, including some of the neighbors who would be interested in renting their home for a short-term rental. Obviously, they don't have approval yet to do that, but so some of these are folks that they've known from living in Virginia Beach for so long that are attesting to their upstanding nature as a family and the fact that they really are going to take good care of this.
Ms. Oliver, could you?
I think it was just the first one.
Thank you.
And I believe that at least one of the Keenans may be on WebEx.
We have the applicant on WebEx, but you're representing him. Do we still want to call him?
He may want to answer some additional questions about the letters of support.
Okay. No, it's good. I just, I think it's late and I'm not reading the sentences fully.
I forgot to bring a snack, so.
Some of them look like they were more reviews of the property than they were letters, but it's probably just the hour of the almost morning, so.
Almost morning, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is the applicant himself. He's on WebEx, John Keenan. If you would pause 3 seconds before beginning your comments. Go ahead, sir. Next speaker, Paige Mieres. And then the next speaker after Ms. Mieres is Yvonne Paxson. Ms. Paxson, if you want to start making your way to the front too, that would be great. Thank you.
Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Good night. My name is Paige Miaras, and I'm the principal broker of Atkinson Realty. And I'm here to speak in support of John Keenan's CUP application for short-term rental. The Keenans called us almost a year ago to inquire about short-term rental, and we pointed them towards the CUP process, giving them all the ordinances and telling them that they could not market the property until the process was complete. They have been very diligent and patient in this process, in waiting for this process to be complete, and they have basically, they were not able to rent it this past summer. Atkinson Realty was formed in 1943, selling lots to dreamy-eyed beachgoers, and they soon returned to Atkinson Realty looking for property management services in an effort to offset their cost of their new dream. And the legacy of that history is certainly present in this application. Just to give you a sense of our management package, our owners pay for private trash pickup on Saturdays, and the city does not incur the cost of that. We also have a team of inspectors that go out and examine the properties before they're turned over, and when trash perhaps is missed, we have a full-time maintenance person that follows behind them to collect the trash in his truck. We have 24/7 on-call staff that can respond to any kind of issues, and when the owners permit, we do place a sign on the property that says professionally managed by Atkinson Realty with our phone number. We consistently communicate directly and meet every guest that checks in, and our clientele is mostly families looking for some R&R and to spend their money in our beautiful resort city. This property is a great location. It's consistent with short-term rentals and where the activity is. As Ms. Murphy pointed out, it's right around the corner from all of the tourist attractions that our guests are searching for, as far as jet skis and fishing and stand-up paddleboarding. I would also note that right across the street from this property is 2 houses down is an apartment complex already. At the end of the street, there's another apartment complex which does allow short-term rentals. So I would ask that you all vote to approve.
The next speaker is Yvonne Paxson. And after Ms. Paxson is Louis Vilche.
Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, council members, and Planning Commission. My name is Yvonne Paxson. I was born and raised in Virginia Beach. I grew up in Cape Story by the Sea on Bayberry Street for 8 years, and then lived in Pungo for 38 years. Now I live in Kings Grant. I'm the property caretaker for the Keenan's home at 410 Terrace Avenue, and have been for the past 3 years since it was built. I've known Mrs. Keenan since high school and Mr. Keenan for close to 20 years. Although this rental will be professionally managed, I too am available and live less than 10 minutes away from the property. Both of their next door neighbors have my cell phone number as well as the Keenan's cell numbers. I'm personally acquainted with the neighbors as I am there on an almost daily basis. I also do in-house pet sitting for one of their next door neighbors, as well as another neighbor one street over and another on 10th and Caribbean. The home will not have events or parties. It is to be a family rental. It is a beautiful, well-kept home. The Keenans have a security system and monitoring of the perimeter of the home as well. Should any issue arise, I am available anytime. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Louis Vilche. Sorry, and then after him will be Angie Ratliff.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, and the members of the council. My name is Luis Vilches, and I'm here to voice my support for the Keenan short-term rental application. I have known the Keenans for over 15 years. Before I moved here, I'm an immigrant from Spain and now a citizen of this wonderful country. And they are wonderful people, just wonderful people. Honestly, I have a hard time thinking that there's any opposition to having them doing anything in their house other than being generous and having so much. They're just wonderful people. That's all my experience. I live 10 minutes from the property in the Red Mill area. And I've been at the place many times. I've seen the Keenans build this house from when there was nothing there, and also building the relationships that they have with their neighbors. That's why I'm a little confused that there is any opposition to their interest, as they've been always open to share this wonderful place in their vision with family members and very close friends. So when I see this house being built and these relationships, and at the very beginning also seeing even people that may be opposed, even neighbors, at the beginning they were very, there was a lot of openness with the neighbors. And it's the nicest looking house in the whole street, the nicest lawn. They care so much for the place. I cannot imagine them doing anything to jeopardize either, not only this property, but the relationships with their neighbors. They treasure their relationships, and I've seen it. I've been a witness. I'm not making anything up. So I've known them for this for so long. What else can I say? Well, it's already been said that the property is managed by a very competent agency. It is being taken care of in their time. They're here 6 to 7 times a year. And eventually I would love, after this COVID passes, that they can rent it to my parents if they come to visit me, which hopefully they will in the future. So I just want to support.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Angie Ratliff. And after Ms. Ratliff will be Jeff Stratton.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the council and the Planning Commission for letting me speak tonight, hear my concerns. First of all, I would just like to say, please stop the commercialization of our shadow lawn community. I've lived there for 20 years. And to be in this meeting tonight and to see everything that's being passed for these short-term rentals is very disheartening for our community. And I think it's going to weaken our community, and I don't know what will ever happen to our Shadow Lawn Civic League as well, by letting everything be turned over to short-term rentals. Anyway, I've lived on this street for 20 years, and some of my elderly neighbors have lived there much longer. Most of the street is predominantly elderly people, and I do want to set the record straight that on the first initial hearing, a lot of us did not receive the first notification of the first WebEx meeting And they also wouldn't have known how to do it on the internet anyway, so that's why I was able to attend the first meeting on the web for all of us and was trying to be a representation for all of us. Anyway, I'm a little nervous, so please just bear with me. And a lot of them wanted to be here tonight, but they couldn't because of COVID. You know, they are very elderly, and they wanted to come to speak tonight, but they just couldn't be here. As of Sunday, I did circulate a petition on our block and the block behind us, which is Winston-Salem Avenue, opposing this motion, totaling 15 no's. I did bring pictures, but I wasn't unable to turn them in because this is my first rodeo, so to speak. So I wanted just to show everyone how close in proximity we all are, that we all share our backyard spaces, and that the Keenan house is, I don't know if we can pop up the house picture. I'm the little teeny tiny house to the right of the Keenans there. So I feel kind of like the small house on the block. Over the years, I've got to know all of my neighbors. Mr. Keenan's only been in and out of town a few times. We don't know Mr. Keenan very well. I know that he is a great guy, but this is really more about protecting our neighborhood and our elderly that live there. The reasons that this should not be allowed, I would ask you to please give special consideration to our unique situation. The majority of the residents of this street do not want it. There are already 2 rentals at the end of the street with the same large capacity of people per rental, and it is an ongoing problem with noise, parking, and trash.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for Mr.
Okay, Mr. Moss has a question
Ma'am?
for you.
You said that on your street, there's 2 properties at the terminus that are short-term rentals?
Yeah, at the end, across from all the apartments that are already there that are also being used for short-term rentals.
Have you ever used the 311 number, or have you ever called the city and registered complaints relative to those operations?
Not on those 2 on the end because they are facing the ocean front, so the noise is carried out that way instead of back and forth bouncing across our street directly.
So are they on your street specifically?
They are on the end of the street.
End of the street, facing the cross street?
Facing Arctic.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay.
Next speaker is Jeff Stratton. And after Mr. Stratton is Barbara Messner.
Good morning.
12:02. Good morning, City Council, Mayor Dyer, Planning Commission. My name's Jeffrey Stratton. My wife Sheila and I live at 408 Terrace, right next to the house adjacent at 410. First of all, I want to clear the air about what Mr. Keenan's attorney said about my wife's letter that was submitted. She called the council and they told her to make observations about the neighborhood. So that was what she did. So Joyce has a problem. She talked to her the other day and discussed what happened and everything. So anyway, like Mr. Keenan, I am also retired Navy. After I retired in 2008, I moved here to continue work for the Navy as a civilian. My wife and I built and customized our house down in Chatelon to live in it year-round, 365 days for years to come. It felt right when we found the lot and builder. The neighborhood felt comfortable and safe. If we had known there was a short-term rental was a possibility right next door, we wouldn't have had invested the money to have a pool installed in our backyard this year, to avoid the liability of strangers temporarily staying right next door. I contacted the builder of our house and 410 Terrace Beach Building Group. Both houses were constructed at approximately the same time in 2017. He stated the garages on both houses are technically oversized one-car garages. I measured ours and it does not meet the requirements under Condition 3, Page 4, Agenda Item 24. The entryway alone is only 14 feet wide. The 18 by 18 space requirement would be impossible to meet, especially with the requirement that the garage shall remain free of materials to ensure vehicular accessibility. In addition, everybody knows parking is always a concern in Shadowlawn. I'm just wondering, when is enough with these short-term rentals? I specifically have this question of you, Councilman Tower. Back in February 2020, after the City Council meeting, you voiced concerns about the amount of short-term rentals in the city. You stated, I think the neighborhoods are the real strength of Virginia Beach. I am concerned about them. You were concerned too many short-term rentals will change the dynamic of communities. In the same article, Councilman Berlucci stated, we are putting voids in the vibrancy of having neighbors and the pleasure of having neighbors and having families. The city has almost 2,600 approved short-term rentals with 1,600 reviewed.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask him one question?
Yes, John.
Are there any houses that are facing the street, not the end facing of the cross street, but on your block? Is that the first short-term rental on your street?
So at the end of Terrace, and it's Terrace and Baltic, so if you look at the graph on,
Well, yeah, your wife mentioned that the homes that were short-term rentals faced the cross street, but not facing the street that you live on. I'm asking for the street that you live on, would this be the first short-term rental?
yes, on Arctic and Terrace, Arctic and Winston-Salem. Those two houses on the end of that, so basically on Arctic Avenue, first one is on Winston-Salem and Arctic at the corner, and the other one's on the corner right next to it, Winston-Salem, or not, correction, Arctic and Terrace. Those two are short-term rentals. One of them is already registered for approval, but according to the zoning history, that short-term rental was approved on March 20th, 2018.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara Messner, and then after Ms. Messner is Lisa Pompey.
Good evening. I don't know how long this person has been here. I think your meeting started at 4 o'clock. You know, these people need to go home, and you could have any of the staff clean this and give these people a break. Shadowlawn has very small houses like the North End. It used to be all not just summer, winter, but most people that lived in Norfolk and Richmond, they bought these houses just to come here in the summer. You know, I've been here when Mr. Keenan has spoken before. Why would all these people be here at midnight to speak for him? This isn't like a court case. Actually, it is, but, you know, we know who the judges are. I oppose. And Atkinson Realty, they ruined the North End. Summer, winter, you know, nobody could, and now it's expanded to Sandbridge, all over the place, and then they're helping with the short-term rentals. All y'all care about is the room taxes. They're being taxed like everyone else, just like hotels. So I'm in opposition, and I resent these long meetings, and I resent the fact that you don't care about that all these employees have to work overtime. We're paying time and a half for some of them. Y'all need to do your homework, and you need to ask these questions beforehand. You need to contact the people who who are applying. You need to go out and see what's going on.
The next speaker is Lisa Pompey.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for listening. My name is Lisa Pompa. I'm a new resident to Shadow Lawn. I'm a lifelong resident of Hampton Roads, and we were thrilled last October when we had the opportunity to move and live in the wonderful residential neighborhood of Shadow Lawn, yet be close enough to enjoy the ocean, but not be amongst, overwhelmed with tourists. We were so excited to find this property. We are at 415 Terrace Avenue. We're on that same block that Mr. Keenan's on. I've not met Mr. Keenan. I've been there since last October, and as far as I know, he just pops in and out of town, so I have no argument with Mr. Keenan. I do have an argument with the short-term rentals, and I guess I was remiss to not do my research in looking at the Shadow Lawn community that this was a challenge and an issue. We obviously don't have these problems in Chesapeake, Virginia, which is where I'm from originally. I do, however, have a home in the Outer Banks of North Carolina where I do sit amongst one-week rentals or short-term. And I know what that's like and what that means. We've talked a lot tonight about the challenges with opening Pandora's box. And we already have several on this street. And as Jeff Stratton said, when is enough enough? And that is not what we moved there for. I fell in love with that particular block. The neighbors came out. You have the feel of the residential neighborhood. I was getting what I had in Chesapeake, Virginia, yet I could still hop on my bike and head over to the ocean front. That was honestly sort of shattered for me when that big orange sign went up in Mr. Keenan's yard. I did not even know that that was an issue here in the Virginia Beach area. And so that is remiss of me, but I certainly hope that you will support the majority of the neighbors on that street. We did talk to many people on Sunday. Many were unable to be here tonight, but we have about 15 houses on that block, and there's only 4 that are unopposed. That's over 70% of the residents on that street, on that block, that really don't want this short-term rental. It is a large house, and it does not have the capacity to park 4 cars. So I would ask that you oppose this and that you would think about, what this action of approving this is driving. Because what's going to happen is we were fortunate enough to get a newer house that was just built 2.5 years ago. But what's happening is these older houses are going down, the newer house is going in, and the option of a short-term rental is more lucrative. And then there's going to be less residents like me that get to live out that dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Murphy?
I've gotten in my 10,000 steps, but you definitely must have gotten yours in. Thank you. Just want to say, Mr. Keenan's been trying to get into the WebEx. I don't know if he's... Okay. Can we try him one more time?
Mr. Keenan, if you'll pause 3 seconds before beginning your comments, go ahead and begin.
So we can't hear him. Let me just go ahead and point out on page 2 of the staff report, as I think was the case with all the staff reports, it shows you the approved, denied, under review, and registered short-term rentals in the area. So you've got 2 on Terrace Avenue, actually further west of the property. You've got 2 close by on Winston-Salem, and then the one that is 418 Terrace Avenue is the one that has been approved for a conditional use permit. So I just wanted to put this out. And as the last speaker indicated, this is not something new to this particular area. This is, and I wish Mr. Keenan had an opportunity to speak, but you know, when they come to the area, they bring their children, they bring their grandchildren. This is their retirement home, and they do take, as you heard from the other speakers, they take very good care of it. There are apartments nearby. I know there was a mention of noise and trash, and it makes me think that perhaps it's the registered short-term rentals that don't have conditional use permits. Obviously now you've fine-tuned this process where you've got conditions that really are meant to address all of those things where they might not be if somebody was grandfathered and in the system some other way. So there's absolutely no special events. You can't request a special event permit. You can't have more than the number of people who are permitted overnight, which in this case is just the 2 per room, so that's 8 people. As the lady from Atkinson Realty indicated, they've got professional management. They have a caretaker who is also close by. They do have neighbors that have their number and have access to them 24/7. With regard to the sound, again, I think some of the issues they might be having are the registered rentals that don't have conditional use permits, so you would have no conditions that would deal with that. But in this case, you do have that condition, no outdoor amplified sound after 10 o'clock. Again, the maximum number of persons on the property between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. is limited to the 2 individuals. So through the conditional use permit that I know you all have worked long and hard on, you are able to apply conditions that deal with the issues that some have addressed that have come from other short-term rentals that maybe aren't regulated in the same way. I'm happy to answer other questions, and like I said, I wish Mr. Keenan had been able to speak, but he is in San Diego, was not able to come back out for this meeting.
Ms. Murphy, we do have another Keenan registered. We have a John Keenan and a Robert Keenan. I can try to unmute Robert Keenan.
Okay, maybe
if you'd like. Mr. Keenan, if you'd like to begin your comments, just pause 3 seconds.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Really well.
Hello?
Mr. Keenan, just comments, please.
Staff goes out and they measure things like parking, the widths of the garage, the driveways, as we've had in other applications. And so all of that's been inspected and certified by your planning staff, who is in charge of regulating these or assisting you in regulating them. So again, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm sorry for the late hour.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Anybody want to speak?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, planning.
There's a lady, got her hand up now.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Well, close it and open it up for any discussions amongst the commissioners. No? I will say one thing. I do want to ask Kevin, the garage. I'm not sure about being able to get 2 cars in that garage. Realistically, I'm having a hard time doing the math and the size of a regular car. And when I look at the width of the driveway, it's it's much wider than the actual opening of the garage. And then when I look at the things in the garage, and I look at the photo of the car in front of the garage, it actually slides over the concrete crease or middle piece of it. It just doesn't look like that's a possibility to me very well.
Yes, I agree. It does appear tight. We did go out and measure. It does meet the minimal dimensions to get for a two-car garage. So
They would
cars.
have to drive a specific type of,
Well, two cars can fit in there. The opening and the area inside the garage meet the minimal dimensions for a
Right.
two-car garage. So we count that as two spaces.
thank you.
See what I'm saying?
Mr. Weiner?
Yes, sir.
When we had our short-term rental workshop, we were looking at doing overlays, and we looked at Shadow Lawn. What was the reason why there was something we couldn't do in Shadow Lawn? What was that? I don't remember.
Was the zoning?
Was the
Well,
zoning?
Shadow Lawn isn't an overlay per se. It's just all zoned R5S. So we could add regulations to that zoning district. It wouldn't be treated, it would be treated slightly differently than an overlay. And I believe that's what you're referring to
Yeah, I
as to
think-
what that difference was.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
So
Yeah.
just so I'm clear, the applicant's agreeable with one rental per week?
Yes,
Okay.
right. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Kevin. Okay. Yes, Mr. Inman?
I'll venture out there. This is a very interesting application because rarely do we have this many participants, speakers, support opposition for a short-term rental. This is pretty unusual. It's a property that fits the concept of a short-term rental. It's very close to the resort area. The activities, amusements that are available in our resort city. Yet it's in a nice neighborhood where there are people who don't want it. Yet these applicants have really put it together like hardly anybody does. They've got management, they've got people supporting them, Virginia Beach residents, in addition to the people that like to stay there. They stay there themselves, so there's an incentive to keep it nice and not let it get out of hand. They have relationships with neighbors so that they don't want to have inappropriate activities going on there. It's like the model, except there's opposition from the people on the street. They've met all the requirements. We put them out there. They met all the requirements. And it's in a great short-term rental location. I don't know how you turn them down. You might want to make some new laws, as we all talk about, new ordinances, amendments to the ordinance. But,
Yeah. Whitney?
I agree with Mr. Inman. You can check all the boxes on this. It is unusual that there's opposition, but it sounds like a lot of that opposition is based on some of the other short-term rentals in the neighborhood. But it certainly seems like the perfect fit. I'm going to support it.
Okay.
With that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I have a second.
I'll second.
And call for the question, please.
Commissioner Alvarez and Barnes both are absent. Commissioner Costin?
Aye.
Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
No.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
No.
No?
Nay.
Thank you. Vice Chair Weiner?
Yes.
Chair Oliver?
My concern with this is the parking. I just, that's one of the things and so on that, I'm gonna say no. I just don't think I can get two cars in that garage. So no.
By a vote of 5-3, you recommend in this application for approval.
Okay. Mr. Tower, haven't called your name in a little bit.
Could I ask the clerk if she would mind repeating the vote, please?
1, It was by a vote of 5 to 3. You recommended for approval.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have really struggled with this one. This is a tough one. And I agree with everything Mr. Inman said. It's a very good application. The problem is I don't think it's the right place. If it were a stronger, more compelling place to do it, but Shadow Lawn is another one of those vulnerable edge of the resort area neighborhoods. It has a long history of permanent residents in it, and I just, as much as I would like to help Mr. Keenan, I think you could justify it on the basis that he's an owner-occupant of this that distinguishes him from a lot of these, but I really just think that this is not the right place for further development of this area, and I'm going to move to deny.
Second.
Motion and a second to deny. Any conversation? Motion to deny. Okay, could we call the question?
The motion is to deny. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, this application has been denied.
Okay, on to number 25, Long Creek LLC for conditional use permits, raise short-term rentals at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 110, Unit 111, Unit 210, and 212, District 6 Beach.
Randy Tabor is the applicant, and after Mr. Tabor is Barbara Messner.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Dyer, City Council members, Planning Commission members. My name is Randy Tabor, and I'm here with my wife, Jerry Lynn. We are here in regard to our condos located at 4005 Atlantic Avenue. We own and operate units 110, 111, 210, and 212. We would like for you to approve us as a short-term rental by right. Our condominium complex was built in the 1940s, originally as a hotel. It was transformed into a condominiums in 1974. Since then, it has operated as a mix of weekend getaways, short-term rentals, and a few owner-occupants. Our condos are situated in the resort district. Additionally, our property lies between the brand-new Marriott and the Holiday Inn hotels. The majority of the condominiums in our complex have operated as short-term rentals and are very successful. 2 of these have already been approved by City Council. We are not aware of any incidences of trouble from short-term renters or anyone else staying at these condos. We have not found any records of emergency services being called to our complex for trouble. My wife and I live locally in the Great Neck area. We are at the complex almost daily. We live approximately 10 minutes away from the complex. Because of our condo's location at the north end of the boardwalk, we mainly attract couples and small families that are interested in being close to the ocean without being at the louder and livelier parts of the ocean front. Because we are on the ocean front and at the end of the boardwalk, we have been able to offer travelers an alternative to major hotels. Not all travelers want to be in hotels due to COVID. Our condominiums offer a more secluded yet geographically desired location. Our location does not disrupt anyone around us, and we are not situated next to any neighborhoods. Therefore, we believe the conditions that have been placed on short-term rentals in the neighborhoods should not apply to our situation. We bring a lot of business to the oceanfront area. In our welcome book to our guests, we recommend a generous amount of businesses at the oceanfront and the surrounding areas. We have several people that support us for short-term rentals. We have supplied letters to the planning department from some of these people, and we have no knowledge of any opposing. The members of the condominium association have recently voted my wife on the board, and I was elected president. Again, we are sandwiched between two hotels. Both of these properties are allowed to rent with up to 6 people in the same size room on a nightly basis. We do not see how granting us the right to operate a short-term rentals would be any different than what our neighboring hotels are doing. We have the required parking spots. We have no negative impact on the surrounding community. We ask that you approve us for the conditions we ask for. If not, we are requesting that we be approved for the conditional use permit for short-term rentals and be able to rent 3 times a week and have up to 4 adult occupants. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
So you're saying you do not accept the conditions?
What we're saying is that we are situated right in between 2 hotels, and the short-term rentals, all the condos.
I understand that, but the question is, do you or do you not accept the conditions?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but it's just a simple question, because that's the only reason this item is being heard right now, is because you indicated you weren't going to accept the conditions, or you didn't agree with them. So we just need to know, because as the staff has heard, as folks have indicated before, it's an up or down thing.
Well, can we defer, or can we appeal if our conditions are not accepted? So we can't.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay. We're in the resort area, and we would like to request that we get approved for at least 2 times per week and 4 adults.
Okay. Okay.
I know you've been here all night. You've been listening to what's going on.
We're exhausted.
Believe me. I started at 5 o'clock this morning. I know what you mean. It's not fair to do it. If we give it to you, we can't do, people have already said yes, they accept the conditions. If we say to you, yes, you can have 2 nights a week, it's not fair to them, or 2 times a week. These are the new conditions. This is what the city is going to go by. This is what we're working on. Like Mr. Wood said, you accept it or you don't.
Well, we had already been approved before we got delayed a few times. So
you were approved by the planning commission, not city council.
Correct.
By the planning commission, we had already been approved.
They're the ones that say yes or no.
And we weren't aware that the law has actually changed.
Everybody else has gone through that too.
Yes.
Well, from what we've heard, and in our appeal to you all, and to consider what we're saying, is that we've got the Holiday Inn from here to that wall, and the Marriott on the other side of us. We're not in a neighborhood. I totally understand what citizens are saying, and the people that are against short-term rentals in neighborhoods. I mean, I totally understand where they're coming from, where they would like to reduce that turnover. But we are like right in the crux of turnover on this side and on this side. And there are currently rentals in our unit, in the condominiums, that do just that. So we think that we have a very unique situation, is my point, is that we're sitting right next to hotels. We're not sitting next to a neighbor that says, wait a minute, I don't want 4 or 5 people coming in and out of my neighborhood and next to my house twice a week. We're not in that situation at all. We have We have thousands of people right next to us going in and out. We have thousands of people on the other side of us going every other way. We're not affecting, as a matter of fact, we're less than that. And we think we bring better value, honestly, than the ones that are in and out nightly.
But you are a one-bedroom unit, correct?
We're studios, we
Your
have a
studios.
kitchenette. Yeah,
I know them well.
Yes.
And so they were originally built as condos, and across the street from you is, well, they're studio apartments is what they are. They were studio
They were
apartments.
originally built as hotel in the 40s. They were then converted to condos in 1970s.
Across the street from you is a condominium building, correct?
There's Oceans, is that what
Oceans.
you're referring
Yes,
to?
ma'am.
The high-rise?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Redmond.
I don't mean to be unkind. This thing's not, there we go. I don't mean to be unkind, but it's getting late. Mr. Wood asked you what I thought was a real clear question, and I want to give you a little piece of advice. From what I'm seeing, you can either accept the conditions or you're going to get a denial. So, I mean,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
it looks to me like you can either accept the conditions or you're going to get a denial. So I think probably you should resolve the question that Mr. Wood asked you, because it's 12:35 in the morning.
Wow, okay.
Yes, Mr. Whitney. Whitney, sorry.
Echo. I'm
Turn
sorry,
your
can't hear you.
Yeah, I can.
And going back to Councilman Wood, it's pretty clear, based on everything we've seen tonight, that if you don't accept the conditions, that this is not going to get approved. And if it doesn't get approved, you don't appeal it. It's not like a court case where you're going to go to a higher court. I mean, you can, I mean, it's your decision, but like Mr. Redmond said, it's getting late. And if you could answer Mr. Wood's question, please.
Oh, we're not.
I guess we're between a rock and a hard place. We don't think this is fair.
Okay.
Just to express, we don't think this is fair to judge every short-term rental based on the fact that they're in a neighborhood. We are not the same. And for this city council and this planning commission to judge everything the same is just not fair.
And then to say that because it's late, not because of us or anything that we've done, to say, anyway.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yeah.
I appreciate what you folks are going through. I understand. I want you to know, though, that there's another unit, formerly a hotel, now apartments, at the 900 block of Pacific Avenue, that we have previously decided that the consistency of our two to bedroom once a week was more important than the issues that you have, which have merit. I'm not saying they're frivolous or meritless, but the decision by this council, what we did earlier tonight with those, you are not going to get us to change for one that is substantially similar property that you have. So I suggest you decide and do it now as to whether you want to accept these conditions or not, because there is just, I'm the district representative, I represent you, and I'm committed to keeping a consistent application of these on the ones where I do it. So it's just not going to happen unless you do that, is my point.
I understand that,
and I
spoke
appreciate your
to you
arguments
before,
as well.
and we did talk briefly in regards to approving us by right. So, but obviously that's not happening tonight. So.
Well, I said it's not an easy decision, but we have consistently applied this. That's what I want to make sure you. I don't know whether you were paying attention to these others, but
I've totally paid attention to all the details that you guys have said tonight. I've been here since 5 o'clock and totally have. To answer your question, yes. I mean, there's really not a choice, so yeah, we'll accept your conditions.
Okay. Planning?
Okay, thank you.
No, sorry, we have another speaker.
Oh, okay.
Barbara Messner.
Great.
Why, Mr. Wood, why didn't you just insist that they answer yes or no? Why does it have to go all around? Why do we have to stay here and listen to all this? You're not going to enforce it anyway, and this is, you can answer when I'm finished if you choose. This is 40th and Atlantic. People have lived next door to hotels for a long time. It didn't mean that the entire neighborhood had to be turned into short-term rentals. We didn't even have short-term rentals prior to all the problems with Sand Bridge. To allow these people to go on and want to appeal and demand something, if they've been here since 5 o'clock, they've seen that, these new restrictions are being placed. They never should have allowed that many per unit to begin with. So, people don't want to stay in hotels, and you even paid a fortune for all these trolleys to take them over to the Shore Drive side where it's quieter. People have complained about traffic, crime, and the fact that they can't even drive their cars anywhere in the city. Yeah, I just oppose to converting the entire city into short-term rentals and destroying public safety, and these are going to keep going on and on and on indefinitely. When will it end? I oppose.
Mr. Rouse. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, please.
I have a concern. I know, we are trying to make sure we preserve our neighborhoods and communities by implementation. The other rules and regulations to, once a week and whatever the district rep seems to impose. I do believe, though, this is one of those ones, as we all know, there's an exception to every rule. Looking at this and brought to my attention, that's the boardwalk right there. I cycle down there quite often. Numerous hotels right on that side. We have thousands of visitors every year that come to the boardwalk. That's right there. Looking at this, it's hard for me to justify imposing the restrictions on this STR that's on the Atlantic side of the ocean front. I understand that the neighborhoods and so forth. But I think this is a unique situation when you look at it. When you look at this is a hotel that's been there for quite some time. There've been, I don't know the talks of Brent, I don't know the conversations you had with them or not. But I do believe, looking at this particular STRs in this location, where it is, I think, I'm inclined to approve it upon the conditions as the ordinance states. But I definitely understand where council is and trying to provide some consistency and preserving the neighborhoods. And I know it's late, and what a way to end the night. I don't want to keep going, but I do believe this is a unique situation that we should look at, and I would beg the council to approve it as the ordinance states. It's not in the neighborhood. It is where all the hotels and everything else is situated. So I know I'm not putting you in a tough position, Councilman Tower, but I think this is the, I think this would be the right thing to do.
Okay. Okay, planning?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to close it for discussion. I need a motion on the floor if we don't have any discussion. Or maybe we probably have a question. Councilman Rouse, with all due respect, just trying to figure out where we are now according to the applicant.
He's approved. He's reading the conditions.
With the new conditions. Okay. So I need a motion.
I'll move approval of the item with the conditions that are basically in the staff write-up. Of 1 per 7 days and 2 per room. 2 people per room.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
What were the conditions in the bio?
The 2 conditions that were in there, 1 per 7 nights and 2 people per room.
So for us, the commission, that's what we are looking at. And I need a second, please. Second. Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Call for the question, please.
Commissioners Alvarez and Barnes are both absent. Commissioner Costin? Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein is absent. Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall? Vice Chair Wiener?
Aye.
Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a vote of 8 to 0, the recommendation is for approval.
Okay, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also point out that there's another application that I believe is on the consent agenda, that the same complex in which the owner agreed to the conditions here. So we would be treating 2 owners differently if we did otherwise than to approve my motion, which is to approve with the conditions that the Planning Commission imposed.
Okay, second. We have a second by Mr. Wood. Okay, any other discussion?
The motion is to approve. Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson? Aye. Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, 10 to 1, you've approved the application.
Okay, and the final item for tonight, number 26, Kempsville Volunteer Rescue Squad, Inc., City of Virginia Beach. Resolution to approve a freestanding sign in accordance with City Zoning Ordinance CZO Section 905F5 for Kempsville Volunteer Rescue Squad, Inc., District 2, Kempsville.
So Thomas Kiernan is on WebEx. Been waiting this entire time. So Mr. Kiernan, we will unmute you if you'll pause 3 seconds before beginning your comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm Tom Kiernan, past president and current administrative member of the Kempsville Squad. I've been a resident of Virginia Beach for over 40 years and been involved with the rescue squad for 27 and a half of those years. Just recently, with the changes to the intersection at Princess Anne and the Kempsville Road area, our station that had been there for 69 years was suddenly very visible to traffic going by. And in an effort to capitalize on that, we proposed a sign that would allow us to highlight our association, our long association with the city and the Kempsville area, and it would help us in our fund drives and providing outreach to the community in general. We also wanted to be sure that the sign would be in compliance with the historic district nature of the Kempsville area, so we applied for the application. I'll be happy to answer any questions about it if you have them, and we appreciate the support of the council in this effort.
Okay.
We have one other speaker, Barbara Messner.
First, I would like to know where the security is, because one of the applicants just came over not wearing a mask and harassed me. Where is the security? And I would like security when I leave the building. Where's the due process? All these people, all they care about is what they want. I have a right to speak. Yeah, I just asked a question. Mr. Dyer, Mr. City Manager, where's the security? And will somebody walk me out tonight? Thank you. I had to walk by myself last time. It was pitch dark. I have no issues with the sign. The only reason I'm speaking is because of what just happened. And I'll find out the person's name and I want something done about it. You're approving a freestanding sign. We still do not have a sign for Ryan Keith Cox. It's a little brown plaque. He gave his life to save some of the other people in Building 2. So, I think y'all better learn how to run these meetings, because you're all liable for people harassing me and for the way you're running these meetings.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, planning.
Planning doesn't need to act on this.
Pardon?
Move to approve.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I move for approval of the Kempsville rescue sign?
Okay. Okay, any other discussion?
Yes, I'd like to talk about the times I went to school here in Virginia Beach. Since it's 1:30, I like to keep everybody here just a little bit longer. So if you can bear with me. No, I'm just joking. No, I support the method.
All right. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you've approved the application.
Okay, Mr. Wood, if we can finish out with the appointments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I nominate the following individuals to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Community Task Force: Rosemary Wilson and Guy Tower. To the Process Improvement Committee, Bill Coley, Mike Eason, and Barry Frankenfield. To the Public Library Board, Lisa Varga.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, could you also note the Ms. Abbott becoming a liaison and not a full member?
Right, but we don't need to make that appointment. I believe that's the mayor does that, right?
Oh, okay.
Whatever, yeah, sure. Liaison
Thank you.
too.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the vote?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Need me somewhere. Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've appointed those read by Vice Mayor Wood.
Okay, is there any unfinished business?
I just like to
In terms
thank,
of new business, I just want to thank, anybody?
I just want to thank staff, our staff and our first responders, everyone that's been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate you all, and the young lady who took the time to sanitize the speaker podium the entire night. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Just want to echo Mr. Rouse and thank everyone and, staff for a long day working with the Planning Commission, and thank everybody concerned. And if one of our public safety professionals, that one of Team of Excellence, can kindly escort Ms. Mesner to her vehicle. Thank you. We are adjourned.